say, this is the eve of your destruction. Yeah, is you ready? Right now, I'm ready. This is the eve of your destruction. Come on, what you wanna do now? Get ready, are you ready for destruction? Get ready, are you ready? Get ready, I'm ready. Get ready, are you ready for destruction? Get ready, right now. Get ready, I'm ready. Get ready, are you ready for destruction? Get ready, cause I'm ready. Get ready, get ready, are you ready for destruction? Yeah. The eve of your destruction is upon you. You can't say I never warned you. I'm like the locust, the way I focus and then unload it. Down and dirty, no sugar coating, I am the coldest. Like Rome, get broke off with bare knuckles. Take souls, break spirits, my case flows. Where the hunters become prey, Lord knows. If you don't want the smoke, you better stay low. This is the eve of your destruction. Right now, right now. This is the eve of your destruction. I'm ready. What you wanna do now? Get ready, are you ready for destruction? Get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready, are you ready for destruction? Get ready, get ready, get ready, now. Get ready, are you ready for destruction? Get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready, are you ready for destruction?
Just out there swimming. Been a bad man since when? Since the beginning. Got a whole bag of monsters with me, God knows they did the illest. And if you come through with the crew, God knows we say, my whole crew just went wild. Kick down doors and we come through straight to the stage where I run to. Gonna get wild. Whole pit dripping in labels, checking out quick on the tables. Right, so wow, I don't even know like that. I asked the crew, they said that we roll like that. So wow, better watch out, we're coming, you know I wanna get dealt with by them youngins. Wow, kick down doors and we come through straight to the stage where I run to. Gonna get wild. Labels, checking out quick on the tables, right, so wow, I don't even know like that. I asked the crew, they said that we roll like that. So wow, better watch out, we're coming, you know I wanna get dealt with by them youngins. Why you people think that you're bigger? One word from us, you get pulled like a trigger. Looking at you like a big plate of dinner. Man like you don't eat your way thinner. And how they gonna call me lazy? Power man style, yo, certified wavy. Certified snakes in the grass, all slithering, bleeding, begging. But nowadays, who gonna pay me that feature? Man, a different breed, a creature. Straight out the gates of hell with a legion. Looking for a whole bunch of souls to feed on. Devil in my eye when I come for the heathens. Babylon burning, all good reasons. Keep that grill turning, add a little seasoning. And that's what them sheep are good for. Them good for the eating. Better step out the way when we're coming through. We the kind of people you gon' listen to. And I can't guarantee that you won't go missing, dude. And I don't wanna tell your mama you went fishing, dude. And be another piece of drama on the evening news. But that's just the way it goes when you gotta go harder. My whole crew just went wild. Kick down doors and we come through straight to the stage where I run to. Gonna get wild. Whole kid dripping in labels, checking out quick on the tables. Right, so wow, I don't even know like that. I asked the crew, they said that we roll like that. So wow, better watch out, we're coming, you know I wanna get dealt with by them youngins. Wow, kick down doors and we come through straight to the stage where I run to. Gonna get wild. Whole kid dripping in labels, checking out quick on the tables. Right, so wow, I don't even know like that. I asked the crew, they said that we roll like that. So wow, better watch out, we're coming, you know I wanna get dealt with by them youngins.
They know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down, wanna see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready.
Man, I've been through this and I've been through that. Man, I've been through trials and errors. Done seen through tricks and I've seen through acts. I've been through times of terrors. Got courage that rise through life and times. Play life like I'm on checkers. Running new heights in life, you'd find I've come out of violent messes. Ain't the same man that I used to be. Say that I'm mad, not news to me. I think the own plan, that's mutiny. I play the rap game so beautifully. Everybody can notice that all my focus goes on being the best. People wanna see me stressed, but what they should already know is I'm always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down when they see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down when they see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready. Know that I'm building it up and I'm doing it solo. This is the realest of stuff, got the game in a chokehold. No situation I don't know. Mounting my back like a pogo. Man in the sea moving so slow. Ain't a rhythm where I won't go. Facts they know it's my rap so cold. Been told my flow so crazy. Act so bold, no raps and O's. Not about that, no, don't chase me. Ain't been lazy, on my way up cause this music made me. How could you blame me? One of the greats in the game. Better get used to my name, I'm always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down when they see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down when they see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready. I remember this.
I've been a bad bitch to pay phone. I've been a rat kid for your station. I've been a quiet storm in the terror zone. I've been a big show worth taping. I keep it 100 and I take a lump sum and I keep a good vibe in rotation. As far as the waves, they're amazing. I'm talking like best in the nation. I hold the 8 ball of the relevant. Watch the meat rise from the sediment. Crew of OGs and they hit it home. Bunch of big bags to deliver on. Pronto, I'm the head honcho. Big chief, but the realer, the bigger, the winners. No filler, a killer on a tuna. I'm not talking animation. The beat is on the floor. A beat take over. A beat not on the door. We going up. A beat on the ball. A beat take all up. The beat is on the floor. The beat take over. Bigger. What? Bigger. Big Ben. That's how they clock in the queen when I walk in the building. Big lens. Feel all the eyes in the room, the floor and the ceiling. I'm chilling. Watching y'all shaking and quake like a door to a mailman. Damn man, y'all got an ailment. Ew, call the doc with the deal film. Still me. Still at the top, I'm a star, that's the real me. Big D. Big on the bag and the brain and the buzz, that's the real T. It goes on and on and on. Ain't falling off, I don't campaign for a damn thing. Bitch, I'm a dawn. It's done. I won. The beat is on the floor. A beat take over. A beat not on the door. We going up. I'm big on the ball. A beat take all up. The beat is on the floor. The beat take over. Bigger.
Play the ting now. What you saying, cuz? Play the track, play the track, play the track. Fuck the neighbours, blood, turn it up. What you saying, cuz? Turn it up, you get me?
It's a coup d'etat. Better put 'em up if your motive's corrupt.
Is that you?
Show my teeth from the start. Better lie low, better keep in the dark.
Okay.
Cause I eat it up. Don't get caught with your hand in the jar. Had your run, so don't come to my yard. Shut your mouth when I spit bars. I'm ready for the battle when I enter. Faced with it, I ain't never seen a war, can't tear down. Now watch them all scatter, because they're scared now. You're done, just get your white flag out, surrender. If you're on my list and you're finished. If I'm on my vibe, can't kill it. Your cook got you sizzling in a skillet. At the end of the road, got you swinging. I'm concerned that thing like you bring it. Like a virus that needs clearing. It's time to repent for your sinning. Got blood on your hands like you're spilling. I'm ready for the fight. I'm coming like a thief in the night. Just empty the clip and when you're done. What doesn't kill me, better run. 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 If you know me, then you know I'm on crud. Sharks in the water and they all smell blood. If you test my team, then I'll drag you to the mud. Better build a boat, cause you ain't ready for the flood. I got a theory, bury bodies in your bed, then now you gotta lie. bring it down to my level and a key like Lord of the Flies. Threw stones at a glass house, no I can't play nice. Equip up the blaster, man, why you surprised? Empty the clip and when you're done.
What doesn't kill me better run.
What doesn't kill me better run, yeah. What doesn't kill me better run. Run, move. What doesn't kill me better run. Okay. What doesn't kill me better run. What doesn't kill me better run. What doesn't kill me better run. Swear down. It's a coup d'etat. Better put 'em up if your motive's corrupt. Show my teeth from the start. Better lie low, better keep in the dark. Okay. From the ocean to the river, getting senile. Emergency siren say Nino. On the new monarchy, running knee now. Night, knock 'em out like sleep well. Run. What doesn't kill me, better 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 run.
Who got the crown now? Heart of the city, I'm the man now. All of the villains, woo, stand down. Pardon the many men down. You better run now. I got the cloud. I'm in the clouds too. Ain't no coming down. You better run. You don't mean to be blunt. I'm already a weapon. I don't need a gun. And you don't want none. See, the new number one is up for the hunt. I'm annihilating any violators. Man, I see so many I can buy a hater. Man, I'm in my prime. I retire later. Do it now before I'm dying later. These are words I live by. Do or die. This is not suicide. No, it's do or die. I don't run. I don't hide. No, I just do or die. Nose dive in the fire. Do or die. Yeah, you better run for your life. You better run for your life. You better run. It's dangerous. This is do or die. Go. I don't really know how to go slow. Oh no. I don't really vibe with the bozos. I don't need a ride to show. Couple hundred miles and I'm over. I got a bucket list with a quarter. I'ma live a million lives till it's over. I'ma live it to the fullest, even when I'm dodging bullets. Especially when I got a grenade in my hand and I got the pin and you know I'ma pull it. Boom! All of my foes are goons. I put them on notice too. And now they know they through. They do. These are words I live by. Do or die. This is not suicide. No, it's do or die. I don't run. I don't hide. No, I just do or die. Nose dive in the fire. Yeah, you better run for your life. You better run for your
my hands tied. Start up the riot. Start a riot. Start a riot. La la la, feel it igniting. Light it up, light it up. Light it up, it's going down. We gonna burn it to the ground. So rock, start up the riot. It's about to get ugly out here. This is who I am. You ain't gonna change me. You ain't gonna break me down. You gotta face me. This is who I am. You ain't gonna change me. You ain't gonna break me down. You gotta face me. This is who I am. Rock, start up the riot. La la la, feel it igniting. Light it up, it's going down. We gonna burn it to the ground. So rock, start up the riot. It's about to get ugly out here. It's about to get ugly. It's about to get ugly. It's about to get ugly. It's about to get ugly out here. It's about to get ugly.
Toes down from the joint, I'll admit, push and drop, have to drop, till y'all know that I exist. And I'm gonna blow, and I'm gonna pop, y'all can't possibly depict. And I'm gonna probably take risks, and I'm gonna die before I quit. I gotta take action to get stagnant, and they stopping it. Too many been passive, and they lost it. The rappers will move backwards, and they honest. Hacking the right back, and to make profit, and accurate, new acumen makes options. Meaning the accountant can be rounded when you call it a place. Everything amounted in my cost. Moving with $2 in my pocket. Proving the pace you looking exhausted. Truth is Greg Newman, they can't copy. Do what I must do so they can't stop. Trying to keep cool while they keep talking. Do what I must do, switches up often. I pivot, meaning I'm a tactician when I'm in it. Circling the cul-de-sac, I'm drifting. And I got all night down to fishing. Meaning I'm different. Meaning when they talk, they pay attention. Meaning they gon' pay for every cent. And I'm going 2 commas, 2 Kansas. And I'm going worldwide when they all mention. Black boy with a book dream and a lesson. A black man with a sharp mind is a weapon. Yeah. 10 toes down from the joint, I'll admit, push and drop, have to drop, till y'all know that I exist. And I'm gonna blow, and I'm gonna pop, y'all can't possibly depict. And I'm gonna probably take risks, and I'm gonna die before I quit.
Yeah. I've been on a mission, I've been tunnel vision. You can't stop the vision that I'm on. Been in competition with my opposition for the top position on the rung. I just got ignition, now the clock is ticking, and I got it ringing the alarm. I'm in top condition, in the top division. This is dominance, pressure is on. If I'm ever second, it's second to none. I'll never quit while there's breath in my lungs. I am relentless, I'll rest when I'm done. Hunger inside of me, I'm on the hunt. I'm on that boss level energy. I'm in my villain mode, eyes on my enemy. Handle my weaponry, I put in work like there's 10 of me. I put in work like there's 10 of me. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I'm ready to go. One in the chamber, I'm in the zone. Focus like laser, I want the throne. It's in my nature, I roll alone. I like the danger.
I go renegade, I won't ever break. I don't play around, I don't hesitate. I just level up, I just elevate. I'm underrated, but I'm undefeated. I'm imitated, but never repeated. Hunger inside of me, I gotta feed it. So I stay relentless until I succeeded. I'm sending a warning to my rivals. This ain't a war wage for survival. Homie, I came here for the title. I can feel it in my veins. Raw power unchained. This world is mine for the taking. This world is mine for the taking. I can feel it in my veins. Yeah, I came here to reign. This world is mine for the taking. This world is mine right now. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I am a god. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I feel like I'm limitless. My powers unlimited. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. Yeah. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I feel like a god. Yeah. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. Faster, faster, faster. Zoom, the engine room, but you feel the boom. Gone in the wind, where you see me better move. Jetpack kid, reloaded the jet fuel. High speed cruise, too fast, you can't move. Zoom, through. No, I don't mean to be rude. It's just the beginning. Do I have your attention? Keep your mouth shut, eyes on the prize if you came here to witness. Turned up the turbo so they hear the engine. Go faster. 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 To keep up with me, you better catch your breath. Faster. Faster. Upgrade your speed, zoom past the rest. Heart steady racing and racing and racing, pick up the paces. Heart steady racing and racing and racing, they say we dangerous. Heart steady racing and racing and racing, buckle up for safety. Heart steady racing and racing and racing, it's yours if you take it. It's yours if you want it, go and get it, go and get it. Be sure that you want it, cause you gotta be committed. In order to run it, you gon' have to get the sprinting. First come, first serve, now listen. Eyes on the prize if you came here to witness. Turned up the turbo so they hear the engine. Go faster. 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 To keep up with me, you better catch your breath. Faster. Faster. Upgrade your speed, zoom past the rest. Upgrade your speed, zoom past the rest. Faster. Hit the ground, I'm on code. Run on air when I float. You would swear that I float. I just hand in my zone. I'm going hard for my city, yeah. I put that thing on my back. Get it and gun it, I'm back on 100. I'm ready, I'm coming in for the attack. I'm on beast mode, God level, cheat code, new age, hero, good verse, Evo. I'm on the move. I'm on the move. I'm putting in work. I go berserk, got something to prove. Cause I got power. I got the energy for all of my enemies. I'm on the way, saving the day. No one ahead of me. I'm on the right here, right now. This is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it. We doing this for the love of it. Give me your right now. my soul. It drives me to my goal. There's no distance I won't go, cause the climb's all that I know, and I face it all on my own. So my name will be known, yeah, my name will be known. Right here, right now, this is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it. We doing this for the love of it. Give me a
please stop messing me up, just cover up. But I just stole her from my dad, now she ain't getting a bands. Like, do your dance, where your man's, do your dance, I'm a sad shit cancer. Yeah, do your dance, got some bands, I'm never going to the country club. Yeah, no one pouring out and get the boy a hug. 3 blonde beauties walking out the country club. Yeah, please stop messing me up, just cover up. But I just stole her from my dad, now she ain't getting a bands. Like, do your dance, where your man's, do your dance, I'm a sad shit cancer. Yeah, do your dance, got some bands, I'm never going to the country club. Yeah, you're never doing bands, never riding on the bus, never looking at your man, so he wishes he was us. And my lady has no trust, so let me tell you that's the crux. So you're looking at solutions in the bottom of a cup. Yeah, she on track, and she spent a couple racks, yeah, some tats and a fifth, make it lane, let's smash. I'm on her ass, I mean, I love her ass. Let me see a little sass before I give you the pass. Let me see a little sass before I give you the pass. Or while you rolling the back, or while you rolling the joint, I think I'm missing your back, I think you're missing the point. I haven't seen you in a minute, let me see you in a minute, I mean. But I just stole her from my dad, now she ain't getting a bands. Like, do your dance, where your man's, do your dance, I'm a sad shit cancer. Yeah, do your dance, got some bands, I'm never going to the country club. Yeah, no one pouring out and get the boy a hug. 3 blonde beauties walking out the country club. Yeah, please stop messing me up, just cover up. But I just stole her from my dad, now she ain't getting a bands. Like, do your dance, where your man's, do your dance, I'm a sad shit cancer. Yeah, do your dance, got some bands, I'm never going to the country club. Yeah, no one pouring out and get the boy a hug. 3 blonde beauties walking out the country club. Yeah, please stop messing me up, just cover up. But I just stole her from my dad, now she ain't getting a bands. Like, do your dance, where your man's, do your dance, I'm a sad shit cancer. Yeah, do your dance, got some bands, I'm never going to the country club, right? I'm never going to the country club, right? I'm never going to the country club, like. And your man's, yeah, he wishes he was us, I'm never going to the country club, yeah.
hiding behind all the scenes, 'cause it's easier when they don't believe. Keep it quiet, keep it hush, keep denying, but the fire that's inside is igniting. Keep control, I'm like a bomb sticking. Hit, explode, I won't be so forgiving. Cross me twice, no, I won't let it go. Hit you from your blind spot, hit you where it's gonna hurt most. Words unspoken, I'm not afraid to say it now. Set in motion, what I've kept underground. Don't crack under pressure, I'm built like a rough machine. And if you don't know what I mean, I can strike like a viper. Feel it calling, always up to something. Give me that power, watch it get louder. Feel it rubbing better. Start here running, I'll bite it like a spider. And I'll strike like a viper, like a viper. Rosy cheeks on a pretty face. Promise I'm nice, but that goes two ways. I can scream, I can howl, it's performing. Don't wanna let it out, just take this as a warning. Me and my sharp tooth digging in honey. I'm all self-made, not just lucky. Cool girl with a temper. Hit you from your blind spot, hit you where it's gonna hurt most. This has been a long time coming, building up my courage slowly. Ready if I have to fight, got no doubt. Don't crack under pressure, I'm built like a rough machine. And if you don't know what I mean, I can strike like a viper. Feel it calling, always up to something. Give me that power, watch it get louder. Feel it rubbing better. Start here running, I'll bite it like a spider. And I'll strike like a viper, like a viper. Hiding in plain sight, there's never time to run away. Slide like a tiger, baby, I'm not here to play. Hiding in plain sight, there's never time to run away. Baby, I can strike like a viper. Feel it calling, always up to something. Give me that power, watch it get louder. Feel it rubbing better. Start here running, I'll bite it like a spider. And I'll strike like a viper, like a viper.
We coming for the whole thing. Instead of stepping, we like big brains. Rose gold for the whole team. Top flight, we do that. It's a mismatch, they running up. Get back, you ain't tough. One punch, they fold enough. Life hard, I'll show you some more than just a one and done. Front line till the war's won. Also back tendencies tend to get their heads spun. I didn't make them all. Real world problems they didn't teach in school.
Now we playing catch up, gotta keep up. Accelerated courses when you in the field.
Mental trauma that we got, I can't wait to heal. I can't wait to seal.
I can't wait to do it.
When it hit different, we don't got a choice. Negotiation for a better life. It's more than what you bargained for. Trust and believe in the process, hard work, and forcible. What you doing it for? You see the needle, keep pushing it forward. A lot more that you gotta endure.
A lot more than we gotta endure.
A lot more that you gotta endure. We got a lot more in store. A lot more than we gotta endure. to say it to my face. In the 90s, we got your face. Everybody got a stick, now they want to spray. Say it with your chest, it's how we was raised. These kids don't know how to play. These kids don't believe in faith. These kids don't know how to pave. Suffocating now and I can't breathe. Say the grass is greener on the other side. We're coming back to clarify as soon as I arrive.
Time's up, the dream's over, the door closed, it's disclosure, the fire out, the pace slowed, nothing left on the desk now in caseloads. I miss my opportunity, there goes the opening, arms reach and slip to loss of dopamine. I lose hope more than any other focus grip this old road. I'm at liberty to trudge, so it's the same old souls. Same old goals, just stick to the script and sick of what's been written and sold. This isn't it, I can't let this empty sink, but oh, how the code's corrected. No momentum to stop it, I swear my prayers on repeat. All I need is one, is a solid. I'm on my knees as I plead, screaming my speech and a promise. One more chance, like who's gonna really take it from me? I get my hands up to any challenge to stand up in front of, convincing myself before I sit on the shelf. It's in my destiny, the best of me to reach for this belt. I swear they're testing me, but they don't want the rest from the belt. There's only one thing left. Light 'em up. We're gonna light 'em up. Light 'em up. We're gonna light 'em up.
Time's up. The dream's over. The door closed. The disclosure.
And that's it. No more doubts, it's over for 'em. I'm promoting it with no more routes. We all in, debt collect about to snatch it out the hands. This been written like the past, but somehow still about the now future. I'm indebted to my roots, made me shoot for more well-conditioned. I've been leveled to the floor and bounced back, so it's breaking off, shackles off before Mother Nature is at work, and we cooking up a storm. I'm coming, my feet gon' take me there. Ain't no feet to get the victory, the vision's clear. I'm skipping the days I let myself get riddled up with fears. Winding back the clock, I guess we button in the years. Now we light 'em up. We're gonna light 'em up. Light 'em up. We're gonna light 'em up. Light 'em up.
Woke up early, start my day with daily grace. Pray for mercy on my enemies and snakes, yeah, yeah. Lord, forgive me for these choices that I make. I got murder on my mind, I got bodies in the grave, yeah, yeah. We eat your block, lit, pull up with the chopsticks. Ain't no apologies for nothing. We eat your block, split, we just pop, hit, pull up with the drop tip, yeah. Jump in the stakes, whatever it takes to level the pot, quick. You better look over your shoulder and be on. You wanna send shots at us, you better be God. You know tough guy for real, you better be honest. Yeah, you could run, but we gon' find out. Half a ticket on your head, don't be surprised. Shooters itching, they gon' come collect
when I'm in the light. Catch a night flight, I'm in a different climate. I'm a diamond, one of a kind. Cut 10 face like a Gemini. High shine when I'm in the light. Catch a night flight, I'm in a different climate. Now I'm born on a team that's treading. Now I'm on a team. Let's go. I'm a diamond, one of a kind. Cut 10 face like a Gemini. High shine when I'm in the light. Catch a night flight, I'm in a different climate. I'm a diamond, one of a kind. Cut 10 face like a Gemini. High shine when I'm in the light. Catch a night flight, I'm in a different climate.
Flu season. I'm sick, got you sneezing. To keep on rhyming, I find new reasons. Yeah, don't diss me, that's treason. Me and my Eve just trying to find Eden. Till then, we keep rolling up trees. Young Dante keep slaying these demons. Mad love for all of my heathens. Switching the flow like Cheerio, here we go. We keep the heads moving around, merry go. Fire in my heart with the fan, very cold. You it's artificial, cherry coke. Throw your hands in the sky, every girl, every bloke. I'm a king, I'm a dawn, on a rock, I'm a toad. Tune into a prince when I croak. Drinking champagne, bumping Prince on the boat. Wild out, looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, I'ma climb out. Right now, wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, but I'm climb out. Right now. I feel alive. I have arrived. Hey, I feel alive. I feel alive. I feel alive. Can you come alive? Can you come alive? Can you come alive? Can you do it right? Tonight is nice, come alive. Tonight is nice, come alive. Come alive. A new season. I'm through pleasing. Yeah. Can't see I transform and try to hit me with that Louis Stevens. I'm about to get mean and new meaning. Mouth shut, he freezing. He Mr. Bean. And then for that screen, I've been scheming. Need it in all black when you see him. This is that. Wake up and get to that bag today. Y'all better not be playing with my cash today. I pop up like dynamite. I won't apologize. If you ain't got my check, well then run to say. You don't wanna see me wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, I'ma climb out. Right now, wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, but I'm climb out. Right now. I feel alive. Alive. I have arrived. Hey, yeah, I feel alive. I feel alive. Hey, I feel alive. Can you come alive? Can you come alive? Hey, can you come alive? Can you do it right? Yeah, I feel alive. I feel alive. Come alive. I feel alive. Wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, I'ma climb out. Right now, wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, but I'm climb out. Right now. I feel alive. Right now, right now. Hey, come alive.
goes in stages. Patient, dedicated, write these poems and pages. Phases, stages, backtrack, go back to the basics. Don't stop till we get to the top like ooh, what? Take that shot, I'm blessed and I walk with ease. All these men when they talk that breeze. Did that big chat, did that scene, but I won't go back. Now I switch that theme, let's get that P. Now I got that team, now I hit that pump, that get that clean. No rest in peace till I set my piece. Now we gotta run with a different league. Changes, phases, life and it goes in stages. Patient, dedicated, write these poems and pages. Phases, stages, backtrack, go back to the basics. Don't stop till we get to the top like ooh, what? Take that shot. Been through phases, hit 'em with the flow and it's so contagious. Bet I'm a vet and I roll with the greatest. Shoulda, woulda, coulda got me running my paces. Get in my space and you're gonna feel mad cause I can't sit still like I'm running around tracks. Till I ain't gonna stop till I go to the max. I can't stop, don't stop, won't stop. Back big moves, take notes. Could've been huge but I say no. Me and you ain't in the same boat. Been around and about but I lay low. Stay so gonna break ground when it ain't seen. Not the best, no stress cause I'm better than I been. One shot, level up to the top, no cheat. Putting in work, this life ain't free, no. That changes, life in the blink of an eye through phases. Been around the world, big tours, big stages. Hit 'em with a source and I don't stop pacing. Don't stop making, won't stop chasing. Got a big dream, won't stop till I make it. Take it, this one here's for the haters. Face it, can't stop, won't stop blazing. Changes, phases, life and it goes in stages. Patient, dedicated, write these poems and pages. Phases, stages, backtrack, go back to the basics. Don't stop till we get to the top like ooh, what? Take that shot. Changes, phases, life and it goes in stages. Patient, dedicated, write these poems and pages. Phases, stages, backtrack, go back to the basics. Don't stop till we get to the top like ooh, what? Take that shot.
I'ma keep running.
Came from the bottom, but ain't nothing stopping me now. Haters, I got them, don't worry about them. Putting them all in the ground.
You wish. In the dojo. You want the head high. In the dojo.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And if you're wondering why I move the way I do, I just feel so good, good, good. I just feel so good, good. I just feel so good.
One knock at the door and then we both know how the story ends. You can't win if your white flag's out when the war begins. Aiming so high but swinging so low, trying to catch fire but feeling so cold. Hold it inside and hope it won't show. I'm saying it's not, but inside I know.
Today's gonna be the day you notice, cause I'm tired of explaining what the joke is.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Try to hold it in, but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd.
Turn to run, now look what it's become. Outnumbered 10 to 1. Back then should've bit your tongue, cause there's no turning back. This path once it's begun, you're already on that list. Say you don't want what you can't resist. Waving that sword when the pen won't miss. Watch it all falling apart like this.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Try to hold it in, but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd.
Today's gonna be the day you notice, cause I'm tired of explaining what the joke is.
This is what you asked
down is heavy for Faker indeed, meaning everyone wants to take him down, especially G2 today, because one of these two teams will book their ticket to Paris, and then BLG will take on PSG, and the loser has to go home. It is the 7th day of the Swiss stage here in Berlin, Germany, and I want to say because it is in Germany and in Europe, there is so much excitement because of what happened in 2019. As we see G2 and T1 in our studio, I mean, my name is Shox. Can you tell I'm excited? And I'm here with Dracos and Emily to lead us through the best of threes today.
And it's G2 T1 day! Let's just make it a regular thing. Just build it into the format. We get it so often. It's my favorite part every time at every international tournament other than the finals. It's just going to be such a good day.
And no matter where your allegiance lies, I think you're not a League of Legends fan if you're not excited about T1 versus G2 and kind of the best East versus West matchup we've had throughout the years, Em.
Yeah, it's not even, like, for me, it's not even about East versus West, but it's about having some sort of really great international rivalry between two storied organizations, right? Like, for a lot of people, T1 is the LCK, G2 is the LEC, and they've met each other so many times on the international stage.
And G2's modern international reputation is built on beating T1. Yes, they've taken down other teams, but their rise to glory in 2019 and that reputation that they've held onto is all because of the series that they've beaten or been close to T1 in.
Yeah, and I mean, I know when you look at this, you might think, well, it's only really here that 2019 we have to be super excited about, but that would be disingenuous to some of the series they've even played this year at MSI, right? So there's always that hope that's going to be incredibly, incredibly close. And since there is such a storied rivalry between the two, I did want to take a look at some of the most important resources we have in LoL Esports. The most popular Reddit comments we've had across the year. So basically, I'm going to show you both a Reddit comment, and it's pertaining to one of these matches that they played versus each other, and you just need to guess which match it is from. You get it?
Yeah.
I'm ready to run it down. Let's go.
All right. So, here we go. SKT and G2 battle for the final playoff spot. Man, what a time to be alive.
Final playoff spot.
Final playoff.
Yeah. Is that being trickstered?
Well, are we being, because the problem is sometimes Reddit just says stuff.
Yeah, I know.
Right? It's just like,
but also the SKT is throwing me too because
it's old.
That didn't happen until like post 2019.
I think we have to guess. I'm gonna say I'm gonna say 2017 final playoff spot. I'm gonna say 2017 group stage MSI.
Yeah, that's actually my guess too. Wait, I'm gonna go 2019.
3, 2, 1.
2019 group stage?
Group stage? MSI, yeah. I don't know why.
Oh my gosh, can this... I have your face, Emily, I swear. Here we go.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's see
what is the actual
The answer is 2016 MSI
we both trolled.
stage.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it's kind of a flip, like...
Yeah.
Okay, next one.
Yeah.
I got the one in our pre-show, and I'm not going to get another one after that.
No one saw it. It doesn't count. That's
I know.
Next, okay, it's a whole chain.
So this is SKT.
Yes, again, SKT. Maybe this is on purpose by production, right? That they say, now that you think it's SKT era.
Give SKT an inch, they take a mile. Give G2 an inch, they give you 2 towers for Rift Herald.
Oh, no.
No, I think we're going 2017.
Yeah.
I'm guessing 2017 finals would be my guess. Because from what I remember, that was insanely one-sided.
What do you say, Dracos?
2017 MSI finals.
Okay. In Brazil.
I'm also there, yeah.
Okay. But Emily
I
there
think
as well.
the beardiest photo of me we have.
Yeah, mine is just like heinous, so it's
You can give the answer. It is 2017 MSI group stage.
Okay.
What is with
Let's
these
go.
old
0
hits?
for 2. I'm having trouble clearing
The problem is SKT is it's so hard because it's not really like, yeah, it's like,
the SKT kind
all
of
we
gives
have
us
is
hints,
the name and
but
the fact that they're beating G2, but that's all of 2016 and 2017. Like, none of it looked good.
Yeah.
Good point. Let's get to our next one.
All right, what are we cooking?
Guys, SKT got Baron. We win game now. But it says LEC.
If you get one of LEC's best mids, he has a 50% chance to carry. That's why you get 2. Okay, so we're in 2019 territory.
Yeah. Yes. It also still mentions he who shall not be named. So it's all context clues.
Wow.
Context clues.
I'm going to say...
Seriously, this is amazing. They gave up almost all objectives for more map. What?
Wait. Is this... But could this be the one where, like, T1 started Baron, but then G2 finished it. Remember that
No,
game?
no, no. I think this is MSI for sure, just because people seem surprised. I think people are surprised.
I'm gonna go.
People weren't surprised at Worlds when G2 did Worlds. That was the one year we came into Worlds with ego.
I already guessed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I already
MSI?
guessed it for MSI, but I'm going MSI
That's
again.
okay.
MSI semifinals.
MSI semifinals 2019. World semifinals.
We had Cloud then. Why are people doubting? Why are people surprised?
I don't know.
We weren't favorites maybe, but that was a close. Why? Oh, man.
Okay.
Reddit is full of red herrings. That's all I'll say.
It's true.
Oh,
we knew that.
I
we
did
knew
get
that.
the question in pre-show.
After that very serious rundown of the history between these two orgs, let's take a more serious look back at the history of G2 versus T1.
Today's featured matchup, presented by Mercedes-Benz, is a look at the greatest East versus West rivalry in League history. G2 versus T1. For years, T1 was seen as the unkillable gods of League, led by the Demon King himself. They were untouchable, and even Europe's promising new champions could not make a dent in their armor.
Oh, that is absolutely sick. What? That's disgusting. I can't see him walk back.
But after reaching Worlds Finals in 2018 with Fnatic, Caps shocked European LoL Esports by transferring to G2, ushering in a new era of European dominance and changing the landscape of this rivalry forever. Even with domestic success, European fans had muted aspirations on the international stage. It was rare for LEC teams to take games over the LCK and LPL, let alone win an entire best-of-5 series. Misfits taking T1 to 5 games during the 2017 Worlds quarterfinal was still seen as one of Europe's greatest moments. So when G2 entered the Rift opposite T1 at the MSI 2019 semi-final, few fans predicted a victory against the 3-time world champions. But instead, they were treated to one of the greatest, most intense series in MSI history.
Caps is trying to find the kill. Mata's in trouble. Faker's low, but they've already got one onto Mata. Where is Teddy? Follow his HP bar. That's a dunk from Wonder. Death from below. For the double, for the ace, for the Baron, and the base.
G2 beating T1 shook the League world, and they continued on to win the tournament and claim the first international title for a Western team since Season 1. Fans started to believe that maybe the gap between East and West was closing, and Worlds that year validated those feelings. G2 took down T1 once again.
The greatest team in the history of League of Legends, taken down by the greatest team Europe has ever produced.
But this time on European soil in front of the home crowd, earning themselves a spot in the 2019 World Finals. But 2022 saw the introduction of a new era for T1. Faker still captained the team, but now guided a younger roster of upcoming LCK stars. They dominated G2 on the international stage at MSI that year, and ultimately went on to compete in the World Final. They fell short, but returned to lift the Summoners Cup just a year later in 2023, proving once again that T1 is the most legendary organization in the world of League of Legends.
Here comes him, and he's still alive. What is going on? Faker Tiny's on the burst. Everyone's just exploding.
Meanwhile, for G2, 2022 and the MSI series versus T1 was a wake-up call. Since their World Final appearance in 2019, the gap seemed to have widened and had now been cemented by this loss against T1. No flash for Owner, but the Cataclysm Mickey locks him up. Owner shut out! So it seemed fate then that fans would see more of the same when G2 first met T1 at MSI this year.
A clean ace for G2!
Here was G2, who had no recent international success, facing up against the literal world champion gods of T1. All G2 could hope for was to put a good foot forward, but once again, fans everywhere were treated to another banger 5-game series for the history.
G2, this was the day they almost beat T1. But T1, it's just another Friday.
Who would you want to play the most?
I mean, T1 would be fun, right?
These two teams represent the successes and failures of their regions, the beating hearts of the LEC and LCK. And today they take to the Rift once more for pride, for glory, and to earn their spot in the 2024 Worlds quarterfinals.
Unbelievable video. Incredible job, Medic, for a ticket to Paris, just like in 2019. We saw a lot of Caps versus Faker in that video, and I think you have to mention it because they are so much the centerpiece of the respective journeys of their teams since then and again now. Also for a little hopium, in series, Caps leads 5-4 versus Faker. In games, Faker leads 13-11.
I mean, series are how you win international events, so we'll take it. But I think it's important to note, while these guys are the beating hearts of both their organization, G2 are still incredibly reliant on Caps to be that big carry. And in contrast, Faker's surrounded by a T1 team that, while he stepped up, certainly stepped up at Worlds in these big moments, they don't always need him to be that centerpiece. And that's going to be a really big contrast on what teams need from both these respective players.
Absolutely. I do also want to talk about the top lane just a little bit, Emily. I feel like Broken Blade has gone through such a journey, and we know that so much has been focused on international performance specifically. And knowing that Zeus is on the other side, I think that is definitely something to look out for.
Yeah, I'm super curious to see, again, if these two teams are going to swap. The thing that was most impressive to me with Broken Blade thus far is I really loved, in particular, his lead that he was able to get in the Weibo series specifically, because this sets up this entire composition that they have with the Galio, Nocturne, Ori up for success when he gets that lead right off the bat.
And I think when you look at G2's domestic performance, weak early games was always the criticism. So when you have a player that's going to step up and build a lead in a 1v1 matchup that you should not be able to do at this level, that is incredible for G2.
You might wonder, why do we have two pictures of T1 behind us? Well, it kind of shows very well how they are experts at glowing up for fall and winter, where most people do it for summer. For T1, whenever they come into Worlds, they just look much better, Emily.
Yeah, really quick, I just wanted to do a check-in on T1 because even as late as their series against K2 Rolster to qualify here, they looked really uncoordinated at times. They looked a little bit lost in draft. They weren't able to necessarily get Faker on stuff that he was really comfortable on. And I think looking at coming out of this, their performance thus far, very small sample size, but I mean, they're kind of major draft sinners a lot of the times in drafting like these hard forcing bot lanes, but I feel like with the Nico flex, they've been looking a lot more comfortable on that. They've looked more coordinated. I think they can still work on neutrals and team fights a bit, but the biggest thing is this to me. In that TES game, they actually were able to get a 2K gold lead by 8 minutes off of their early map movements, first turret topside, first blood onto 369. It was so much more well coordinated than anything I saw out of them in their run to get here, where they kind of barely squeaked by KT to make it.
I think it's a massive improvement, and it's a struggle for T1 because they're always judged against the best version of themselves, and the best version of themselves is the best team in the world. It is a huge, huge glow up, but I do think when it comes to contesting the best in the world, there's still a little way to go, but the contrast between those regional qualifiers and today is astounding.
Yeah. You're saying there's a chance?
There's a chance.
There is a chance. I think we saw 8 games of this at MSI, right? And that is what's making me a little bit nervous for G2. Watching it back with my breakfast, I thought there was sour milk in my coffee because some of these games, you know, and especially that game 5 that they really had it in the palm of their hand for G2. And to think of the fact that T1 is a team that always levels up. They will have looked at that series. So I think it all comes into play today. Let's see what the fans think, because we're always wrong. And the fans are mostly right. They have like an 82%.
I know, I think the fans are usually wrong based on this one. The fans, yeah, we can't trust the fans.
So
I'm not sure these numbers are right. For sure that G2 number should be higher.
Oh, this is so cute.
Okay, I'll give him that. That is very cute. I think G2, this is a tall task. T1 showing proficiency in the early game against a G2 who has not been consistent, who threw leads in their biggest game against HLE. It's a tall task, but if we get to mid to late game on even footing, I have a lot of hope for G2.
Yeah, that's the big thing for me is how strong are T1 going to be able to come out? How well coordinated are they going to look? And what are they going to lock in? Because like I said, when they draft for comfort, a lot of times it is these early game compositions where they really want to fight you early or push through like a hard 2v2.
And I think the draft is going to be a central point because when you look at that MSI series, it was all about the unique picks that G2 brought to the table, the Rek'Sai, the Zac, the Poppy. Do they have another creative angle today? Because we saw what happens when that angle was removed. That was the second best of 5 series where they got 3-0'd. So hoping for a little bit of that draft creativity as well to give G2 an early game edge they might not otherwise have.
2 games of that 3-1 3 wins were close. Yeah. Okay, they're really close. Anyways, what a day we had to have ahead of them. Absolute glory waiting for T1 or for G2. MSI will be in the back of G2's heads, and they will know what happened when they were in the 2-2 match last year at Worlds. They want to erase that blemish completely, and they want to beat T1. But T1 and Faker want to show that they are still on top of the world.
Match point for T1.
The question is, can they finish it right now, right here?
작년에 우승했을 때 제일 먼저 들었던 생각은
Xiaohu now taking a whole lot of damage, and Faker is in the shroud. He's toying with him. It's a double kill as he backflips away and back in again. It's a triple for Faker.
팬분들을 기쁘게 해줄 수 있어서 즐겁다는 생각이었고
To be back in Europe, it's amazing. We have all the crowd supporting us. Definitely feels like we are on our home ground right now.
Last Worlds, I remember when we dropped out, I was feeling so sad. We were all feeling so sad.
The last vestige of the LEC is wiped from Worlds 2023.
We really believed that we could achieve really amazing thing. We have another chance now. We're getting closer and closer.
They beat G2 again. Twice in the same tournament, proving they are the better squad.
We need to take our revenge, and I think we can.
이번 뮤비 제목이 Heaven is Crown인데 상혁이 옆에서 봤을 때 그런 무게감이나 자리에 대한 압박감이 클 텐데도 그 자리를 계속 지켜내려고 하고 노력하는 모습이 멋진 것 같습니다. 그 왕관을 같이 지키기 위해서 최선을 다하겠습니다.
If I win this match, then this will be my ticket to go home. Of course, I'm gonna take it.
如果说我们实力真的很强的话，我们可能不会1跟2的吧。
T1 takedown BLG, sealing the fate of the first seed of the LPL.
现在实力的话，可能只展示了50%都不到吧。
现在我们已经是1杠2了，那是这种压力就是自己要想办法去承受。那你扛住了压力，晋级了之后你就会变得更强。但是你扛不住压力，那我们可能就是没有办法成为有办法进8强的队伍。
我觉得以我们现在的状态，我们应该是走一步看一步嘛。毕竟先调好当前是最重要的。
如果我们再输一场就会结束嘛，那我们肯定是压力是会有点大，但我们会把这个压力好好的掌握住。
我觉得质疑我们没有关系吧，就是我们会自己一步一步再证明自己的吧，然后证明我们是 LPL 1号种子。对。
上去虐一下。
Welcome back to Worlds 2024, where we are here for a momentous day as we kick off with T1 taking on G2 and then follow up with BLG versus PSG. I'm Medic, I'm joined by Dagda and Kobe on the cast, and I cannot express how hype it is to be here today.
It's so sick. I'm so ready for these games, man. The second I saw this on the docket, I think everyone looked at each other going, this is the series to watch. Yeah, very rarely in international play do we get to have rivalries really built up because it's hard to keep drawing your opponent. But both of our series today are redraws, so it's really fun to kind of continue the stories.
Yeah, obviously BLG playing up against PSG back at MSI, G2 and T1 had the same happen to them. It was very close in the first series, not so close in the second. T1 took that 3-0, and now we sit in the 2-1 matches. The winner of this goes to Paris, goes to quarterfinals, and gets to battle in the capital city of France.
But the last time we were in Europe was 2019, and that worked out pretty well for G2, beating them in both MSI and Worlds, but it is a different beast that we're looking at here today for T1, so definitely an uphill battle for G2.
It certainly is, and that's a good point, coming into this series, that the groundwork does need to be laid here. For both of these teams, in my opinion, it was a very different look coming into this tournament. Neither team really looking at their peak. T1 struggle is obviously well documented in summer, but for me, G2 as well, even though they did end up winning, a lot of the early games looking quite sluggish, having to come back in a lot of the games, and so it has been nice to see here at Worlds so far, even in the few games that we have seen really early on, that each of them have truly embraced their own metas and really started to improve on a lot of those issues from summer.
And that's why someone I think who's really stepped up for T1 is Owner. He has been fantastic in their games, and specifically on things like the Vi. So I was wondering if we would get a Vi ban, but we're not going to see it. Instead, it's going to be the Renatic and Kalista and Braum taken away. So immediately, still an Orianna open available for Caps if he wants to go towards that.
And I kind of like that from G2, because one thing that T1 have done, they've stayed true to Guma and Keria wanting to play really heavy attack bottom lanes, really aggressive, double range bottom lanes in multiple games there. Plus G2, we already saw the Orianna Nocturne combination. It was beautiful, but Nocturne has been demonstrated to work with so many other champions. Genji, of course, using with all kinds of other things, the Ahri, the Aurora, even the Twitch. So the possibilities are endless.
Yeah, I think a lot of people think of Nocturne as only this champion that goes in, but you have to think about turning off the lights in a team fight and how impactful that can be. We talked a lot backstage, Dagda. You were pontificating on, if you leave the Nocturne up, will we see the Orianna immediately picked up by T1? But instead, it's the Ahri here for Faker.
And that's what I thought we'd see, is the Orianna taken away, and then you'd have some adaptation for something like a Nico or something like that coming through for Caps to try and facilitate alongside the lights being switched off. But they're going to go back towards an Ahri Skarner, which I'm not a big fan of, because I think it lacks a lot of damage in that mid lane. But it does mean that you're going to be relying on someone like Gumayushi to come out with something like a Kai'Sa or something along these lines to really be that damage dealer for the mid game and facilitate this low damage mid jungle combo.
And the biggest thing to me is for T1 is almost always Zeus, and I'm very happy that he's on red side. So you're like, oh, okay, they got a Skarner jungle, they're gonna have some tank there, but Zeus having basically guaranteed counter pick possibility for him, I think is huge for T1, since to me, Broken Blade has really become such a big force for G2, and his flexibility was one of the biggest tools that they used, the Galio counter pick into the Rumble and whatnot, but in this game, he's probably gonna be forced to bind.
I think it's also curious if you end up leaving the counter pick for Keria, right? Because I think he has been fantastic in that role where he's been able to get that R5 counter pick, bring out some unusual supports like the Nico and that, and then try and terrorize you through that. So maybe that's it, but with the Jax now locked in, potential here to just take that counter pick immediately for Zeus.
Exactly. Now you can counter pick with both roles. Best of both worlds. Let's see what they decide to lock in early here before the second round of protection bans come in.
Jax is something Broken Blade's relatively comfortable on, is fifth most played. Gragas is going to be the lock. This is a long-term known counter pick into the top lane. If the Jax ever tries to jump in, you just body slam him away. You can also out-sustain him in a lot of matchups.
And I have a fun fact, because I was just looking at Zeus stats, and I was scrolling down, and Gragas is one of his top 10 most played, and it is the highest win rate within that top 10 pack at 83.3% win rate, career long for him. Not only is it a very well-known pick into Jax because of the body slam, because you can keep Jax at a distance and deal with the Counter-Strike, but also it is one of his highest win rate champs.
Yeah, I mean, he's been absolutely exceptional when he gets hands on it. I think when you're looking at a combo that is definitely a, hey, we want to jump in on top of you with Nocturne, with Jax, with more than likely another engage support for Mickey, having that disengage off the cast is going to be so important, and you can already see they're banning away a lot of those immediately. One on the Rel side, but on the opposite side, a lot of that anti-dive for the AD carries. The Xayah gone. I wouldn't be surprised with an Ezreal to be taken off the board here as well.
Kai'Sa removed by T1, so we're not going to see Gumayushi on that in the bot lane.
Yeah, I think this is the setup for the Ezreal pick. Kai'Sa kind of your traditional counter to that. And Ezreal at least has 2 dashes that he can try and avoid some of this engage, although it is still difficult. So I wouldn't be surprised with the Ezreal here. Keep the counter pick then for Keria on R5 and see how it goes. But
I'm not a fan of this one.
I think Gragas gives you a little bit of damage. You can run Storm Surge Gragas as well if you want. So often when we see Ahri Jhin, the question is where's the damage coming from in that composition? Gragas gives you a little bit of it. Also, Jhin does give you good control around team fights.
When I've seen BLG basically run this exact same comp against T1, it was that lack of damage because you don't oftentimes have your top side with you when you're trying to play off of side lanes and that. And I think that's where you're really going to struggle here as T1 is in this core that's supposed to work around early Void Grubs and dragging up.
Draven! It's Hans' Draven!
Let's go!
Oh, we talked about this so much. We were like, you can't really pick the Kalista early because the Draven might get locked in here. Hans laying down the gauntlet against Gumayusi. Hans, his Draven was so well known. He was a solo queue terror on it before he even joined Misfits and Rogue, and then every now and again we get to see it pop up for him.
And there's so little backline threat from here as well. Sure, there's a cask, but in the grand scheme of things, you should be fine to try and hide behind a lot of your setup here as the Draven. Now with the Nautilus locked in as well, this is a pure aggro bot lane.
And I love going for this when you have the first pick Nocturne guaranteed already, because you're talking about hiding, and Nocturne will just turn off the lights and you get to go so aggressive with your positioning on top of that. So lots of dive here. And how is Guma going to get to play this game? There is a Orion and Nocturne that's always going to look for him because Faker's going to play Ahri, and Ahri has her own dashes. Plus, you're going to have a Nautilus casting Nautilus ult on you. It's like Guma does not get to play.
And that's the big problem for T1 here. You see how much dive there is from G2. I love the fact they've decided to go for this all-in composition. It's taking the fight to T1. T1, on the other hand, do have good disengage, and if a fight gets disengaged, Jhin can start to rain hell. Ahri's dashing around the fight. You have the Gragas ultimate as well to split it up. It feels like T1 in multiple small skirmishes might be able to win, as opposed to a full-on 5v5.
Yeah, I think it is still a little tough because I think G2 did a good job of getting rid of a lot of these anti-dive tools like the Renat and the Tam Kench, right? So sure, you've got some fight back with the Ahri and the Gragas, but you still at some point have to turn around and fight, and then you're running into things like a Draven and that. So I think G2 definitely on paper have a good start. It's just about can they have a good early game to facilitate that.
And I will say, T1, they have had some good early games, and they have a lot of pick potential on their side as well. If you're looking at things that will make it difficult for Hans to play, Leona ultimates, Zay's very, very good Gragas, and Skarner, it's not the same as a Nocturne, but you can go through walls. And something interesting about Skarner in lane swaps, it gives you a lot more options than junglers usually have. Usually junglers kind of go to sleep in lane swaps and just go for jungle camps, but Skarner does have a lot more angles to surprise people from, so very interested to see the setup here.
For the third time this year, we see T1 and G2 go on to the Rift in a series. In Chengdu, it all came out in T1's favor. Here, the European fans behind them. Can G2 make it third time lucky? Onto the Rift we go. You talked a little bit about the possibility of a lane swap for this Skarner. Do you think, looking at the compositions, we're likely to see one?
I mean, if you want to get away from a Draven Nautilus, then there's definitely a possibility there. Doesn't look like very early on anybody's going to make a move for it. And honestly, I want to see these two bottom lanes fight it out anyway. So I'd be happy with that situation. Going to have a little bit of a movement now, though. You see him already starting to shift.
Yeah, I think the only downside for Mickey is that you're definitely playing a more passive version of the bot lane matchup thanks to supports. Like, Nautilus wants to try and hook Keria out of the Zenith Blade and set them up, but we'll have to see how they're going to try and play that one out.
That was an interesting cover. They were kind of expecting a little delayed invade there.
Oh, Mickey. Mickey, Keria is there. Mickey tries to dredge line away. The charm moots him in place. And I don't think Mickey needs to burn the flash here. He knows he's done for. First blood to T1.
And I really think G2 actually had the slight read on this. They thought that there was going to be a delayed invade. That's why Broken Blade actually hovered over by Raptor Camp. But then they felt like it had been too long, and T1 wasn't still going to go for it. But T1, they just upset them with the timing.
It was actually something that happened in game one of the first best of 5 at MSI. Faker got caught out moving around toward that Razor Beaks to get the ward in that he so often does. Here, G2 read T1, but T1 read G2 reading T1. And they just out-mind game them here. Mickey will get back to the lane, didn't burn either of his summoners. But that first blood going over to Gumayusi is so impactful for the lane if he can go back and spend that money.
Yeah, it's about even the fact that you just get push allows you to so easily do that. Now that you have that advantage as well, with Hans Sama being late to the lane, so you get to reset, set things up a little earlier. And as I was talking about, the fact that you have the Leona here actually makes this the more aggressive lane for Gumayushi, because he can look to play on that not only item lead, but the fact he has the barrier as well gives him a lot more trading power in the potential all-in. So I think if Owner is able to get down here off of the resets, I think T1 could look to punish further the G2 bot lane.
And if you look at those junglers, Yike is the one clearing down towards the bottom side, but Owner's going to make a quick move over here because they know that they were able to sweep out Mickey's ward, and he's got a path towards Caps.
Has been trying to pressure Faker in the mid lane. In comes Owner, just wide. Caps able to sidestep it, but might have to burn the flash to get away from the charm. It misses too! Caps with the fancy feet.
So smart from him, dodging towards Faker, even though Owner coming behind him, and it's a little bit dangerous going towards the Ahri. He's able to avoid both of them, sidesteps the Skarner as well as the charm.
Just nice job hiding in front of the minions as well, constantly sidestepping so that then you're always having some body block in front of Faker. And now, that kind of alleviates a lot of that pressure for Caps in the mid lane. Plus, when you look at the Yike, he just continue to farm up, so he'll get a bit of a quicker reset off and can be back on the map first.
That battle in the mid lane is one we have to keep our eyes on. Obviously, both of these players just exemplary when it comes to mage play, but at MSI, it was Caps who kind of got out on top of it, apart from a couple of great plays from Faker. Across the course of their history, you can see Caps actually has the advantage in terms of series, but Faker always comes up in terms of games.
And if you're looking at this year, leading up to this tournament, people probably would favor Caps individually. I think another thing that Gank does in mid, of course, is show Owner cleared bottom side to top side, like guaranteed. They for sure know it. So now it should be very easy for G2 to play around Owner's positioning. Already, Yike was able to steal away top Scuttle Crab because of the mid lane gank. And now Caps just has to hover down to the bottom side.
Faker, Charm Flash, always a possibility. Caps gets Charm, Jike's on his way as well. There's the edge of Ishtal, but doesn't get the stun into the wall. Faker forced low. Owner walking away as well. Caps didn't burn anything again, and the gank is low HP.
And it's a really nice job here in the early stages from Yike. He gets the top crab, immediately move bot, gets bot one, covers there on the mid play for Caps too. And now you're in a position where you've a bit of a nice 8 CS lead for yourself, Bush.
Zenith played in. Kevin's going to have to flash away. Hans Sama, one more adoration for Hans Sama on his Draven.
Draven cashes in! Even though Mickey went down in the level 1, Hans Sama gets paid here. That's quite nice. That's really going to even up this bottom lane. Let's see what they're going to get on their timers back here, because Dragon also back out on the map, and then you're already looking a minute ahead of time for the grub swap.
Yeah, very messy sort of skirmish there in the bot lane, but the important thing for Hans Sama on this Draven is he is building up those passive stacks, and if you get a kill without dying, you get that extra influx of gold. You can see he's 50 gold ahead right now, but you have to remember Gumayushi had first blood, so technically he should be ahead if the CS is even.
Yeah, and I think it's just a really nice job here from the G2 bot lane to be able to turn it down. You get the route on towards Kerry, who didn't have the aftershock in the engage, so Hans Sama is just able to follow up and get that damage down. And when you think back to when G2 were considered the strongest early game team in the LEC back last year, it was this Draven that so often they would play around and get these big leads, and able to punish T1 on this bottom side and getting this Draven off to a BF sword start in this bottom lane.
And then there's the swap for Grubs immediately. Duo lane going up towards the top side. Broken Blade wants to try and push a little bit further.
I mean, Zeus has Flash, has the explosive cast. Hans has both his summoners as well, but Hans Sama continues to put axes into the back of Zeus. The cleanse away from Hans flashes forward. Zeus flashes away, will get the slow with the cask. Hans now in the middle of the minions, doesn't have a ward to place. Zeus can open up and Zeus finds it. A solo kill for the Gragas. Meanwhile, in the top lane, a hook's going to land onto Owner. Broken Blade looking for the stun. Root goes down as Yike, Mickey, and Broken Blade disengage.
Love that play from Zeus. He lures Hans Sama in, trying to play off of the Draven ego that all Draven players do have. And again, coming into this game, Zeus has a 20-4 record on Gragas. Nice little punish there, but G2 still going to get those topside grubs.
I think the important thing for Hans Sama is, although he burned his flash and his cleanse, Gumayushi had to do the same on the other side of the map. So it's not just he's expended his resources with nothing happening. to his enemy AD carry.
I think the play on towards the top side, though, really helped out G2, obviously, because they do force T1 away, which then gives them Void Grubs. Traditionally, when we see the AD carry swap and you don't move your Draven up towards the top end, it becomes very easy for T1 to outnumber and outdamage you in these early stages. But not having the Draven there still worked out for G2, just off of being able to push T1 away.
And we see that classical exchange, Grubs for Drake. As you say, G2 did a good job of getting the prio in the top lane to make sure the Grubs were a safe bet, but T1 will happily accept a Cloud Drake for themselves. Most of the action has been around our bot laners so far, but perhaps Zeus here, no flash, does have the explosive cast coming back off cooldown in a second, and as soon as you see Keria, you call off this dive.
Good read from both Keria and G2, spotting that Keria was up there. Broken Blade now trying to force Owner away, but I think it's more of a bluff than anything else. I don't think you want to over-aggress into that, as Cap's completely out of man in the mid lane, and you had the Gumayushi hitting level 6 on that bot side.
I think the grub buff really is going to be critical in this game too, because both of these teams do have so many ways to pick off people in the side lane. So if you can get the towers down quicker, then you're going to open yourselves up to snowball very quickly with, you know, these compositions having some of the similar goals. So next spawn of Void Grubs is going to be a banger, boys.
Yeah, that's the important thing. It's the breakpoints at 4 and 6 Grubs, right? So the expectation is in about 2 minutes, 40 seconds, we will see G2 and T1 making sure they have their top sides prepped and looking for that fight. At the moment, Broken Blade matching into Gumayushi. He's having a bit of a struggle here, trying to get as much farm as he can, but he knows he's on the weak side of the map. You can see T1 have wards in the river, one towards the Razorbeaks, where Broken Blade has no vision of any approaching enemies.
Yeah, I think as well the fact that Zeus has his TP available is kind of why we're seeing G2 opt into these transferred lanes, because you don't want to have a moment where Owner could potentially play up, have a gank on towards Broken Blade, you then have Zeus TP back in, you can get a little bit of more of an advantage for this Gragas, who's already up a nice little bit of CS lead, or CS and gold lead, thanks to that early kill. So G2 at least trying to minimize where the summoner spell advantages are for T1 on the map right now.
Currently hovering around Caps in the mid lane. Faker and Keria will do the same. This mid lane priority can be very important. Neither of the mid laners have their teleports. Faker's on a slightly longer cooldown than Caps. He used it slightly later into the game. Mickey has worked his way all the way up towards top side here, but Zeus already starting to back away. Realizes that he doesn't have too many friends in the vicinity.
Yeah, I think for G2, what they're looking at is trying to get the flashback up for Hans Sama, so ahead of this Void Grub fight that is inevitably going to come, but you are going to have the flash for Zeus back up. Gumayushi should be just around the corner as well. So as Kobe was already saying, I think this is going to be an absolute barn burner of his crap. And with the rotations already coming through for Zeus moving up here, I thought they might actually try and transition him down to the bottom side so he can TP up to the fight if necessary, but it may be T1 looking to say Zeus can have more of an impact than Gumayushi in this first skirmish, thanks to the early gold and the fact you've got so much CC in the kit for the Gragas.
And we may get to see our first, attempted execution of a Nocturne Orianna combo. That is going to be, one of the opportunities here if you're able to draw them over first. As you can see, they're all very early trying to get some extra vision. Mid-prowl turns into vision towards that setup, and Owner already into the river.
They are sending Faker at bot lane. He doesn't have the teleport, so T1, I think, need to make some sort of play beforehand to deny the 4v5, and that Broken Blade could potentially TP into. So they're a little bit late on the resets here for T1.
You can always go with the strat of saying, hey, maybe we won't deny you the 4 grub buff, but we'll at least steal away 1 with a smite for Owner, especially with Skarner, a champion that can go through the walls and get out pretty easily, because Yike's not going to be able to smite all 3 of them. So if you kind of put some pressure there, but now we have the reset, so Faker already back to base, Lucidity boots, and heading out for it.
But they are late. I mean, 5 seconds now in the Void Grubs, and you've got push in top, you'd push in bot, so Broken Blade gets the plates, and you're in position as G2 first. I think T1 have fumbled this a little bit.
G2 will start up the Grubs. T1 are looking for a Barney. They're looking for a fight here. Mickey looking for that hook. Owner stepping forward, eats an axe. Caps and Mickey standing around the side. Caps low mana. They go into Keria. Paranoia. There's the shockwave as well. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Broken Blade's going to look to try and keep Zeus around. 1 already over as Yike kills off Keria. Owner's killed Caps though. And now Yike has to run from Faker and Gumayushi. Owner so low in the pit. He gets 2. Hans Sama will answer with 1. Cleanses away, but he's not going to be able to get too much more here. He can get a second. Gumayushi able to win out the fight in the end. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, much ado about nothing.
Oh man, it seems like Keria is getting blown up so far. The initiation onto him gets him so low that then Yike is able to ult into the backline, take out him and They did get one of the grubs, so our kind of like first objective for G2 was at least get one Void Might spawn, and they did at least acquire that.
But great play from Zeus, right? Because, oh, actually, I was about to praise him, but here comes the TP to counter.
Broken Blade has to flash early, needs to keep himself away from Zeus. That flash body slam combination. Faker has no Spirit Rush, does have the flash, but Broken Blade will just back all the way under the safety of his tower.
Yeah, so Zeus going all in on the bot side to prevent the TP from Broken Blade coming in, and this is where, as you said, Keria gets completely blown up, but Gumayusi staying well out of harm's way, and then even the Shockwave not doing a huge amount of damage, but look at the suppression coming through from the Skarner, locking up two members of G2, making sure that Caps couldn't have any real follow-up damage. Yike ends up going so far to finish off the initial kill onto Keria, then he can be focused down by Faker and Gumayusi, and Mickey is just trying his damnedest to help out Hans to a little bit, but it's still Gumayusi who's able to clean up at the back end.
The important thing for Hans on that Draven is he did get a kill before he died, so he gets those adoration stacks again, but you can see it's only a 400 gold lead for him. Now has the Bloodthirster complete as G2 have set up towards the top side, TPing away from bot as well. Broken Blade giving up the Ghost on that tower. Zeus going to get hooked in here. Still has the explosive cast and the flash. It's more Mickey acting as a distraction as G2 try and rattle their way through this tower. They'll take the second turret of the game, and they continue to push forward here. 5 grubs helping them out quite a lot in taking these towers quickly.
Yeah, and the price, of course, that they are going to pay is not only the push on the opposite side, but the Dragon #2 here for T1, which Owner is able to clean up. Faker does not have teleport.
Already used. Zeus caught out with a counter-strike, though, and Zeus is met with the whirling death. The curtains open, and Summer's so low, but Broken Blade can tank that up well enough as G2 managed to escape with a kill. Caps is looking for a little bit more, though. Gumayusi has the flash, has the barrier, and I think G2 realize they can't really dive this.
Yeah, but look at the bot side. Faker's completely pushing in. Gumayusi's still looking for more. Broken Blade gonna have to place a ward so we can hop on out of there. There it is, but as they went for that engage, Mickey hooked on towards Zeus right as the cast came through, so I think it ended up a little bit more wonky than expected, but T1 are picking up so much on the map.
Yeah, I think the calls from T1 in response to that commitment from G2 were very, very good. T1 did not panic at all. They also did not over-allocate resources. They only had 3 people to defend under the dive, and they're like, it's fine if you kill someone, we're gonna get a return kill and stop your 5-person push. And they just had Owner, instead of coming to try and trap, he just pushed mid lane as well. So not only Faker pushing bottom lane, but also getting that push there. It's these small things.
Caps locked against the wall, but knows there's no one else in the vicinity to really be a threat. The game's so even
That's
so
what I was about
far.
to say.
14 minutes in.
To 7 plates. A lot of the top side objectives going to G2. Dragons for T1. Rift Herald started by T1 here, though, means that they should be able to get that advantage when it comes towards the objectives. And already, with the pressure that you can have with Faker on these side lanes, I think that's where you can transition Faker from side into mid and look to crack open this mid lane structure.
I think this is what we were all hoping to see as well, though. Like 14.5 minutes in, the gold within 100. The difference between the lanes is, well, top side is winning for T1 and bot side is winning for G2. T1 do have those 2 Drakes in their pocket. Zona secures the Rift Herald as well. There's a possibility of a dive in the bot lane, but diving a Gragas is a very tricky affair. Solar Flare comes out, Mickey able to walk out of it, only gets slowed up.
Yeah, Keria once again coming for the defense here under towers. T1 that has been the priority, and now after resetting with Rift Herald, T1 have a lot of options for themselves. Looks like they're going to try and fight G2 off of this bottom quadrant of the map.
I saw this not work out for DK yesterday. We'll see if T1 have a better affair as there's to suppress immediately. They lock them in. The shockwave coming out as well as Broken Blade tries to survive. The tower will dive, but Caps is low. Faker diving forward, the paranoia on him, and Mickey's going to be the first to pull G2. All hail the retreat. Trying to get the hell out of here because T1 are hungry for blood. Faker will find another as T1 find 2 in the bot lane die.
T1 read G2 perfectly. Faker had already moved in towards this bottom side, and the second Broken Blade leap striked in, Zeus was like, you're all mine. The cask into the blowback and immediately kill him afterwards. Great stuff by T1.
This Zeus Gragas that he has pulled out here looks like he's going to even further improve on his win rate with this champion with how he's playing. He's just been...
TP behind. Faker doesn't have flash, doesn't have Spirit Rush. Keria's going to try and keep Caps busy. Owner comes across the wall with the edge of Ishtal. Will get himself to the blast cone in time. Faker's still trying to retreat down towards the bottom side, but he'll get out as well. And all the meanwhile, Zeus just TPs the top lane and takes another tower.
I think the next thing you have to look to for G2 is you're really worried about your mid tower since T1 have the Rift Herald in their pocket. Yep. So T1 just got a bunch of gold off this defense, and look at Zeus. He's so smart. He goes for the knockback plus killing the minions. And there's only 1 melee left, so it's right in the hands of Owner. It's just The coordination here is so nice from T1. They fully reset and they try and punish.
It's also really smart just keeping their damage dealers away from the start of the fight. You can see the shockwave hits 3 people, but it's owner Zeus and Carrier, and it's like, who cares? They're tanky enough. So then Faker and Guma come in later and actually start putting the damage down.
And that's where every single fight we've watched, it's been very difficult for G2 to operate with this Orianna Nocturne combo on towards the back line. There, you've got a terror in the way. They don't want to dive too far and completely be separated by the structure. And in the initial team fight over at the second Void Grubs, everyone was clumped up, so they invite all that to be burst on towards the tanks. So T1 are just kind of setting up for these team fights incredibly well and being able to play through, as you say, the damage dealers constantly being safe and a massive threat in these fights.
I think what G2 really need to leverage right now is this Nocturne's ability to pressure the side lanes, because at least the tower did go down in the end, even though it has been a little bit rough in the last sequence of plays for G2, and they're starting to drop a decent amount of gold. They still do have a lot of territory to work with now, and if Yike can get one more level, you actually get a nice range boost on your ultimate, but...
Solar Flare. Yike puts up the shroud. In goes the stinger, and down onto the backline goes Yike, looking for that paranoia. Mickey knocked in as well. Gumayushi has to flash away. The whirling death coming out from Hansama, and Faker's on the flank. Carrier chased out by Broken Blade. There'll be one. Faker trying to get onto Hansama as well. Lands the charm. Owner's there to help. The cleanse from Hans is not enough. And now it's a 3v4. T1 advancing again. Gumayushi was able to escape. Faker has another Spirit Rush. The charm goes wide. Yike and Caps alongside Broken Blade able to keep on to their lives right now. Zeus, though, can look for more. Broken Blade stepping forward into the darkness. Rift Tower pushed in the mid lane. That's going to take the tower, and it's only a Chemdrake. The T1 really care too much about it. G2 realize they can't fight around it anymore, and they'll back towards the bot lane.
The cask again from Zeus, splitting up that fight perfectly in favor of T1. It looked a little dicey for Gumayushi as they had to flash over the wall, but T1, these team fights consistently going their way.
And this one, yeah, Carrier gets focused early, but Carrier's a little bit of a bait. Track this Leona throughout it. Broken Blade ends up having to flash to finish him off. But here's a look at that initiation you're talking about.
Yeah, you get the grab on towards Caps again, who just gets caught out, but this looks a little dicey as Gumayushi has to flash away, but it means that there's actually no back line, or front line for Hansama. Zeus immediately goes on him, Faker turns on to him, a late cleanse on towards that charm as well, means that he can't get the last little bit of damage out, and it's G2, they're getting pulled apart in these fights.
Yeah, we talked a lot about backline threat on Hansama. What T1 are doing so well is having multiple avenues of approach. You can see Faker coming around the back there. You see the initial engage going out from Carrier, from Ono, and then they really pincer in on this movement. T1 team fighting absolutely superbly right now.
Yeah, pulled apart and pushed apart with the Gragas ultimate. Actually beautiful stuff there. And again, that did result in multiple objectives because of the Rift Trail that we talked about, you know, getting popped from them as well. So now T1 are in a situation where they're going to have a lot of leverage to actually draw G2 to them. G2 really wanted to be in the position this game where they could actually dictate first before these objectives are coming up, but because of how the last few minutes have gone for them, they're going to have to be reactive and come up with some outplays.
But it's going to be really tough because look at Faker's build. Hasn't gone for your traditional, like, pure control mage. He's gone for this split push build where he's looking at the Lich Bane to say, hey, I can start to take structures very well. I can have a ton of threat on side lanes. And it's basically leveraging the fact that Orianna sucks in the side lane. She does not want to be there. She's incredibly vulnerable. And Faker just saying, cool, well, I'm going to push out everything on the map, making it impossible for G2 to try and play through Orianna Nocturne and just draw, again, G2 further around so T1 can continue to put the pressure on.
And I don't want to like inject false hopium into you guys, but
please do.
In you might need some right now. In situations like this are when I've actually seen G2 shine a lot, you know, when they are forced to come back in creative situations. Oftentimes, they'll say, fine, T1 are going to be efficient, and they're going to play all 3 lanes and close in on us, and G2, like, overload one side with the Orion and the Nocturne, and the Draven ult comes through, and they just, you know, commit to picking off one of the points for T1, and then they kind of surprise you with being somewhere that's not completely optimal, but then they're able to snowball objectives afterwards and try and fight their way back into the game or come back that way. So maybe they'll get crafty here and pull off something. Yike does have at least his rank 2 ultimate here, give them a little bit more room to play with.
So what you're saying, Kobe, is G2 are so good at playing from behind because they've been behind a lot of the time.
I've seen, yeah, especially in summer.
Yeah.
Recently.
I mean, they did really well versus Fnatic.
Yeah.
You know? I think T1 may be a different beast, Kobe. I'm just going to put that one out there.
You take the nameplates off and then you replace them with whatever suits your current state
Imagine if you
best.
could do that. Instead of having the actual opponents, you just replace it with like humanoid.
Yeah.
Make it a bit easier for G2. They have had Fnatic's number this year, but T1 have had theirs. 2 series, 2 wins to the LCK number 4 seed, and currently they are looking to make it 1-0 in this third.
Especially because, you know, Dagda is mentioning Faker's build, and Faker's build not only is it very burst heavy, but it's also very far ahead. Oh, never mind.
Into the shockwave, they look for Gumayushi. He doesn't have the flash, and they will find him. Another hook's going to land onto Ona as the chase continues. Zeus coming in with the explosive cast, though, and G2 have to be careful because TB coming in from Faker. Mickey dodges away from the explosive cast, pulls carrier in. The charm goes white on Summer. Still cleanses just in case. T1 lose 1. It's only Guma down. Mickey answered in response.
Oh, Kobe, I was meant to say you're a genius. They get the overload on mid, but T1, they respond so well. It ends up being a 1-for-1. Still, Gumayushi off the map. Might set up more.
Faker has flash. You won't want to burn it, obviously. Broken Blade can just jump across to this wall, trying to dodge away from the charm here. Faker with the Foxfire. Charm goes wide. Broken Blade won't be having him any more of that action. Pops the Scryers. G2 trying to set up on this top side now. You can see Zeus pushing out bot, but he's got teleport to join a fight that might erupt.
Yeah, G2 actually drew it up pretty cleanly there. They dropped the top wave, the Faker wave, where Ari was pushing, and they just force on mid, but a little bit too close to the tower in the follow-up, and end up not being able to snowball it as heavily, though they do still get some critical vision around the Baron. Really what you're looking at is a soul very early on in this game in only 30 seconds, and so it becomes very difficult to both keep vision of the Baron, because you know T1 will also rush down that and be happy to give you 1 dragon, but also keep sight of the soul. So here we go. Now is the real test for G2.
And I think at least the cheat sheet for them in this test is the fact that Hans Sama has picked up 3 items. You haven't got the Infinity Edge completed for Gumayushi. He's incredibly close to that. So they might have that small advantage when it comes towards the AD carries. Even the 2 items just can be completed for Caps means he's quite dangerous when it comes to that Nocturne Orianna combo.
Solar Flare onto Caps. Faker going in with the charm, only hits onto Mickey. Cut and Call coming out as well. There's the Impale, and Mickey's just dragged in a double counter-strike into the shockwave, though, and Faker is down. Explosive cast will separate Caps and Hans Sama from the fight. Zeus on that front line, 3 items strong, and he's trying to use them to their full effect. Ona down to about half HP. Zeus low as well. Hans Sama trying to open up on Gumayushi, who still has the flash. In the end, a support for mid lane trade.
What a pick from T1 on towards Mickey. The fact that he managed to get him out of the fight means there's very little setup. Doesn't even get to use the ultimate to try and set up, and T1 then get to continue marching forward. It is one back on towards Faker, and G2 feeling they have the damage to fight this.
G2 with no ultimates. Broken Blade dashing in here, jumping across that wall. Ona they're trying to smite the Drake. Would be soul for them. Counter-strike from Broken Blade. Here comes Zeus. Flash, Zenith Blade. They look for the engage onto Hans Sama, who has to flash away himself. Caps is down to half HP. Broken Blade jumps across the pit. And now Mickey's here to bolster the defenses. Faker on his way back doesn't have the teleport. The Drake secured Chem Soul. Now for T1, G2 begin to back away from the fight, realize they don't really want any more of this action. Yike slowed up though, a hook goes down, only onto Ona. Caps knocked back! Zeus finds him! And now Yike's running for the hills, locked up with a captive audience. Yike down 2. It's a Baron on the cards for T1.
G2 took the most dangerous route out of that fight, and T1 were happy to collapse. They're going to be able to move over towards the Baron. I don't think he can go for this as a contest here for G2. Mickey, yes, has the ultimate available, but it's 5 members of T1, and Faker is fishing for the charm.
Hans has the Whirling Death, maybe looking for a steal across the wall. Faker back. There's a little bit of vision here for G2. That wall just outside of the pit, giving them a sense of what's going on inside it. Broken Blade looking for the flank. No flash on him, but does have that Grandmaster's Might. Mickey looking for the engage, but realizes pretty sharpish that he can't go for it. Still charmed up. Spirit Rush forward by Faker. There's the curtain calls as well, and there's curtains for Mickey. Carrier takes him. And T1 take the Baron. They are in firm control of the game as Hans Sama's overstepped 2. Hans Sama's down 2. T1 6k ahead, a soul, a Baron, and maybe more of his Broken Blade's charmed. And T1 continue to collapse. The jump away from Broken Blade will keep them safe for a moment, but T1 are knocking on the door.
Dude, Zeus is just the GOAT.
He's MVP, holy moly.
He is such a playmaker. You think of the God of Lightning with him, but, you know, God of the Kegs in this game. Really, really impressive. Game number 1 here so far for T1, and after the Baron push, already taking mid inhibitor, they have so much money to spend. You have to think it's going to be a quick reset for them and right back out to pushing.
They have so much money and so much time. Still 2 minutes left on that Red Bull Baron power play. They've already got 3.5k off it. Mickey contributing to the Nautilus Death Thund. Misses the hook as Carrier goes wide with the Zenith Blade Tooth. Mickey has to flash away. It's another engage tool lost for G2.
I mean, it was nearly another death for Mickey. Nearly going to be 0-8 in this game, but G2 now starting to push out. T1 did stick around a little bit long, so maybe G2, if Faker separated field, they have a chance to go in, but I think it's still incredibly difficult because, honestly, that's only a flank angle for Faker.
Very small window there to engage. They did have a little bit of vision. A TP coming in. Zeus will be the one on the front line, Faker will be the one on the back, but Zeus immediately locked up. You can see how much damage he can tank. Faker going in with the charm, it goes wide. Zeus almost falls to the whirling. He's alive, and he still has the locket. Faker dodges away from the hook, Zeus going back in, and there's your contribution. Mickey falls, the shockwave from Caps. All it can do is buy him a second to wait. The flash charm from Faker. It's all done, it's all over. But the Nexus falling, T1 are gonna go 1-0 up.
Zeus can do no wrong. TP's in to what should have been his death, but instead it's T1 killing G2 and taking game number 1.
T1 may have limped through summer, but this is Worlds, and they are here to stay.
Broken Blade and Yike trying to do anything, but they still have the Impale, the suppression afterwards with the Edge of Ishtar, the chase onto Yike, the explosive cask, and as you say, Zeus godly with his placements today. The Nexus towers fall, and T1 will go 1 game away from Paris and quarterfinals. Mickey gets a kill.
Worth. Nexus for the support
kill. The mental game. It's the mental game.
Holy moly. The god of cracking a code on your screen. That was absolutely insane from Zeus, and G2 looks stunned.
That they do. We'll see if they can bounce back after this short break.
This is necessary.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You wish.
In the dojo.
You want to head high?
In the dojo. In the dojo.
renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away. Yeah, yeah. I threw away the halo, never gonna be an angel. I'm more keen and able. I've been a since cradle. Build different, homie. You could go and check the label. I'm 100% raw, underrated. I'm related, I'm the greatest. I'm the hero and the villain. You could pick a favorite. I'm the one that everybody said he couldn't make it. Now I'm on a mission. I'ma try to win my enemies and they gon' hate. Hate is just a love when it's intensive. Dark is just a light without the sense. And loneliness is you without the friends. Click, giving up for me is too expensive. Renegade. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away. You better run. Yeah, I tell the world, never label me the same. I feel nobody could relate. You can't box me in the day. I'm breaking chains, I'm in the raid. And that's just me, just me, just me. You box me in, it'll get interesting. Cause you don't know the pain that I'm wrestling. I'm a renegade when I ain't resting. That means all day. You don't wanna test me, this ain't all play. I could be the warm breeze on a cold day. Or the one you gambling with after a parlay. Yeah, but that's just me, just me, just me. Don't push me unless you're feeling lucky. Or you gonna turn this into a must-see. And I don't wanna go there, trust me. Renegade. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade.
Yeah, we go Zona, yeah. Mercs. Plays like the most Mercs games in human history.
Yeah, it is.
ATS lead for yourself. Extended point in. Kevin's going to have to flash away on Summer. One more aggression! Zayas going back in, and there's your contribution. Mickey falls, the shot fake from Caps. All it can do is buy him a second to wait. The flash charm from Faker. It's all done, it's all over. But the Nexus falling, T1 are going to go 1-0 up.
T1 saying we're 6-2 against you all year. You think it's gonna go any differently? Not in game one, it's not. And oh my God, can we just talk about the Gragas pick that really glued everything together, not to mention that it was executed flawlessly.
Yeah, I think the big thing with this composition, again, when I'm looking at the difference between T1 shakiness leading up to here to now is pulling out this composition, knowing exactly how you want to play it, making tweaks like adding the Gragas in. Zayas had a phenomenal game. The Lichbane Ahri from Faker really trying to spread the map and responding super well with this high execution composition to what G2 wanted to do with the Nocturne Orianna combo was really great to see from T1.
And it's really a testament to T1's preparation that they were ready for this combo, because everyone has been talking about how good Nocturne Orianna is once the Auroras and the Yones are banned away. Clearly they were willing to give it up. Initially in draft were super skeptical, but obviously they did their homework. They brought something that can answer. The Gragas picked the poster child for that, who has made Jhin, a champion that I otherwise really hate, seem much, much better, and also helps bring up some of the damage that an Ahri mid maybe won't otherwise have. Faker didn't go grass. He brought out Lichbane, as you mentioned. So it feels like T1 took the meta that existed, refined it a little bit, and made a lot of picks that have not been looking great look damn good.
Really good. I think me and Dracos are mad about the Jhin looking good a little bit. You
Very
know?
mad about the Jhin looking
We've been
good.
some Jhin haters over
Jackie
here.
Love versus T1 made one piece of Jhin propaganda that people were holding on a little bit too hard, and it just really hasn't, other than that, hasn't been good. But today it's been different.
I mean, Guma watched it. It was against him, and he said, I can do better. Don't you worry. And he did. But it wasn't just the picks, we have to say that. I mean, the idea of kind of tempo, decision-making, coming into the fights when they had to, asset, execution, Dracos, there is a lot to wax lyrically for T1.
Yeah, and every second counts, and thanks to the rival Cisco network, Faker was able to get there in the nick of time in this replay. And as we take a look, the thing I want to highlight on your mini-map initially right off the bat, Faker not anywhere near, but keep in mind he does have the TP, and we have a perfect TP flank ward here. Already a recipe for disaster. You've seen this so many times. So Arthur, if we can roll the clip, we can take a look at how this starts. It's actually not too bad for G2. Hansama gets clipped, but he doesn't get stunned. Mickey re-engaging here isn't bad. A front-to-back team fight when Hansama is strong is good. You pause, you can see the initial impact of the Nocturnal is good. They're getting Orianna disrupting on the front. You're making sure that Jhin can't participate on the fight. But the beautiful thing here is that T1 aren't entirely reliant on Jhin for damage output, so it's not going to hurt too bad. Faker, you can see at the bottom of your screen, is already on that flank. And the moment that breaks this, as we take a look at the center of your screen here, is this Gragas ultimate on clear screen. If we can pause it one more time just to highlight what happens, we now have a perfect division on two sides. But Guma is safe and Faker is on the flank. And all of these people for G2, you go, oh, it's 3 people, it's going to be great. Ori has no ult. Nocturne has no ult. None of those people matter. The one person that matters is all here, all on his lonesome on the side. We can play out the rest of the clip. You know what happens. And the second that Hansama isn't free to auto-attack, you know how much damage he's doing. There's no room for G2 to play this out. Mickey tries to make a heroic effort to save the fight, but in a sustained damage battle, when Guma is able to just flash away to regroup with his team, T1 completely demolished. And the fact that they get double value. Gragas splits G2, which means Guma can flash into River. He doesn't have to flash any further back into the rest of the G2 team. River would normally be a death sentence, but this Gragas creates so much space and disrupts these fights so effortlessly. I think we're seeing this pick a lot more.
Creating space mentioned for Hansama. It's really one of those, oh, you probably wonder how I ended up in this position. And T1 says, no, we knew you were going to end up in this position. And I think, Emily, something you were also mentioning a lot is that because T1 sees how the game is going to play out, G2 had to use their Nocturnal defensively a lot, and that puts T1 in a great position.
Yeah, it's like Draco's mentioned, they're not as reliant on the Jhin as you would be in other like Jhin compositions. But then also, like, the way that they recognized how they wanted to disrupt what G2 wanted to do with this kind of instant burst from the Nocturne Orianna and be able to reposition with stuff like the Gragas and then on top of that the Ahri was so crucial in a lot of these fights. And I can't understate the coordination from T1 is, again, not something that they were as strong at in the lead up here. So to see this now from then could be a harbinger of doom for other teams.
Could we play them in the best of ones, man?
Wait, we would have just lost. It would have just been over. What are you talking about? We just lost the best of ones. This is the thing that I think is genius is because obviously both comps have a similar identity in the terms of like Ahri wants to set up picks. You have this Nocturne Orianna combo to start a fight off favorably, but usually whoever goes first is favored. And the really big difference again is that Gragas ult because you can reset a fight. So T1 get in, they get their cooldowns off first. G2 then go, all right guys, it's our turn, but it's not. The Gragas stops that from happening.
Yeah, sovereign game from T1 in game 1. And I know there's like 2 LEC casters there and 1 NA. So Kobe, can you give them like a rallying cry? Can you give them, I don't know, some hope?
Can you give us all a rallying cry, actually?
I was trying to give them some hope, you know, please. I've got a very large stock of hopium. I would say you don't want it to be a best of one because to Draco's point, yeah, you'd already be going home. So that's a good place to start.
Yeah.
If you lose this one, we'll just increase it to a best of 5.
And it's a 2-2 after this, right? So G2 aren't eliminated. That's where my hopium's coming from. I'm kind of in this series, I just want to see good League of Legends mentality. And next series, you know, when we match up against Conquest.
Keep your camera on Zeus then. You know, just go to the pro view of Zeus because he truly was magnificent in game number 1. You know, it got to start off all flashy with killing Hansama, who the Draven had just cashed in, just bought, was like filled with you know, courage and kind of played him a little bit there by the tower. But then also the team play that came in, Zeus was just such a big part of it here in each and every team fight.
And I think T1's team fighting has been absolutely exceptional. Worlds, you think back to their game against BLG where they win that 4 versus 5 at Baron. Now they're completely separating out fights to butcher G2 where they stand. And G2, they are opting back in towards the blue side, sticking to the same band. So I'm curious if we get a very similar, hey, we're just going to run it back and try and be better coordinated on some of these dives.
I would say number one adjustment, because they're still, you know, banning the Kalista and Renata, but yeah, they add the Skarner here. I think a bigger thing was blind picking their Jax. Like versus T1, this team is so good at counter picking because both Keria and Zeus really benefit from it. And so you don't really want to blind pick any of your early matchups and just kind of go the normal route, which is you just go jungle and then, I mean, I guess if there's a priority on one of the Caps champions, but you could just go your bottom lane and not really reveal too much there.
I am always a little nervous though when I see Owner on Vi, because he has been exceptional on this pick. I was even talking to Chronicler yesterday and he was saying how happy and thrilled he is to see Owner really stepping up on the world stage, and I think a lot of that has been his counter ganks on the Vi, being able to turn around quick plays, and we saw in the last game how good T1 were with that. So we'll have to see if G2 are able to contend with it as they go back towards the Orianna and now going for the blind Gnar in the top lane instead.
I do think Gnar is a better blind. Like Gnar has been so versatile, and we've seen so many, you know, very strong Gnars so far at the tournament. We'll see if that's enough of an adjustment.
It does open up the Rumble if we want to see that from Zeus in the top lane. Went all the way through picks and bans in game 1. Jax as well. It's more of a skill matchup, but Jax will start to take it over as the game goes on.
Personally, I do like the Rumble with the Vi, just because you do get that equalizer Vi-ult combo, but they're going to go back towards the Jax and try and have more of a threat on towards the side lane, which can always work out incredibly well, especially when you see that Orianna already.
I think maybe the adjustment is that Rumble does sometimes struggle against Nocturne because your ultimate, you can't get full value. You know, sometimes it's really hard to see the perfect placement. So maybe that's what he was thinking, not wanting to play team fights and having to work around that. Whereas Jax is definitely a bit easier, but
Poppy
again,
yeah, T1, yeah, something we saw a lot at MSI from Mickey. That Halo Blades Poppy was causing problems. We also saw it from Broken Blade in the top lane in matchups into Cassante. Braum once again banned away by G2. They really don't want that unbreakable shield to have so much presence in the bot lane.
I am surprised to see the Poppy though, because traditionally it's like, hey, a counter to the Jax, right? But you've already got the Gnar. And you're more than likely again going to see this counter pick for Keria. So I think Poppy only really works in that counter pick role. So I think if you end up taking Poppy, you could have gone back towards Nico or something and had this really devastating bot lane.
I agree with you, but I think with the prevalence of lane swaps, there's always the possibility the Poppy just gets to be out on the map and you've lane swapped away from it, right? So I do get you. I think
but
Poppy
it's only
is
for a short while.
True.
Right? So
I think Poppy is more specific for counter matchups, but you already have 3 dashes on your team. You try and want to stop the Poppy from having too much impact. There's the Xayah band away. G2 once again looking for that dive onto Gumayushi strategy.
Exactly. They're very clear about this. They're trying to ban out anything defensive for the bottom lane. G2 really want to go very aggressive down there and kind of fight T1 on their own terms, honestly. So let's see what T1 do this time around. Very similar, just going to lock up the Jhin first.
I wonder if it is then just going to be the Draven Leona take. I know we went Nautilus last game, but personally I think the Leona was kind of a little bit more helpful in being able to set up for this non-committal engage and some of the follow-up that could work with the Orianna Nocturne, even just denying that access thanks to that Solar Flare on the follow-up for that combo.
Counterpoint, Mickey really did fund the Nautilus death toll. That was like 8 or 9?
I have Nautilus as my pick as well, so I don't mind the Nautilus.
Sorry lads,
Mickey juiced the Nautilus death fund for sure. He was in there.
Instead, it is Kai'Sa over that Draven. Hansama on Draven 2-6 internationally, even though he has about 62% history on it all time. So here, going for something that has long range poke that can be okay in the lane as well, can get the push without a Cathy and Rain. And now Mickey, oh, we're going back to the Nautilus. It gives you a great knockup. The ultimate is very powerful and is non-committal. The problem is the hook is committal, and that's what Mickey was using a lot of the time.
And this is just so all-in dive. It is so threatening. Again, even in Champ Select previously, we're like, wow, it's probably going to be very hard for Guma to play the game. And it would have been if it weren't for a really good teammate Peel and set up on those team fights. This time around, T1 do not have the Gragas cast to disrupt G2. And they are still going to be vulnerable to these Orianna Nocturne combinations that now even have a bit better of follow-up with Kai'Sa on the team.
But I think as well, you've just got so much pressure on towards Caps in the mid lane with T1 now. It was the Skarner trying to play off the Ahri in the last game. Vi, significantly easier to try and set up for those plays. So I think there's going to need to be a lot more vision around this mid lane to support Caps. And it is going to be a little bit difficult to try and get that with Mickey having roam timers to try and facilitate any sort of player in the mid. So I think T1 have a easy to execute early game into what was traditionally just their side lane split push from the last game.
And here we see compositions once again rounded out for G2 and T1. T1 one game away from making it to Paris 5 years ago. We were last in Europe for Worlds. It was G2 that denied them that opportunity. It was for finals. G2 obviously going on and losing 0-3 to FPX, but for T1 and for Faker, it's been a long road home. Managing to win last year, managing to overcome Weibo after falling just short against DRX, and now looking for Faker's fifth. For T1's fifth, what an accomplishment that would be. Faker, actually, if he wins this game, has 100 wins at Worlds, which is 40 more than any other player, which is just an astronomically large gap. For G2, obviously, you're at 2-1, you do have another series after this, but last year, things started collapsing after this sort of point. We all know, NRG beating G2 in that 2-2
I saw
series.
you giving me the side eye there.
You don't want to be in that spot.
Sorry.
I mean, you shouldn't be. NRG played better.
Honestly, though, on your point for this T1 roster too, remember back to last year and their run and all of the interviews talking about, they thought that this roster would even break up, probably. So I've just been so happy to continue to follow this roster throughout the year, and for them to really start peaking again here at Worlds again would just be such a cool story for them. Let's see about the level 1, though. That was not a cool story for Mickey last time. He's getting the heck out of there.
Yeah, I do think, though, like T1 was kind of on everyone's bingo card as the team that was probably most favored coming into Worlds with the big meta shift, right? Faker being able to go back towards champions. He really enjoys like the Orianna and the Ahri, these control mages in the mid lane, and then Zeus being able to again play through carry tops. Owner being that facilitator and setup. Like you think back to how strong he was on picks like the Rel with these flash over the Ash arrows into that big crash down to win tournaments for T1. So this feels like T1 starting to drift back into what made them so potent and what turned them into multi-champion world championship title holders.
No lane swaps here, Kobe. I know you're quite happy about that fact. Zeus trading with Broken Blade, both of them gone grasp in this top lane, so expect a lot of that, hitting each other with your handbags, just trying to get that extra health.
Yeah, and of course my favorite part about standard lanes, non-lane swaps, is that junglers actually get more choices. And you have a lot of options. When the bottom lane's like this, from Champ Select, you're just like, are so willing to make it spicy. And then you also have a top lane matchup like Jax Gnar, where Zeus is trying to harass early on, push the wave, chunk the mini Gnar while he's very vulnerable there. I just feel like there's so much more skill expression for junglers in particular during non-lane swaps. That is just, it's just more exciting skill expression.
There's a lot of skill expression in PvE. All right, you can do a lot to get your
There is skill expression in lane swaps as well. It's just very different.
Hits him with the Vault Breaker. Caps doesn't flash away. Owner doesn't burn his flash either, but Caps now at 100 HP. Does have the TP to get back that wave. Not in a good state for him.
And this is what I was talking about from draft. It's significantly easier for Owner to, again, just go for this transitional gank, pick off Caps, and completely turn the lane in favor of Faker. And now it becomes incredibly difficult for G2 to try and set up, because Yike wants to just free farm until 6. If you end up putting pressure on towards mid lane as this Nocturne and Owner shows up, that could be an absolute disaster, but he's trying to do so nice and early.
Caps flashes away from the charm. Does bring it out from Yike for a little bit of extra movement speed on the chase. Faker here might have to flash because Yike is looking for that fear. Gets the red buff slow, but he doesn't know where Owner is, so has to back away.
Exactly. You can't over chase in those situations, running past those mid lane brush, and so it is in the end gonna be the advantage there with the flash. So we'll see about repeat ganks, because the #1 most obvious thing in the entire game is Vi plus Ahri. Level 6, guess what? You're dead. And now Caps does not have his flash. We'll see about the timer for it to come back up, but that is a huge, huge alarm that goes off and kind of changes your mid lane vision priority. Like, you constantly have to keep track of it. And even look at this path from Owner, who sweeps around through the tri-brush to come steal away your second Raptor spawn. Whenever mid-lane matchup is a big point, the mid-lane steal away of Raptors for junglers is always a very, very high objective because that allows you to continue to camp around mid-lane without dropping resources.
Ona looking for that gank once again. Caps command dissonance himself and has enough movement speed to get back to the safety of the tower.
Yeah, Faker was pushing at the wave. He wants to try and reset, but I was a little nervous when I saw Owner taking those Raptors because immediately you can just go in towards that mid lane, and if Caps is trying to play aggressive to deny Faker's reset, that could be where he punished, but didn't end up going that too far forward, and now it's Owner moving back up towards his top side for his own camps respawning to make sure that he's going to keep this little bit of a, well, camp lead thanks to that Raptor steal.
Yeah, and of course the Ike on the opposite side, you know, doing some similar stuff there. They got the ward onto the second spawn of T1 Raptors, so it will see Owner's positioning.
I think Owner, Zenith Blade going to go on to Mickey here, tries to dredge line away. The chase continues as Hansama tries to put some damage back onto Gumayushi. Mickey down to 200 HP, Hansama stunned as well. The hook wide there for Mickey. Trying to set up perhaps for Yike to come in for a fight.
I think Yike might have even been a little bit too far away to follow up on that, so it may have been a blessing in disguise that one went a little bit wide. So Gumayushi will get the lane pushed in. Hans, I think, right call to stop the reset and actually pick up this wave because Owner is going to be on that top half of the map. But yeah, I think this is still a nice little win for the T1 bot lane in the 2v2.
Yeah, much better than game one for them. We did see Owner topping the stats for most of the junglers here at Worlds so far. I think coming into this series, Owner would have been my standout player for T1. Zeus, after game one, kind of puts his name in the hat as well. But Owner, I think, has just been so consistent for T1 here at Worlds.
Especially on the Vibe pick. Like, you think back to their game against BLG, where BLG were consistently trying to make plays on sides, but it was Owner showing up. Now you get Yike, who's trying to hover around mid with Mickey, and it's Owner in position alongside Keria. It was kind of this duo that was such a threat in the early stages to deny a lot of these early leads or accelerating some of the early gold leads that teams have picked up against them. So it's great to see Owner firing on all cylinders, but it's terrifying if you're a G2 fan.
Interesting sequence of movements here. T1 sending Zeus down towards the bot lane where Caps has gone to try and push out that wave. G2 brought Hans and Mickey into mid to try and get the shove there as well. The problem for G2 is if they do look for an engage, Zeus still has the TP where Caps does not. So this could very quickly turn into a 5v4. Broken Blade very low on rage as well, starting to build it up as he jumps onto Owner. He's only a third of the way there so far. Owner going lower though, Dustbringer coming out, double flash as Mickey looks for the flash hook. Meanwhile in the bot lane, Caps is trading up with Zeus. Keria going back in, Faker with the Spirit Rush, has 2 charges left. G2 need to get away because Faker can look for another Spirit Rush, another Orb of Deception. Won't find too much more. G2 start up the grubs. They're quite hurt though. Half HP on Yike. Broken Blow building up towards that Mega, looking for an arm into the wall if anyone advances through that choke point.
I love G2's calls there, playing for damage. You saw Caps down here actually poking out Zeus and then immediately jumping on the 2 separated in river to just play for some health bars to be able to get yourselves the objectives first. The small chunks in damage allow them the opening. Again, a 3 grub start here for G2.
We'll have to see if they can try and keep that pressure up because you can see how hard T1 are fighting to try and deny them. But a nice job from Caps as well on that bottom side, because one of the big things that, as Medic was alluding to, the potential TP, but Caps puts pressure on towards Ace to deny that opportunity to try and come in. And T1 were trying to be sneaky against Broken Blade there, but the ward just spots them out.
Okay, start for G2. T1, though, will still be relatively happy with the position they're in. They have a slight gold lead for Zeus. They have a slightly larger gold lead for Gumayushi on this Jhin, and they really start to come online when they get that first item, second item. Now, both level 6 on Ono and 7 on Faker means they have that cease and desist Spirit Rush combination. Caps' flash back up for G2 makes him a little safer in a side lane. Doesn't have the TP yet, though, and it looks like he's going to shove out one more lane on the bottom side.
I mean, I'm not even trying to give you guys coke.
Don't do it, man.
Yeah, I mean,
we want good League of Legends.
No, you're off. No more talking.
Shox told me to, but I legit actually prefer the G2 comp side with the small adjustments that they made in this game. So because they have the actual versatility of the Kaisa for later, and because this time the top lane matchup is Gnar versus the Jax instead, doesn't have to worry about the disruption from the Gragas. I actually really like the little adjustments here. So for the sake of the fans as well who want more excitement,
I mean, it would be much more exciting if G2 were able to take this game, and obviously, as LEC casters, we are slightly biased in that regard, but continue to watch the game and just want the best League of Legends we can see. T1 here will be able to get the Drake. G2 really shouldn't fight this because Broken Blade TP'd up to the top lane only a few moments ago. If they try to invest, obviously Zeus can join the battle, and they would be at a numbers disadvantage again. They won't battle against it. See Yike just hovering Hansama and Mickey in case anything does happen, but with Guma and Keria backing away, just going to be this wave getting shoved out.
Big question will be, can T1 with the Ahri plus the Vi here find themselves a pick? Already, you see the bottom lane moving up. One of the biggest objectives when you do have Vi Ahri is to try and control the vision between the river here, so you can have these alleyways where you go for those picks and then you get to turn them into extra pressure on the map. And so Keria and Guma also doing their part in that, trying to keep it clean from bottom lane. You see the control wards all the way up through the river, warding up here too as well. And so Caps, I mean, he has had confidence this game in his movement, which has definitely been very key. And his flash cooldown that was actually blown has gone unpunished. So at least they're doing quite well on that front.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how T1 are going to open up on the map now, because there is a way that they can immediately shift Gumi Yushi in towards mid and try and make some sort of play on towards Caps with the curtain call, especially when you've only got 50 seconds until those Void Grubs are up. But it looks like they're just going to shift Faker up towards that top side. I wasn't sure if they just went all in on trying to burn that flash, but Mickey...
Oh, Faker goes in with the Spirit Rush, the Charm landing as well, and Mickey is done for. First blood in the first 2 games. Mickey dies, Ona takes the kill.
Vi Ahri, pretty good at getting picks because they can jump over walls there, but also, you know, props to Mickey keeping up with the Nautilus Death Fund. That's one more for us. I do as well have that.
Double ults burnt. Like, you've now burnt both Faker's ult and Owner's ult right before the Void Grub spawn. So I'm not going to say it was a planned good death, but could actually work out as a decent death here for G2 when they do actually go to try and contest on towards those next round of Void Grubs.
It's interesting because Broken Blade doesn't have teleport, but Owner's actually heading towards Broken Blade rather than the Void Grubs.
Yes, looking for this play down towards the bottom side. Broken Blade flashes immediately met with a fist in his face. Broken Blade trying to get away from this. Obviously, has to try and escape from Ona, who flashes forward. Another Vault Breaker. Broken Blade trying to dodge it. Ona holds it forever. Ona finds another as Broken Blade can't escape his clutches.
There was no escape there. Owner waiting over the wall. Broken Blade tried to sidestep it, but good call from Owner, just hold on. But still on the opposite side, Void Grubs galore. And it will be, I imagine Zaya is starting to put a bit of pressure here to answer for some of the third places. Faker, no way he catches Mickey again.
You put everyone on pause when you said that. Everyone's like...
Oh, Mickey looking for the hook here. So Yike can come in with the paranoia. There's the depth charge as well. The chase forward. Kerry has joined his mid laner. Faker flashes away. The ignite ticking on him won't be enough. That's the stun into the shield of the Ray. They break into the solar flare into the death of Yike. Rob, your no was heard around Europe. They were so close, but they just couldn't quite find the damage to kill off Faker.
Oh, I'm heartbroken. We were so close. Mickey, though.
Another Zenith Blade. Ona has cease and desist here, but I don't think she might just be coming off cooldown. Decides against going for it. TP to the top lane by Faker as well. G2 will walk away wounded and 1.6k behind.
Oh man, Faker with one of his getaways. Regardless, Mickey should be able to get out here with just the Gromp steal for Owner, but man, another one. This is a big investment too, as we'll take a look. You mentioned the ultimates used to kill Mickey. Now it's kind of the reverse situation, and Faker did get that little, you know, sight of Mickey. So good vision toggle by the observers.
And then the engage comes through from Mickey, and it's a nice setup. Carry here to try and help, but oh, bot side.
Oh, Zeus flashes away. He's hit with a house. And Caps and Broken Blade find a kill. Carrier's looking to collapse here as well as Guma Yushi, but this tower is already quite low, down to 1 plate remaining on it. Carrier going in with the Zenith Blade. Guma Yushi there with the Deadly Flourish as well. Broken Blade still pretty tanky though. Yike's here to join the fray. Has the paranoia. Can't go into Guma, but there's a flash and a barrier on that AD carry, making it a little bit more suspect to go for the dive. Mickey and Hansama are starting to collapse, and this will be first tower over to G2.
Faker even dropped off that top tower, trying to move down to see if he can cover the mid lane, so then G2 can't always just push in towards mid as well. But so much of this early game has been about these cross maps. The Void Grubs for the bot play on towards Broken Blade and getting a ton of plates on towards Zeus, and then you see Faker in the top half of the map, so G2 make the bot half play, but now because G2 are on the bot side. Zeus TP's top to get the top turret as well. A huge amount of this go back and forth thanks to these plays.
Still, I think it's a hugely beneficial kind of response from G2 because they get their bonus first turret gold as well, and those are the types of plays where you really want to see the reset and kind of set up for it on the other side, but they jump on it and they get the small benefit even though they have had a couple of speed bumps here, are able to get a little bit more gold.
And now you've got first items almost completed across the board. It's only BB who has that reset that he can go for and the teleport back in, but I'm curious now what you want to do. Both Dragon and Rift Herald up and available. I think T1 going to focus up towards Rift Herald, which is probably right against the Chem Drake, and G2 going to see maybe if they can make some sort of play, but there's no tower for BB and he's so far extended.
See the lane economy snapshot brought to you by MasterCard, very much in favor of Owner. No big surprises there. Broken Blade trying to hide in the top lane. He's going to TP away. Will he escape? You can see it on the minimap. The Counter-Strike finds him alongside the cease and desist, and Broken Blade doesn't have a hope in hell of escaping this one. Zeus leaps on his face and takes another 4-1 now to T1.
It's interesting that they have such a bounty on Broken Blade's head, it feels like. Not in a literal sense, but they've got a target on his back. T1 keep on going for these assassination attempts onto Broken Blade. It's almost like when they gave up the 6 grubs, they were saying, you are not going to have a split pusher that can use these. We're going to make sure of it because while we did give up the 6 grub buff, you know, we killed Broken Blade when we did that, and then we're going to keep looking for kills on him and try and really put that Gnar behind to the point that Zeus is going to be able to control side lanes. Faker is going to be able to
Another
get
charm
hits.
hits once again. Mickey thought he was safe in his own jungle, but there is nowhere safe from T1. And this is the moment in the game, in game 1, where we saw T1 begin to explode it away from G2's grasp. You can see already 2,500 gold ahead. Now with the Rift Herald charging through mid, they're going to open up the map and make it so much more tricky for G2 to do anything. Charm wide there by Faker, but he's just creating space. The Solar Flare hits. Hans Summer has to burn the cleanse, and Zeus is on the flank. The counter-strike, Hans Summer flashes it. Rift Herald charge forward. Zona can jump across that wall and look for Hans Summer. Yike with a fear, only onto Zeus. They're looking for the damage. The Shockwave will find him. Hans Summer surviving up towards the top side for as long as he can in the face of Ona, but now he's down and Kerry is down alongside him. G2 find 2. They lose their mid-tier 1. Can they find anything more? I think the answer's no for now.
That darkness was crucial for G2. Being able to dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge in the darkness away from everyone was beautiful. And it meant that they got the turnaround on Tercaria and Zeus, even with Mickey missing the flash hook.
Yeah, Zeus wanted to play the tether range on the fear there, and he was just a little bit off and got locked in. Nice shockwave from Caps ended up getting him, but here's another look at the start, and they're trying to go for the dive. They even get the Rift Herald knock up there on the Caps passing through, but right there, Zeus does not quite break the tier feather, and that is enough to allow Caps to get a good shockwave. Then you have the desync from T1 as Keria goes back in, while the rest of them are kiting away. It still actually cost them the life of Hans Sama though, so in the end it was just a little, like, 1 extra kill.
And both of the summoners from Hans Sama as well. Zeus has his flash, has that Counter-Strike for a next engagement. 2 minutes 50 on the next Drake means it's likely to be a little while before we see that battle beginning.
I will say though, for G2, even though it is just some gold, it is into the hands of Caps, and that's where exactly where you want it. The big shockwave plays are going to be the ones that you need to try and leverage yourself back into this game. You have the Nocturne delivery. We'll see if they're able to make something. It won't be now because, of course, they're splitting and trying to grab tower first.
I think it still will be a little tough for G2 though, because Caps has gone for this more defensive build. Up and in towards the Zhonya's first means he doesn't really have that big firepower. I think it's the correct way to go because there's a lot of threat here with the dive from Owner and Faker and even Kerry being able to follow up, but it does mean that you just lack that oomph in your ultimate for this Orianna.
At the moment, T1 in control of the game, about 3,000 gold ahead. A Drake apiece means there's no soul point soon, but we see Caps pushing in the top lane and the TP behind. Zeus on the collapse, has the flash. Caps goes one way, Zeus goes the other. Now he tracks back, knowing that Caps is there. The paranoia coming out as Mickey and Yike look to collapse. A flash away from the shockwave from Zeus is gorgeous. And once again, Zeus in this series puts G2 in their place.
T1 have been doing such a good job of collecting G2 members on these side lanes. Every time they step up, there's a TP behind. They're punishing the overextensions, and that's twice now on that top lane that the solo laners of G2 have been caught.
Yeah, that one was a little bit questionable. I know that they also have Gnar pushing on bottom side, but after Caps took the first tower on top side and then pushed the next wave, we kind of thought that was going to be the moment for him to actually back off, but the deep ward allows Zeus the ability to pincer. And
the only thing I can think of is a potential Zhonya's completion. He wanted just one more wave to finish that because he's fairly close, it would seem, but still, I think very greedy for him.
We'll see. There's always that mental edge of T1 just took our tier 2 in the bot lane. Let's at least get a chunk on their tier 2 in the top lane as well. As you say, Zhonya's almost there for Caps. 1 item as well on Hansama, 2 though on Gumayusi on that Jhin. It's the Mosquito build, but Jins have been doing quite a lot of work with it at this Worlds anyway. T1 trying to gain control of this bot side jungle. Their vision control has been pretty solid so far. Mickey almost caught out, has to blast Cone away. No safety in towers in that bot lane. Only the inhibitor tower still remains there for him. 30 seconds on the Mountain Drake, and T1 have control of the Rift.
Okay, Hansama, if they could wait a little bit and buy some time for his flash to get up, it's not a lot of time that they need, but it would be very impactful for the next team fight.
It's only 20 seconds.
He did just complete his Rage Blade, so they definitely have some really good looks here.
BB's just finished his Mega now and he's gone in.
He still gets the Gnar into the wall. The backline, Gumayusi flashes away. The Shockwave, I think, maybe a little bit early there as Broken Blade is forced low. Spirit Rush forward by Faker as T1 begin to collapse. And Mickey's burst on the menu again. Faker with a Spirit Rush across the wall, looking for Yike. No curtain call connects, and G2 are able to walk away.
Great target selection from T1. They see the Broken Blade is about to go mini Gnar, immediately engage onto him, and Gumayusi, the perfect timing on the flash. Caps doesn't get the Shockwave onto him, and T1 are able to win out on the fight.
Just massive from Team 1. As you say, that flash timing from Gumayusi, absolutely perfect. They're looking for the third Drake. Onan will go back towards it. They were just kind of checking to make sure that G2 hadn't snuck towards the Baron to try and take that away, while T1 were getting themselves to 2 dragons in this game.
Timing really has been the biggest advantage for T1. I feel like not only the defensive kind of timing there with the flash, but also they never hesitate on their engages. When you watch this T1 roster, when they're at their best, it is always these very quick, flashy engages that they do not hesitate on, and they punish you immediately. I mean, right there even, they jumped to, as soon as they saw their first target in River, immediately go for it, and pincer from the other side as well. It feels like this T1 are a bit more locked in, and they are not going to leave any openings for you.
And this is the T1 that a lot of fans wanted to see coming into Worlds, right? Yeah. A team that can be proactive in the early stages, play through a strong lane jungle, have that pressure down towards sides, and then start to cross-map really effectively. Their team fights have been outstanding this event, and it's everything else now that is starting to level up against G2 here as well.
Dacty, you're also mentioning the Vi for Owner, which has already been good for him
pretty good.
At Worlds. It continues to be very, very good for Owner at Worlds, and you know, that's the exact execution that you want. Faker now as well finishes Storm Surge, 6 stacks on his Dark Seal, so there's plenty of potential damage behind these quick reactions from T1. Now they're going to split into their 4-1 split push first. Zeus down there on the bottom side. G2 have the possibilities of trying to put, you know, pressure on the split push, but because T1 have the extra leverage now, it's just hard for them to even gain control of the mid wave first, and so then you can't really afford to send anything down at Zeus because they will jump on that Baron. This is T1, you know they will go for it.
That's what I was going to say. It's not a very quick Baron take from T1, right? So I think it's more, as you can see, like losing side lane turrets for investing on that bottom side. And again, T1 playing off wave states excellently, pushing mid, catching out G2, and now G2 trying to move in mid, but they could get collapsed on from behind.
There's a pincer movement brewing here.
Teleport.
See the TP behind that.
Faker.
Counter TP being used by Broken Blade. Curtain Call coming in as the stopwatch is used. Dion onto the backline, jumps Gumayusi, a good shockwave as well onto Zeus. And now we see Hansama having to try and get away from this. Owner going in as he puts the damage down onto Caps. Owner flashing away. Zeus the same. The killer instinct from Hansama gets Zeus in response. Now Faker diving around the fight. A hook coming out. Broken Blade trying to get into the Mega Gnar. He'll jump on their heads. Gooba stopped them. Faker escaping. Carrier slammed into the wall. On the top side, Yike killed off Gumayushi, and G2 somehow find a fight.
Only Faker gets out alive. G2 are going to get some extra money with the tower mid, and Faker just barely does so. Broken Blade hunting for him, but he's not going to find the hiding spot. G2 strike back.
T1 thought that they were going to be able to collapse, but look how long it takes them to get in. The TP from Faker down towards the bottom side, whereas as Zeus goes in, the stopwatch from Caps buys a bunch of time. G2 able to punish Zeus, and also then immediately like jumping on towards the Jhin at the top side. Buys a ton of time for Hansama to escape away. The target selection for owners to go into Caps, but Hansama diving in towards the back line obliterates the duo there. And then Faker, as he tries to go in, I think Broken Blade, the jump went on to carry. Oh no, yeah, I think he went on to carry instead, not being able to get that final proc, but still, they're able to win out on the fight. Faker barely escaping.
Wow. Looking at each other's screens as well during the paranoia to get that little bit of extra vision. I love the not using the shockwave, but immediately they do. Paranoia in, Faker down, solo play onto the backline as well. We see Hansama falling for it. Mickey trying to get into this fight. Broken Blade on his way across as well. Carrier, Owner there as well with Gumayushi trying to get away. Doesn't have the flash, Owner doesn't. Carrier goes back in with the Zenith Blade. He's a sacrifice. A sacrificial lamb for G2. As there's 2 more on the board for them.
Keep the pace up. G2, they do not let you rest. Firing off play after play after play. You saw it earlier where even on a failed play, they were immediately able to get back onto the map. But this time around, they do it after a successful one. Hansama, he had just a few seconds left on his ultimate. They still got the advantage though. And I have to say, the Nocturne going so deep in both of these plays, this is the real key playmaker here. In the previous one, soloing out Gumayushi, finding him isolated. See if G2 can keep this up, because T1 still with the gold advantage and still with the better play on the map.
It is still the 4 people here. As you can see, BB and Nautilus and Mickey trying to come down from the top side. So they're able to burst out Hansama, and it's about now trying to buy time for the top laner and support to come in. But Dragon is now up in 30 seconds, and that's where we're going to be looking at the next pace. And BB doesn't have the control at top. Wave on bot pushing in against G2. They have to sort out side lanes before they can really contest this.
So I'm really glad they actually got to show us the beginning of the play, because I was under the impression
G2 had just pulled the trigger.
When it jumped back to us, I was under the impression that G2 were the ones starting out, but it's actually Faker who went forward, and Yike just tried to punish him. So let's see about the next Dragon setup here as they move in. T1 once again full access to the river first. G2 are forced to make a decision here. Is it going to be a dangerous face check, or are they going to try and get control of the mid wave first?
Thank you, looking for the hook. There's the charm. Deadly Flush going in. Owner looking for that back line. The solo player hits 2. Paranoia coming out. Owner can't go in with the engage. Zeus now locked out. Pops a stopwatch to buy himself a little bit of time. He's feared though. The shockwave hits onto Owner as he looks for the engage. Goes in with the cease and desist. The Guardian Angel still sitting on Owner's shoulders. Will bring him back to life. Broken Blade with a good double R into the wall. Owner trying to get back in with that shield from the Vault Breaker, but he will fall. Faker can't escape Broken Blade. Gumayushi now trying to dance his way away, but the eyes are on Carrier for G2. They're looking for one more. Gumayushi will have the fleet, will have the move speed from this Jhin. Broken Blade chucks a house out, can't quite land it onto Guma's back. Caps with the dissonance. There's the slow from the red buff. They dodge the captive audience, and Guma's down 2. An ace for G2.
G2 are coming alive. This combo finally working out for them, and Caps in the middle of that used the darkness to hide the Orianna ball in the brush as T1 went to walk forward, and it catches them out completely unaware.
Their team fighting is just so much better this time around with the small adjustments that they made from game number 1. Zeus does have his teleport ready here, but
he's not going to go for it.
You have to think that it's still going to be a G2 Baron.
Now, you said it in game 1, Kobe. G2 great at fighting from behind, and here we see them coming to life in Berlin, looking to get themselves to 1-on-1 against T1 in this quarterfinals qualification match.
But you can see the difference that Zeus is having when he doesn't have the Gragas and that big ultimate. He's trying to play in the front line and get involved, but it just doesn't have that same effect. And as the darkness comes through, they're able to buy space then. Zeus has to go in, goes golden, but watch the Orianna ball. It moves in towards the bush, then sets up for that big shockwave as well. And it's after that, again, just moving back, buying space here as BB using that ultimate, clears out 2 members, and it's G2 constantly rotating this front line to block spells, block abilities, until Broken Blade is just able to take over in the back line.
Yeah, T1 could not pressure Caps there. Caps actually just taking over on the Ori. Really good kite back from G2, and then pushing forward on the transformation of the Gnar as well. Now with the Baron buff, they can get so many rewards. Tier 2 tower doesn't stand a chance. That's another 800 gold for the team, immediately picked up. Void Mites from their 6 Void Grubs spawning out.
Faker being forced back to the fountain, has the flash, has the TP, but G2 are trying to open up the base. Owner looking for that flank. His GA not back off cooldown yet, about half the way forward. Inhibitor tower and inhibitor for G2 in the top lane. They take a gold lead for the first time in what feels like the series, at least in the last 30 minutes or so. They'll all reset. Broken Blade was adding pressure in the mid lane. Drake still 4 minutes away. G2 have a minute and a half of this Red Bull Baron power play to really try to put the screws into T1.
So, earlier, when you didn't have hope, I was trying to give you guys hope. Now,
take it away. Take it away.
Now, though,
it started to bubble.
We are close to Faker getting a death cap on a very iconic champion for him, the Ahri here. So I think that is going to be one of T1's main goals, to get the death cap for Faker and then have one of these kind of classic Faker plays to try and pull out a big pick and dissect G2 as they're looking to push in, as Geotor are looking to close the loop here on T1. You know, they already have topside taken care of with the inhibitor. Now with the Baron buff, it's very easy to 4-1 split push. But will T1 be able to pull something magical out?
But they're trying to. Zeus is in this top side trying to shove in. They sent Ahri to try and help him out, so looking to go for that cross map. Just G2 though, dropping, only playing off of 2 waves. Now the reset comes through for Broken Blade. He has no TP, so T1 maybe looking for the TP ward that's right in behind them. At the moment, you can just see it on the back of your screens, but G2, they end up rolling away, don't want to overextend.
That ward had my heart in my mouth for a second because you could see it. Zeus TP's in, catches a couple of stragglers off the reset. G2 will just take a tier 2 in the bot lane. 4,000 gold lead for them as well. 3 items on Hans Sommer alongside that Seeker's Arm Guard. 3 on Caps, but the king has got his crown. Death cap completed for Faker. It may be heavy, but Faker was the one that stepped up at MSI in that 5-game series to deny G2 Game 5. Will it be Faker again to deny G2 a chance of making quarterfinals today?
Fitting he also has the ring to match the World Championship ring, you know? Yeah.
I will say, though, this G2 comp, with the small changes that they made, they're so much more durable. And you see not only the Sterix Gauge that was on Yike here on this Nocturne.
Wait, Mickey flashed into a wall and hooked?
Never seen that before, eh?
No. I think he was looking for the flash.
I never saw what he did, actually. It's just crazy.
Back to Yike, though, he's also got a Guardian Angel. So, you know, Yike is going to be able to go deep, and Caps has been able to stay so safe with his Zhonyas in the back line, just constantly providing so much threat. So we'll see here. You even have another stasis built by Hans Sama. It's just so durable for G2. They're just bullying them.
Solar Flare, Hans Sommer dodges, only gets slowed. Broken Blade goes in with an arm only onto Owner. Zeus is TP'd in behind, and he dives onto Hans Sommer immediately. And Hans Sommer has a stopwatch, but he doesn't have much life left afterwards. He manages to get away with the killer instinct, but Mickey and Caps are only down. Owner face blasts the wall this time. Broken Blade left it to his own devices, and T1 clean him up. The flash in from Zeus with a counter-strike. Mickey trying to dredge line his way out of this one, but Faker's on the chase, as is Carrier. And Mickey, those hooks are sending you to Davy Jones's locker. Faker will take it. T1 will take the fight.
Mickey is gone 6 feet under, but G2 cannot fathom how T1 have got in behind them so consistently. It was a delay played on the TP. It's a delay take on Mickey because 50 seconds until Dragon will deny a lot of control to G2. But T1, again, these great teleport flanks for Zeus.
And even though that looks funny to follow him around, and Mickey knows he's a dead man, it actually is strategically sound to delay the Nautilus death for a longer death timer there. So they actually even hurt them further, knowing that he is a dead man walking, chasing him around, but it's all about the teleport. And look at this setup as well, right before the tower goes down.
Yeah, he's Broken Blade goes on towards Owner, but it's Faker as he starts to shove out, to buy space as the Zeus TP comes in, and it's Hansam who's basically dead to rights as this play starts off.
The teleport flank gets right behind him. Their back line has to scramble. Both Hansama and Caps have nothing left here. Even though Owner fails to flash over the wall and isn't able to go get Caps, they do chase down Hansama, and the Dragon's Soul is theirs to set up. Wait, Zeus has hiding once again. Look at him.
You can see Mickey's only just getting off towards where the red buff is. The paranoia comes out. It's Guma that secures the Drake. They're looking up towards the top side. Zeus caught out with the paranoia, gets the counter strike, but there's the fear as well. The killing instinct coming in from Hansama as they look to catch out Zeus. The rest of T1 trying to come back to defend their top laner, but Zeus will be down before they can get there. G2 find one. They lost the Drake, they lost the soul, they go mid, Kobe. They can hear your call. G2 knocking on the doors of the Nexus now is T1 trying to defend.
Shockwave is still up and available for caps. You have to be so careful as T1 as you try to defend this. How much do G2 want to try and take super minions on the top side as well?
It's so big. 3 inhibitors here. You're going to get... well, can they get 3?
Top just respawned as they were taking the second one, so it looks like it's only going to be 2. T1 able to hold on, not have those double supers pushing in every lane.
But Baron is still there, and if it's all inhibitors exposed, that could be the death knell for T1. G2 starting to move over. Zeus, 20-second death timer, no teleport.
It's so risky though, because you have no wards left for Mickey. He puts this one control ward down. All Owner needs to do is get into this pit, and he might be able to snipe this away. The curtain's open. An encore for Gumayushi. Owner gets into it! And he takes it! Owner will pay the ultimate price for his ability to steal the Baron. He keeps T1 in the game, and G2 just couldn't dot their I's and cross their T's.
Owner has been a beast for T1 at this championship. Barely getting in over the wall, gets the smite, and G2 now, with that dead timer though, they want to try and end it. Zeus had pushed in mid with Gumayushi and Keria, so G2 trying to fight back against the Baron buff. They should be able to get another inhibitor for themselves, but T1, with that Baron buff, should be able to defend.
The tankiness the minions get from the Baron buff, they'll be spawning in a few seconds time for T1. There they are. They'll help them defend. Faker goes in. Dead charge. Shockwave! There's 2 knocked up, but Zeus is already on the back line. The Gnar coming out from Broken Blade as well. Zeus is doing so much work. Caps down. Hansama running for his life. Faker charms up Broken Blade. Zeus is just ripping through G2. Faker survives on the backline. Yike trying to do everything he can. The paranoia will help him take out his enemy jungler. Hansama trying to survive here. Zeus has to call off the chase, but T1 once again hold on to the game.
Puma's going to chase them, but they're going to get out. At least 2 there survive for G2, but the defense from T1 at Nexus Tower, 4v5, they pull it off, they chase G2 out again.
Man, the tankiness on this Jax is insane. The Wit's End MR and also having that Abyssal Mask means that this primarily AP damage Kai'Sa cannot get through him. Caps cannot get through him, and because Broken Blade is spending so much of his attention trying to buy space in this fight, there's just no one to take him down. But there, the steal, just barely able to get in towards the pit. And you'll see it here in the team fight, right? Faker goes in, good charm, the Shockwave is great, but as Broken Blade goes forward, it's Zeus who nobody can get through this health bar. This Kai'Sa relies primarily on the passive damage, but it's just not doing enough with this much MR on the Jax.
Yeah, the layering of the Leona ultimate into Zeus Jax jumping onto the backline there was so big, got them so much space. And then the chase down there as well, getting the extra couple ones. You can see how close they are to extending this series, but you're never fully there against T1 until you actually can blow up the Nexus. Here we go, though.
Splash as well. As you say, G2 looking for another push here. Hansama, Mickey, and Caps pushing out that bot side. Can't see if Zeus has his teleport up. Faker does. Any flanking wards, G2 have to do their due diligence here and clear out as many as possible. Double supers pushing in for the next minute and a half for G2. Zeus, though, an absolute monster so far this series, continues to be a thorn in the side of the LEC #1 representatives.
Most painful thing for G2 is that they have to fight into this Mountain Soul. It is so difficult, the extra durability on T1. And T1 constantly, you're seeing that how much burst damage they can apply. Ooh. Faker here, swing and a miss though. That might be a nice opening. G2, again, double stacked up lines of super minions coming in. So much inevitable pressure. Look at top lane as well.
Faker is the charm, only onto Mickey. Deadly Flourish will find him as well, but Mickey tanky enough now, has the Knight's Vow and the Locket. And those Merc Treads. Faker's going to deal with the push in the top side. His Spirit Rush will be back off cooldown, relatively shortish, because he has that Malignance. You can see already a quarter of the cooldown has gone down. Double supers now, pushing in bot. Faker being met by Broken Blade. Mickey on that front line. Caps trying to do what he can here as well. The Nexus Towers are under siege from the super minions, but they've been cleared out. Owner charging up the Bolt Breaker, looking for a little bit more. Doesn't go in. Hansama looking for those Void Seekers as well.
BB is half health though. Faker did a good job of chucking him out. Zeus now stepping forward, nobody willing to hit him.
G2 behind is Faker. He's looking for the Spirit Rush. flashes up in a second's time. Faker's met by Yike. Mickey on the front line. The shockwave going out as well. Broken Blade lands the Nab, but doesn't get a stun onto anyone, and G2 disengage.
They're desperate to try and get anything here, but T1, they just cannot be fought back. The health bars are so good. The waves are still crushing in, but Zeus is standing tall, the difference maker for T1 once more.
Honestly, it is a slight, like, that's a mini win for G2, the teleport, because teleports are very big when Elder Dragon is coming back onto the map, you know, only 30 seconds. And while both inhibitors now here respawn for T1, and they kind of deal with that extra pressure from mid and bottom, they're still going to be forced into a situation here where G2 should be first to the objective, the biggest one on the map, the Elder Dragon, the evening factor.
The big thing for G2 as well is T1 haven't left their base in about 3 minutes time, so there's no deep wards possible unless Keria has snuck his way in behind somewhere. The hook's going to land onto Ona. They look for the engage. Ona now has to burn the flash. Zeus has his TP and he's going to match the supers pushing in the top side. G2 have control of the river right now. Solar player Hansama only slowed, but Caps is the one they dive into and immediately assassinate him. Caps is swimming with the fishes and Hansama is going to join him. T1 immediately pounce and G2 don't know what hit him.
T1 are forever clutch and G2 are finding out about it in the worst possible way. Zeus chasing down Broken Blade as T1 turn towards the outer Yike. The last one was stolen. Can you find revenge?
Vision in the pit. Gumayuchi trying to keep him at bay. No paranoia for Yike, but does have the flash. Guma will take the blast cone. Yike, can you do it? We saw you steal one versus Hanwha live. He puts the Dustbringer over the wall and immediately backs away. G2 have called, do not fight this fight. We can take the next. But the next will be versus a very scary T1, an Elder and a Baron buff.
And so little stands in the way of T1. Inhibitor turrets are the only thing blocking them in Europe against a double buffed up T1 that have been relentless at denying you in this game.
That was crazy. The face check there, then Owner flashes away and they use the blast cone to jump onto Caps' head. Even with these defensive items we keep pointing out for G2, the Guardian Angel and Sterix for Yike, the double Zonias for both Caps and Hansama, T1 just keep on assassinating them.
Yeah, they get to see it here. Owner flashes over the wall, and then as they start to step up again, I mean, they spot Caps for just a second there at the back, and it's the setup that they need. They follow up immediately, and they absolutely destroy the Orianna.
God, Owner is crazy. He's just done so much this game, you know, not to mention stealing away the Baron, but constantly good engages for them.
A minute left on the Elder Drake. 2:20 on the Baron. All three inhibitors stand for G2, but I don't think that's going to be the story in the next minute's time. T1 now advanced down mid lane, 5 strong. They have been for the last 2 years, looking to defend their world title.
A minute left on this Elder Dragon as well means that 2 more waves that you have to try and hold off. But I don't even know if you get that. Team 1 can just start to look at Nexus turrets off this wave.
It's got to be something miraculous. You've got a GA on Gumayushi, you've got Faker with the Spirit Rush, the curtain's open. I don't think G2 is getting a second act. The dive onto the backline by Yike, but immediately he is low. Caps already assassinated on the back, and T1 are just ripping them to shreds. T1 absolutely melting G2 under their Nexus towers. History doesn't repeat itself, but it damn well rhymes. It's another Friday, it's another T1 win.
Monumental stuff from T1. The incredible performance from Zeus in game 1, showcasing how good their team fighting is, into some of the most clutch after clutch after clutch plays to bring the 2-0 win against G2.
T1 are such a hard team to finish off in any game.
That they are. T1 advancing to the quarterfinals. We're going to hand it over to the analyst desk before we get into the second series of the day.
This is exactly why we were so excited to see this matchup. Not because G2 lost, mind you, but because of how these games can play out and how if you put T1 with their backs against the wall, they will find solution after solution to knock you down. And you have to be pixel perfect. It is what we've seen from T1 versus G2 all year. and I'm not excited about it. I'm actually really sad about it, but I'm happy for the side of T1 and the side of Faker. He now has 100 Worlds wins with this one, and we gotta say, he was instrumental once again with the flanks in this one.
Yeah, the Ahri pick has been great for him. He's looked great at this Worlds, again, coming from domestic performance to here. He's looked way more comfortable. The thing that stuns me is not that, obviously, I know that T1 are very capable of running high execution compositions, but again, I cannot stress enough the glow up from qualifying to regionals to fighting back in these team fights. Owner on the
oh
Vi,
my God.
insane.
Crazy. He was crazy. This man, other people spend their lives trying to get a trophy, but he lives them like Skittles. As we head over to the Verizon post-game interview. Oh, I just tossed an interview, but I'll do it again. It's Zeus for the Verizon post-game interview. Oh, not ready yet? We'll see. Okay, I think we're gonna reset. It happened to me before. We gotta sync it. We gotta sync it with everyone around the world. Hence, it needs to be pixel perfect.
Everybody needs to hear what that man in top lane has to say, and it's fair. We saw the Gragas. The Jack started a bit rougher, but rounded out incredibly well. That T1 topside is,
it's so terrifying.
As an EU pundit, infuriating.
We are going to the interview now. So Zeus in the Verizon post-game interview, standing by with Lore for real this time.
Welcome back to the stage for this interview with Zeus after a commanding performance from T1 against G2 Esports. I have Jason, of course, to help me with the translator. Songri 축하드립니다. Thank you so much for joining me after this series. 2-0. I feel like everyone was hyped about this matchup. People even talk about a rivalry between G2 and T1. Would you say that it's a rivalry, and what was the excitement for you guys playing against them?
오늘 많은 분들이 정말 기대한 경기였는데 2대0 깔끔하게 승리하셨습니다. 또 이제 많은 팬분들이 T1, G2, G2, T1의 라이벌리에도 관심 많이 갖고 계신데 제우스 선수도 양팀 간의 라이벌리가 존재한다고 생각하시는지 그리고 오늘 경기 많이 기대하고 오셨나요?
일단 G2가 19년도에 T1을 떨어뜨리기도 했고 그래서 저도 항상 복수한다는 마음가짐으로 임하는 것 같고요. 그리고 확실히 대회에서 좀 더 뭔가 말하지 못할 그런 마력 같은 게 있는 것 같아서 까다로운 것 같습니다.
Well, G2 knocked T1 out in 2019, so I was coming here looking for a revenge here. And G2, every time, there's something with them that I cannot really put in words, but something makes it really difficult to play against.
It is always a special matchup for you guys and for the fans. Zeus, how would you rate your performance today?
오늘 본인의 경기력은 어떻게 평가하고 싶으신가요?
사실 요새 탑라이너가 경기력을 보여줄 만한 게 교전이랑 한타 정도가 좀 많은 것 같은데 좀 교전이나 한타에서 아쉬운 부분이 많았던 것 같고 그리고 뭐랄까 두 판 다 초중반에 좀 더 이득 볼 수 있었을 것 같은데 잘 안 돼서 그걸 좀 팀적으로 다시 돌려봐야 될 것 같습니다.
These days, all top laners can kind of display and showcase as skirmish and team fights, but today I feel like in both games, my team fights and skirmishes were not ideal. I think I left a lot to be desired, so I think I have to work on it. And also in both games as well, I think we could have pushed a little further in the early games, so I think as a team we have to rewatch the VODs and talk about it.
I see. It is interesting given the fact that people talk about T1 at Worlds, regardless of the fact that playoffs were not the greatest for you guys. You always show up at Worlds. You always defy the expectations. Do you feel like Worlds is special for you? And how do you explain the fact that you always can bounce back?
그리고 많은 분들이 T1에 대해서 이야기할 때 사실은 뭐 정규 시즌이나 플레이오프에서 최고의 기량을 보여주지 못했더라도 월즈만 오면 정말 다시 한번 회복해서 정말 표현할 수 없는 그런 슈퍼 파워를 보여주면서 놀라운 경기력을 보여주시는데 월즈에서 T1은 언제나 이런 특별한 힘을 갖는다고 생각하시는지 그리고 언제나 이렇게 바운스백 할 수 있는 원동력은 무엇이라고 생각하시나요?
일단 정규나 시즌에서 좀 안 좋은 모습을 보였던 거는 여러 이유가 있고 그냥 좀 안 좋은 것들도 많이 겹쳤다고 생각해서 아무래도 선수들도 좀 그럴 때는 잘 넘겨서 그냥 롤드컵 때는 진짜 전력을 다할 수 있는 환경도 갖춰져 있고 다들 선수들도 엄청 치열하게 얘기하면서 잘 하기 때문에 더 그런 것 같아요.
Yeah, sometimes we have some bad things happening throughout the regular season. Same thing happened this season as well. I think it was a collaboration of everything really bad for us, but we all know that we can just move on and also focus on Worlds entirely. So we were able to give our all here, and we always have a lot of communication about it.
And focusing on Worlds and the next step, we will see you guys in the next stage. Last year was about being the last seed of the LCK, fighting in Korea to finally get the victory. What is this Worlds about for you personally?
이제 8강에 진출하셨고 작년 서사는 이제 T1이 유일하게 남은 LCK 이제 팀으로서 4강부터 달려나가는 그런 이야기가 있었잖아요. 올해는 T1 어떤 서사를 또 그리고 있을까요?
일단 서사는 사실 그냥 열심히 살다 보면은 팬분들이나 아니면 환경이 잘 만들어 주시는 것 같고요. 중요한 거는 이제 사실 강한 팀이 워낙 많다 보니까 사실 누굴 만나도 다들 너무 경계가 많이 되는 것 같고 개인적으로도 질 뻔한 경기도 꽤 있었다고 상황을 좀 있었다고 생각해서 좀 잘 보완해야 될 것 같습니다.
I mean, storylines, narratives are not something that we write, you know?
Course.
It's going to be completed once we just do our best, and it's going to be completed by the fans and, by the environment. So we're just going to keep on focusing our own performance, and I think there were a lot of moments where we almost lost the games as well throughout the run so far, so I think we still have to do our best.
Let's write a new page in history then. 인터뷰 감사합니다. Thank you so much, Zeus. Thank you so much, Jason, for the translation as well. And T1's advance to the next round.
Let's go, Liquid! Fnatic, let's go! Lift the trophy!
Let's go, Genji. This is yours.
하나생명 화이팅! 우승해주세요!
Jaeger TS, let's win it all. Let's go, G2. This is yours.
T1 fighting, let's do it again.
Let's go, LoL Esports! Let's get it! Let's go, Fnatic! Let's win it all!
Red Bull gives you wings.
And if you're wondering why I move the way I do, I just feel so good, good, good. I just feel so good, good. I just feel so good.
Hit the ground, I'm on code. Run on air when I flow. You would swear that I flowed. Hottest hand in my zone. I'm going hard for my city, yeah. I put that thing on my back. Get it and gun it, I'm back on 100. I'm ready, I'm coming in for the attack. I'm on beast mode, God level, cheat code, new age, hero, good verse, evil. I'm on the move, I'm on the move. I'm putting in work, I go berserk, got something to prove. Cause I got power, I got the energy for all of my enemies. I'm on the way, saving the day, no one ahead of me. I'm on the, right here, right now. This is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it. We doing this for the love of it. Give me a ride. It drives me to my goal. There's no distance I won't go. Cause the climb's all that I know. And I face it all on my own. So my name will be known, yeah, my name will be known. Right here, right now. This is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it. We doing this for the love of it. Give me a
Welcome back, everyone. As EU fans, hopefully, I mean, they're probably just still crying, myself included, but I had to wipe my tears off because we have another series. That's how that one went, 2-0 in the end. That does mean that G2 gets another chance to live another day, but their fate will be decided by the draw tomorrow. Who doesn't get another chance if they fail here is BLG and PSG, because we are moving into an elimination best of 3 in the 1 and 2 side of the pools. And I think we got to start, Emily, with the fact that BLG is even in this 1 and 2 position is one of the biggest surprises of Worlds so far.
It's really shocking, actually, because I know coming into this, I was like, okay, of all the teams coming in from the LPL, BLG is actually the one that I was the least worried about for 2 reasons. One, they were by far and away the strongest team. And then 2, the meta looked like it was going to be a great shift for them, right? Like, I'm like, okay, there's a lot of stuff that Knight can play, Wei can interact with his lanes a little bit more, maybe with some of these jungle picks, and they've looked not great in this meta. I have not really enjoyed their meta read, Draco.
I haven't enjoyed it either. And we take a look at some of the big picks that they've been prioritizing. It's not that it's uncommon for the picks that they're choosing to be high prio. Things like the Jhin, the Poppy, the Ahri, but they're using them in ways that are highly questionable. I think Poppy's an incredible counter pick, but if you're blinding it, it's going to feel bad. The Jhin as well, not powerful. But as much as I would love for that to be the talking point, the biggest thing, the biggest variable is this jungle substitution, which I think screams to the world that BLG know they have a problem, and this to me feels like a last-ditch effort to turn things around.
Yeah, and my hot take is actually that they play very similarly with both junglers. It's just that Xun is a little bit more risky and will potentially go for more carry picks. So I don't know if they're going to change their meta read or if they're just looking for some way to do better and sub Xun in. We'll see if it works.
They got to do something, Emily. They're up versus PSG with their tournament lives on the line as well. And of course, this is a rematch. It went all the way to Game 5 at MSI, and PSG could not close it out. The question is, will they be able to do it here?
That is the major question on our minds, Shocks, because we've already had one MSI rematch go the way that it went at MSI. Can BLG bounce back from a very disappointing start to Worlds 2024? And will we see PSG continue to make their way up the ranks and surprise a lot of teams with how well they can play?
And I think it's actually fitting that they sub Xun back in now, because Xun was playing at the MSI series, of course, and was a big part in it. I mean, one of the games that PSG won was one of their lane swaps where they actually put Xun and Bin very far behind. That was the Bin Vayne game where they were able to dive in between towers. But the other one was where Maple was an Aurelian Soul and they had to actually scale back into the game. PSG, in that series, you know, people will remember they actually pushed BLG quite far in many of the games, and it was very close. So while on paper, this should be very lopsided, what we just saw fairly recently at MSI was competitive.
Yeah. But the thing was, it was PSG punishing a lot of the over-aggression from BLG, right? Especially when you look at the bot lane, like Elkanon trying to play heavily into that 2v2. Consistently, you're having Junja show up and punish them in that respect. Then when it got in towards the later portions, the portions of this turn that we've seen so far as well, like against T1 punishing that over-aggression from Billy. So it still feels like a lot of the weaknesses from BLG are on show, and PSG have a framework in which they can operate to try and punish that once more.
I think the question for BLG is what we've seen from them at Worlds so far where they will peak at Worlds? Because if they play anywhere like the level they did domestically, this should be a quick 2-0. They should be able to dominate a team like PSG, even if PSG play well.
I do agree with Emily, though. I feel like a lot of the issues with Billy have been a lack of good meta read, where they've kind of gone for these low damage drafts, or they've kind of been trying to facilitate Knight, who is exceptionally strong in these control mages, but haven't had a carry either in the Jhin that Elk has been prioritizing or in their jungle from Wei. So I think bringing Shun back in feels like they're going to try and shift back over towards a lot of the more carry-oriented picks that Shun has been renowned for, and that Wei has some, but not to the same extent as Shun.
And they've been pretty open that both Shun and Wei have been sharing scrims, you know, at different times. So both of them playing with the team. If they slam a Kindred pick, like that will actually be insane. You know, Kindred or Nidalee comes out here for Shun, it would be super hype, but not really the way that this meta has gone. Whereas at MSI, both of those were very prominent picks.
For PSG on the other side, you're looking at Betty, you're looking at Maple, both of whom are having very good tournaments so far. Also, Woody on Engaged Champions is a force to be reckoned with. So that's where my eyes are really focused. I think Azure is a serviceable top laner and can have moments to shine. And obviously, the battle between the two junglers is going to be paramount in this series.
All right, Yone or Aurora here. You actually have to give one of the two over. Both of those have been highly prized power pick solo laners here. I and much of the community would favor the Yone ban side of it, but Aurora, Nocturne, okay, so they actually give both, and they want whichever one you don't pick, we are going to snatch 2 prio picks instead.
And this is actually what we got to trade like this. I can't remember what game it was earlier in this tournament as well, where we got the Yone first pick and the Aurora counter, and the Aurora actually ended up coming out on top. I want to say it was Cream being able to play in that mid lane, because you do have a lot of control, you're able to push back, and I think Aurora as well, while she has a lot of great utility in her kit, her scaling on her ratios is absolutely insane as well. So I'm not surprised to see Billy going towards this. One, because it can match up into the Yone fairly well, but 2, you also get that flexibility where you can put it top if PSG don't take the Yone here.
Feels like PSG have to take the Yone,
yeah,
right?
I agree, yeah.
Give it either to Azure or to Maple. See how well you can do. Mabel's played it once already, of course, here at Worlds so far. Alongside that, are you looking towards jungle? Skarner's already been removed, Vi's already been removed. Do you want something that has non-committal engage, which is what we always talk about? Sejuani fits that wheelhouse very well.
Yeah, you would have had to ask that question way earlier, because Sejuani is always instant lock with a Yone. The very, very straightforward melee synergies there to lock up the Suns. Really puts that pressure on a lot of the matchups where the Yone does rely so much on these E trades. Pop the E, go in, put a bunch of pressure on your opponent, but if you have the threat that Sejuani, it turns it into a whole new level. The next kind of mind game, though, that has emerged that I actually liked what FlyQuest did when they gave it over, was that they know that if you're going to go into this style, you are going to be committing to some melee short-range compositions, very often dive compositions, and then you can try and craft counter dive or large AoE answers to that. It is very dangerous, of course, but I actually do think the Aurora was a good place to start, and they're going to follow it up here.
Yeah, with the Wukong, again, kind of that more carry-oriented pick that we were talking about potentially coming through for Shun. And I think it facilitates well in the, hey, I'm going to use the Aurora ult to group everyone up, and then Wukong comes in and just swings that staff around and knocks everyone up. So a nice little combo for BLG. And I think this is definitely a shift away from what they came into the last couple of games with. This feels a very different style, and at least one that BLG have already kind of identified that meta shift they need to make.
And the pick into it, though, you can see there's this kind of battle of zone control in team fights of these big AoEs, the Cyclone versus the Slicing Maelstrom. Obviously, it's going to be Knight on the Aurora, has a lot of ability to control where a team fight is fought. Like, Kennen can't get through the Between Worlds. You can't break that shield unless you go through with a flash. So We'll see how effectively Azure is able to play this. It is one of his most played across the course of his career. Now we move down towards the AD carry and support roles. Ashe banned away by PSG, removing some of the pick potential and also the knowledge of where people are on the map by taking away that choice.
Yeah, a lot of times if the opening of the draft is very AoE and very cluster oriented, then the AD carries start looking at, all right, we either got to be able to follow along with all of this dive and action that's going, or we have to be able to escape it. And so you see stuff like this, you know, like the utility of the Ashe arrow getting banned or the Kai'Sa follow-up, or you can also start to think about things like Ezreal that have more mobility that can try and play around that.
Kalista is also the one that stands out to me that he could be trying to eye up for, just take that on this next rotation, and even then it opens up for Renata too, so be interesting to see what Betty decides to end up going towards, because you've already got that AP unlock from the Kennen, so you're able to just go into these heavy AD focused picks. Do BLG want to try and ban it away to try and make that a little bit more uncomfortable? Because Elkanon will be very happy to play it. Like the Rakan is a respect ban to On, but the Kalista and Renata were two of those big picks that they went like to go for in the past.
BLG actually decided to ban away the Kalista themselves, now pick some more AoE for the team fight in the form of the Rel. Elkanon could look towards something like the Lucian Nami that has served them well in the past, but is a little bit susceptible to being jumped on by the enemy team. Does give you a lot of lane pressure though. I think Elkanon are actually having a pretty good year on Lucian Nami as well, if I remember correctly. Rel still not quite locked in, but you have to feel this is where PSG are going.
I do think, though, this is an angle where you could just go back towards the Jhin. Like, I wasn't a big fan of it in their last few comps because it just felt like you didn't have any supplementary damage, but you've got it in boatloads with what's been drafted already for BLG, and it then means that you can play fairly far back from the likes of a Yone or a Kennen, but potentially go for the MF. Similar kind of idea, long-range ultimate. You don't actually have to be up close and personal in these fights as they start off.
Would be full AoE if they did go for it, and then Leona definitely pairs well.
I'm interested that we didn't see a Renata from either side as well. You do have it like big AoEs, but when you have this much engage, it feels like Renata can do quite a lot of work at just disengaging the enemy team, right?
Yeah, I agree. I think the only caveat is I think teams kind of look at it saying, hey, we'd like it paired with the Kalista because she isn't very vulnerable. True. So having that invulnerability from the Fates call can make it tougher to always come out safe. But on the opposite side, they're actually just going to go back towards the MF. So you already called it a big AoE. And I don't know if Betty wants to answer with his own AoE.
The biggest of clusters we're going to have. These team fights will be a big bang, for sure.
Can we just get another play-by-play on the desk instead of one of you guys for the team fights?
To say, look at the explosions. Oh, there's the Ezreal. Okay, so that was the other, you know, part of the AD carries I was mentioning earlier. About you can try and go for the survival tactic in these cases, and Betty is a very good Ezreal, has invested so much time into this champion. I will say too, because we actually were casting this series at MSI, and the same setup was there where Betty gave an interview with Pentaque where he was talking about Elk, and specifically Elk on the Lucian, is the AD carry that everyone wants to be, you know, aspires to be, has so much respect for Elkanon as a bottom lane. And he really showed up and proved himself against kind of his, you know, heroes or players that he looks up to in that series. So I'm really looking forward to the part 2 to this and kind of the follow-up.
And I mean, Betty will also be very familiar with them, right? Played on RNG, Rogue Warriors, back when Elk was still Jomung. So there's a lot of history both in the LPL, now at the international stage as well. And I think having this Ezreal at least gives him a chance to try and like arcane shift out of this bullet cyclone of weirding that's going to be coming his way on BLG side. So he can have a major performance coming into this game if he's able to keep himself safe.
Kind of a bullet hell experience for both the carries in this game. For BLG, currently sitting at 1 and 2, performing well below expectations so far at Worlds 2024. PSG looking to add another name to the list of teams they have defeated over the years. BLG, well, PSG were very close to doing it against BLG at MSI. Can they go one step better here? Best of 3 for a spot in Paris, for a spot in the quarterfinals as we go on to the Rift for the 3rd time today.
So much goes along with this series as well, with you know, the interview and Maple kind of referencing that this might be his retirement year. Such a legendary player on the international stage, and he's been given the pick of the tournament. That pick of the tournament, the Yone, of course, was not free, did come at the cost of giving over Knight's Aurora, but definitely will be looking at Maple, especially with the support of a Sejuani jungle at his back to make some big plays.
And we'll be looking at the mid lane, but you guys need to remember to look and log into your Riot account at lolesports.com and watch Worlds live to earn exclusive Worlds emotes, icons, and capsules. Get yourself all those little trinkets, all those little toys. I know I'm a bit of a completionist myself. If I see something shiny on the ground, got to pick it up.
I've never met more of a grinder than you. I'm not going to lie. The second you have something in your sights.
My Diablo 4 character already like Paragon 200. It's fine. It's okay, please, Rob, please validate me.
No, look, this is actually an intervention.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
I didn't realize. My mistake. BLG setting up down towards the bottom side. Did look for a moment like they might lane swap, but instead they were just trying to get bush control in the top side. Often we do see a ward placed when you do this. I think Knight may have placed his ward in that bush. Actually, he's gone over towards the Razor Beak. So what you often want to do is, if you're playing melee into ranged, is you want to try and get a ward into one of the bushes to make it harder for the range to drop minion aggro in that top lane. And it looks like Azure should be able to continually harass there as Bin and him trade towards the top side.
I think he should be relatively okay as Bin still to get pushed, just thanks to that Counter-Strike. It works out very well. We saw it from BB on the opposite side in the last game, where even with the Nari, he couldn't really do too much. So Bin going to be fine. And okay, Woody, not quite been able to get the crash down there, but with the push on top and also slowly starting to come through, I'd imagine, in mid lane as well, I think you're going to be fine as Shun to move up towards this top side and contest for Scuttle, which is really where you want to be, is this Wukong, because hitting level 6, getting out onto the map as quick as possible with that ultimate is so crucial to this success.
Yeah, one of the things that we saw actually a decent amount more, I feel like, from BLG when they actually put Wei in instead of Shun was more attention towards Bin and topside, and he is on his legendary Jax. But of course, with both of those junglers sharing scrims with the team and playing this whole time, very could be evened up by Shun. Wukong, notoriously looking for the level 6 though, so you would generally, just on paper, give the early ganks a bit more potency on the side of the Sejuani until the level 6 comes in, and the Wukong a bit more scaling and damage threat, of course.
And that was the thing on the opposite side when we saw Shun coming in. He kind of put a lot of focus on towards that bottom side for a lot of their games, especially when you look at like their series against LNG and that. So I think for BLG, it's going to be a case of trying to see if they can have that access to the bottom side. I don't think they can really get Woody, as Woody's, or sorry, Betty, I should say, because Betty has that arcane shift, but Woody will be way more vulnerable to that sort of gank, especially with the lockup that On could provide. So I think BLG more going to be looking towards, as you say, the level 6 with those potential ganks, but also Void Grubs as they start to come through that second round.
See Jun kind of pathing down towards that bottom side to get the Scuttle Crab. Junja has taken control over the top side. Bin had to TP back as he was harassed by Azure. Not too much surprising in this early game. The MF managing to get push into a Ezreal lane. It's kind of to be expected. She has a lot of damage in the early game, and obviously more as she gets towards that Bloodthirster too.
Yeah, definitely a fearsome lane there with the Leona. Of course, worth noting that the Leona there on is taking the exhaust for the Kennen later on into the game, but also serves its purpose in those all-ins if our junglers do find themselves, ganking the bottom lane and trying to play off that wave management. Definitely does kind of put a stop to some of those very, very heavy all-ins.
Just keep my eyes on what Shun is up to, because, oh, hang on, Bin.
Bin gets the Counter-Strike. Can look for the Empower in a couple of seconds as well. Azure deciding he has to flash away. Doesn't want to be hit with the lamppost from Bin.
That's pretty crucial though, because you like having those solo laners hit 6 just in time for like Void Grub fights or anything like that. So not having that, not having that flash available for that combo is going to be a bit sad.
Flash in onto On here. Doesn't have the exhaust and a flash of his own. Zenith plays onto Junja to try and get himself away. Exhaust on the Sejuani, not the target you want. Jun trying to join the fray. Elk having to cleanse flash away as Jun is now caught with a Shadowing Strike in PSG. Find first blood in the bot lane and will force Shun away.
Nice job by Woody to get the crash down on towards On. Trying to base in PSG, hoping that Shun would be in position, but Junja's already there. And the value at this early stage for the Sejuani getting multiple CC chains off is just perfect for PSG.
Yeah, the timing was so nice too, with Junja heading down, finish up the Gromp, and the flash from Woody. He has had so many set up plays for some of the biggest moments for PSG. the first blood acquired for PSG. And in the area that they want it, yeah, the Sejuani is the one to actually get the final hit because On did a pretty good job of trying to use Jinjia as an exit. But still, very happy to actually cash in. And very nice gold lead for PSG in the opener.
And a lot of that control that PSG got in their series against BLG at MSI was through that bottom lane. So starting to see a repeat performance. Is Knight in trouble?
Fate Seal going in. Knight's going to be able to jump away, can use the Between Worlds to dash out, but that's an ultimate for ultimate exchange in the mid lane.
You'll take that though as PSG, because Knight way less threatening with that ultimate down at these early stages. Also the fact that you get mid push means you get to move over straight away towards these Void Grubs. And look at Shun, he's not even close to that level 6 and been in the same boat. So he's a little bit off, has to finish out this wave, which means BLG not really in a position to contest.
Yeah, for sure. PSG just going to be able to get these Void Grubs no problem. And if you look at the domino effect of some of those plays, guess what a mid-prio for Yone could turn into? It's more ganks on bottom side. Jinjia could go down back bottom side, as well as possible Maple Room. So there are a lot of good things building up towards consecutive plays, since not only On used summoner spells in the bottom side, but it was also Elk in their attempts to evade.
Also just putting Knight on edge a little bit, right? Making him burn his ultimate is so important because Knight has so consistently been a stalwart of the LPL. I think if people only follow International League of Legends, they won't really see Knight as this dominant character. But he's a 5-time LPL champion, tied first in LPL championships. He's been at Worlds 4 times, and although the furthest he's ever made is semi-finals, he's widely regarded as one of, if not the best mid laner in the world, depending on the time of year.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely the best mid laner in the LPL and is the kingmaker in the LPL. He's been in the last 6 LPL finals. He has won 4 in the last finals, and is now starting to tie people for most LPL titles with the likes of Xiaohu and these guys. Like, adding a Worlds title to this guy just makes him the most decorated LPL player of all time.
And it feels like such a weird thing to talk about when they're 1,000 goal behind PSG in the 1-2 matches, right? Because this is not where BLG expected to be. It's kind of where PSG expected to be, as Betty should be able to go away here. The Zenith Blade going in. Betty trying to trade back onto Elk. On went in with the Zenith Blade himself. Doesn't have the exhaust up. Now he's taking the Magnet Storm coming out as well. And what is On doing? Looking for the engage, thinking Shun would back him up, but he was left to his own devices. And in the end, he's left to his demise.
Well, the thing is, one of the players that has been involved in some of these Worlds-winning rosters was Junja, and he's keeping it going.
Goes in with the Glacial Prism. The Cleanse was available for Elk, and he holds it. The bullet time opens up. Shun going in with the Cyclone, looking to make a Tempest. He'll take one. Junja falls. Woody trying to get the CC onto Shun to keep Betty alive. Shun holds it and dies in the end. Tried to flash away, but Betty puts him in the dirt.
And PSG, the reason they keep forcing on this bottom side is because all the setup work that they had done, all of these extra advantages going into it. So even though Shun is there to cover on the first attempt, and it actually takes the second attempt for them to finally get a counter kill, it is still so much more worth for PSG because they blew all the bot lane summoners first time around, and then as you can see, Jinjia could just kind of walk right by Shun, and they punish On again. He was still only level 4 to Woody's 6. Like, massive, massive difference. There's no way you can ever fight the even numbers, and it's just by the skin of their teeth. Like, what HP was that, like 30 maybe left on Elk? That it didn't even go catastrophically wrong for BLG. So while in the end you're kind of like celebrating Shun got one counter kill at least, it is still so overwhelmingly into the game plan of PSG for them to continue to play around here. And we'll see if there are extra knock-on effects if you know, Maple becomes unleashed as well.
Well, the thing is, the knock-on effect is Aj just had a free lane to himself, and he's been doing a great job against Bane. You can see a 600 gold lead opening up thanks to CS and the turret plates he's been able to get. And now, when you start to look at things like Dragons that are still up and available, the Void Grubs in a minute's time, Aja is in prime position to be an outright carry for PSG Talon. BLG need to find some way back into this game, or PSG Talon can just run away with this.
Just look at the bottom of the screen. It's like a good library. Red, 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 red. You know, it's so strong for PSG right now. Gold leads in every single lane. BLG trying to get mid control so they can fight over this Scuttle Crab and the Grubs that are coming up in 40 seconds time. But PSG are using the time to take a Drake for themselves. They know they can then go across and even try to catch Knight out, who'll get the Blast Cone, but Jinja's going to follow him across. Knight still has the flash, has the ult, has the dash with the weirding. Caught out with the Glacial Prism. True Shot Barrage coming out as well, and Knight now has to invest that summoner to escape the clutches of Jinja.
So much damage could have come through, and that's a key summoner spell again. They still have 3 people on bottom side. You see Leona coming to hover, but Knight just has to stand and watch. Look at all these minions dying to the tower. He's waiting for On to come escort him into safety, but another very smart play here from PSG to cut off more resources from the hands of BLG. So many minions dying.
And Funnel Betty, who has just been such a monumental carry for this PSG roster as well. Like, after he left the LPL and came in towards the PCS, this guy was an absolute beast, and he's only continued to show up for this roster. Now that he's on 2-0, he's going to have this Triforce completed off of the 3 set as well. He's in prime position to play out of his mind to try and carry PSG across the line. Plus, again, you don't have a huge amount of lockup that can really keep him in check. He has the cleanse for anything that On has, then has the Arcane Shift and a flash for so much of what BLG are trying to bring to the table.
Exactly. One of the few AD carries that doesn't completely pull out their hair and scream that an Aurora is on the enemy team. It's true. Actually has some options, some playability. Plus, as you can see, PSG obviously targeting Knight over and over. Multiple ganks towards him, catching him in transition, constantly trying to burn the flash, take away resources from that Aurora, make sure it does not become a nightmare for them later on.
The one they're going to have to watch over these next few minutes. Still a while before the next Drake, and we saw grubs exchanged for denying Knight a couple of waves in the bot side, so it's 3 grubs apiece for both these teams, but a TP coming in by PSG. They know Knight has no flash. Wait in the darkness in the tri-bush. Will Knight expect it? Maple here to catch the wave. On and Shun on their way across as well. You can see the ward placed there. Junju and Woody looking for the invade towards the red buff. They are pushing mid, they are pushing bot. Betty here to join the battle. Maple gets the first move, can look for a flank here with the Fate Seal, dashes forward, unbinds his soul, On down to half HP. The Solar Flare goes in with a bullet time, and that's 2 locked up. And Woody's the first to fall. Maple was distracted by Knight. Betty dashing back in between worlds. Knight can look for more. Maple dives in with a Fate Seal, but BLG will happily take the triple for Elk.
And just like that, it crumbles in PSG's fingers. It almost turns to dust. A triple kill for Elk is huge. That almost brings them back to gold parity. Still a lead for PSG, but you have to be so careful when over-chasing into the jungle like that, into so much AoE. The idea was there, but the execution was off.
Yeah, going into those tiny corridors is just perfect for the BLG composition, and PSG pay the price. Bin still relatively low, and Aja snuck in here, but there's so many members of BLG collapsing.
Shun cleared out the ward. See On his way up as well. TP coming in as PSG. Well, they're not going to do anything to help out Azure here. He's dead. Knight takes it. BLG will get the push in the top side, and that gold is even now.
And that was just good timing from BLG. You could look at the rest of the map, and PSG hadn't set up their waves to really be a threat anywhere. There's still slow push on bot side for Maple, and that wave disintegrated for Betty. So BLG getting time alone with this turret. Maybe in a position to match on towards this top or bot side play, but will still be first tower, I believe, for PSG.
No, I think the OG take it. They have Demolish, right? They have 3 people in the Demolish from Bin. They should be able to take this one first. Maple trying to match, as you say, on the bottom side, but BLG with the TP in. Invests a lot to make sure they take the first turret, and it does give them that gold infusion that they were looking for.
Yeah, BLG, you can't make mistakes against them like that very frequently. They immediately take control on the map, offensively up to the top side, steal away the red buff in addition to that top tower, and just chaining the objectives here. This is well ahead of the timer for the Dragon too, so they can even match up for that as well.
You can see the flip on the MasterCard lane economy snapshot when it comes towards the gold, but PSG want to flip this objective as well.
Bin has no teleport, so the fact that Aja's walked here and BLG see Aja here, they should know, all right, fine, PSG, you have the numbers. We're just going to keep Bin splitting on bottom side. You can have a Rift Herald, which will at least be a nice takeaway.
Yeah, get more gold back for Bin, who is 24 CS down, as expected in a ranged into melee matchup in the top lane that was left to its own devices, but he's only about 250 gold out of pocket right now. Woody looking towards top lane though. Knight does have that between worlds in his flash, probably about 10 seconds away from coming off cooldown. He'll respect it and back away. Because of that, PSG should just be able to secure the tower. Knight might come back though. Wonder, is he going to step forward? They don't have vision. He's just waiting in the wings.
Yeah, I think he's respecting it. On had reset, Shun had reset, and they'd actually started to shift kind of over towards mid to cover that mid lane play. So it's a nice read from PSG, and Knight just not wanting to give over that little bit more. We'll just stick in the bush and pick up this wave as it crashes. But look at the quick move. Rift Herald and Toe, they're going to try and crack mid lane for this as PSG.
The Drake up. You can see Azure's actually crept through the darkness in that bot side jungle to apply a bit of pressure with the flank. He'll catch out Shun, who goes into that decoy. The clone, the Rift Herald did get a charge down. Can't quite take the tower, but it does get mid-prio for PSG. There's a second Drake afoot if they decide that is their priority.
Maple has TP, Knight doesn't, so Maple kind of hiding out, seeing if he can wait until Knight disappears so we can put threat onto the tier 2 while also keeping threat on towards Dragon. PSG playing at the map well right now.
But BLG now have a Bloodthirster and a BF sword on Elk. He was so far delayed in this game. Now even Stevens in terms of gold with Betty. And if he is left at the back of a fight with no one threatening him, he is just going to rip you to shreds. You'd like playing Enter the Gungeon, but in League of Legends, just dodging every bullet you can.
Another big pivotal thing to look at in the setup for the next team fight is who will mark this Kennen. Always so big, especially when the Kennen does have flash. The effect of the flank coming in for the big team fight. And BLG have a lot of members that could do it, as Maple's making his escape here. On still chasing them.
Yeah, it really felt like they just wanted the ultimate out of him, right? It means that if you are going to fight around something, it becomes a bit easier. Make him burn that, has to wait for the cooldown, but PSG will use the fact that On is on the top side of the map to start themselves up a dragon.
That's what I was going to say, is what is that something, right, for BLG, because there's no top tower to really put pressure onto. PSG are still holding on towards mid. They have push on bot, so it kind of was like a Hail Mary, it feels like, nearly for BLG to hope they could cross-map something, but I think you're pretty happy as PSG that you get everything there for just Maple's ult, which is about a third of the way done.
It's always interesting when a game gets to this sort of point, relatively even. 2 Drakes to PSG, a slight gold lead as well. And then you look at the comps, it's like, can't really tell who scales better. It really comes down to execution, right? Like if Azure gets in without being exhausted, obviously he's going to rip through BLG. If the MF ult gets off and hits 3 people, obviously Elk's going to.
But they're always the most fun, right? Where you just get to see everything thrown in the kitchen sink and see who comes out on top.
And I know, Yone's got the magnifying glass on him for the whole tournament, but I'm truly looking at Betty. And you guys were both, correctly so, giving him so much praise earlier. I really think, he's in a position with Cleanse Flash Ezreal to be able to now. Oh, the ultimate down now for Aja.
He gets the wave, and because of that, they decide not to dive. Meanwhile, in the top lane, look at the pressure PSG are putting on. TP from Knight away from the wave. PSG should be able to get the tier 2 here, but they might sacrifice their tier 1 in mid for it. Elk opens up on the tower, takes it, and the tier 2 will be exchanged. BLG deciding that they couldn't defend anyway, and so they want to make sure they open up the map.
And it's not a bad idea. You do get 2 towers there for it, so at least it's something. True. But in the grand scheme of things, PSG Talon are still up in towers there, getting more gold. So it's a great spot for them to be in, and a huge amount of that obviously going in towards the hands of Maple. Going to help out with the fact he's nearly 800 gold lead for himself in that mid lane now.
And the towers on Summoner's Rift are not all created equal. The outer ones are only 500 gold for your team. The secondary ones are 800 gold for your team. Plus there's an added benefit of the secondary ones are more funneled gold because more of it is local. So you get like more concentrated power, and what better place to concentrate that power?
100% true, but I will say if we're going down this Animal Farm route, I feel like the mid lane towers are quite important as well. Now that PSG have managed to get one in response, obviously that's great, but they do open up a lot more avenues to get into the enemy jungle and to actually create these pockets of darkness, pockets of vision that you can play around.
I think you do need a lot of control on the map to try and get value out of that, right? Yep. And obviously BLG are doing a good job of setting that up at the moment, but Aja still has good push against Bin. He's in a decent spot, and Maple is a massive threat on side lanes against people like Knight. So the windows of opportunity for BLG to really punish this are tough. I think it's more of a case we're going to need to wait and see how this next team fight turns out at Dragon, so then that vision could maybe be established by BLG. Otherwise, PSG just get to continue to play outsides in their favor.
All right, well, that side lane focus tower gold actually completed a stride breaker for Maple.
Okay, you're right. The top lane tier 2 is more equal than the others.
yeah. I mean, the power of concentrating gold in any MOBA, honestly, is just so big. So we'll see what Maple can do with it. Of course, we were talking about the setup too of his interview and possibly even being his kind of last stance here. Would be a banger if they were able to pull off a really big upset.
Yeah, what a last chance it would be. Around since 2013 on Gamina Bears, all the way back in the age of yore, you have to feel, when it comes to modern League of Legends, has been so consistently on top team, so consistently challenging at World Championships. It would be an incredible performance by him if he is able to make it to the quarterfinals, obviously alongside his compatriots on PSG. The game's still relatively even though. We talk about it with a slight PSG tinted glasses because they are slightly ahead, because they do have this Yone and this Ezreal and so much power in their comp. But PSG can definitely fight back from anywhere. On court, out will burn the flash. Trades it for that Glacial Prison. Solar Flare coming back onto Woody, who has a flash of his own and won't burn it in response.
You're just ever going to back away from the moment. But yeah, I think, as you say, the PSG to be able to take down BLG, just the #1 seed, everyone who was expecting to be an absolute beast. But even for Maple as well, like he got replaced by Knight on, replaced Knight on Suning back in the day as well, which was just kind of like a big kind of talking point where people were like, oh, we're getting Maple in. He's been such a stellar mid laner first, but Knight then kind of moving on to bigger and better things on top esports as well. So I think there is definitely a little bit of a friendly rivalry between the two mid laners as well.
Very much agree. For the moment, though, although it is a slower game, there has been a lot to talk about. We've had a lot of trading across the map. My expectation is things might speed up in the next 20 seconds or so, lads, because there's a Drake on the cards and it would be sole point for PSG if they can find it.
Yeah, and I agree. And on the side of BLG, they were like, all right, we don't want to fight into your 2-item power spike before we get our 2 items. You know, that's not fair. So they want to delay a little bit. They want to wait until they can catch up in inventory here.
One to remember, On did burn his flash towards the top side. Does have the Solar Flare back in 1 second's time. Now it's up. PSG start the Drake. BLG looking for an avenue to approach. Bin looking to reset and get a TP in. Maple going to that Gromp to stack up his Q3. PSG still fighting over this Dragon. TP coming in from Azure as well. He's just finished the Shadow Flame. 2 items on the cannon. Bin will TP to the control ward down towards the top side of the fight. Jun is in the pit. Azure is behind them. There's a control ward there. Betty putting damage into the on right now. Jun going in with the Cyclone onto the backline. Finds Maple, but doesn't find Betty. Azure and PSG will disengage the fight. Jun has to flash the wall, but he's locked up with his fate sealed. Bin now in the pit, trying to battle against Jun and Maple, but BLG are all retreating. Will PSG look for more? Azure has the flash, has the slicing maelstrom, but PSG decide that's enough. We got Soul Point, and now perhaps the Baron as well.
The patience from PSG there was so beautiful. Their setup was way, way better with Aja teleporting in and coming onto the backside of the team fight. I mean, he had such an amazing possible flank that they all have to run. They get completely chased off, and BLG just end up separated. PSG, they're on Baron. In the last team fight, they divide and conquer. Can they just get this objective?
Bin uses the Hex there to see the information. Woody diving in, and he stops Elp from putting on the bullet time. The slicing maelstrom on the back line as well. Knight's in the pit, but Maple puts him in the dirt. Bin now going in for a little bit more, but can't land the counter-strike onto Maple. Another is down. On has fallen. PSG are somehow beating BLG.
They're running circles around them. Divide and conquer again, right over the wall, and Maple comes up huge. They get the Baron, and they get the team fight.
And Bin goes over trying to see if he can get into a position to come into the pit, but it's so well played by Aja. He never used this Storm in the last fight. He just stood there menacing as this mouse, and then as he comes into this, interrupts Elk. The weirding doesn't do enough. Betty barely survives in the backline as well.
The smallest thing, the Between Worlds wasn't quite far enough away from where Elk was ulting to stop the crashdown hitting him. As soon as Woody hit him with the crashdown, he gets bounced back by that wall. We're talking a matter of like 2 centimeters there.
And Betty evading the Leona ultimate on the edge of the Aurora ultimate, on the edge of the Misfortune ultimate. So much for PSG off the back of this, though. Now they can just take over. They're at 3 dragons. They have control of the entire Rift right now.
And they got the stun as well onto Elk, who has the flash and will use it to dash away from any follow-up engage. Zun going in with the Cyclone, trying to make a Hurricane rip through PSG. They'll find one already. Jun stunned up. Azure flashing away from the Solar Flare. All the while, Betty and Maple were pushing in the bot side. They take a tier 2. Maple looks for a little bit more. On lands the stun with the Shield of Daybreak. The weirding out from Knight for a little bit of damage as well. True shot barrage between the uprights of On and Knight, but still clips Shun's heals. The Baron remains for the next minute and 20 seconds for PSG, but right now they've called off the push.
And now it's 3 items on towards Betty. He's going to be able to reset and get even more. Look at the goal difference. Powered by AWS at the bottom of your screen. PSG have been playing immaculately in this. And with 2.5 minutes now until this sole potential for PSG Talon, they just push outsides. They take this nice and slow. They deny BLG access. And this should be a game win for PSG Talon.
PSG pushed BLG to the edge at MSI. It was the full 5 games there, getting into winning positions in some of the other games as well. And they're not going to let this one go lightly right now. A huge winning position for them. And because they have the Baron buff, it also makes it easier to reset up. Maple, it looks like he's just going to finish off the red buff before he joins the rest of the squad, but still the easy setup with their split.
I also think for a lot of people, this was kind of what they were hoping to see from PSG Talon. When they came into the play-ins, a lot of teams disappointed with their performance, where they didn't look as clean as they possibly could have. But here,
Cyclone again from Jun. True Shot Rush coming out from Betty as well. Between World, Jun just locked up in it. He'll flash across on falling low. 200 HP on him now as Betty looks to open up. Fate sealed, the slicing Maelstrom coming in too. Jun's down, Bin's down, On's down! And BLG are up. It's only Knight and Elk left alive. Can they defend against PSG? The TP is going to come in from Azure. The bullet time to clear the wave. And that might just be enough. There's another wave on its way. 10 seconds from hitting onto the inhibitor tower. 27 seconds on Shun. Knight starting to back away. 1 inhibitor seems to be the prize PSG get for winning that fight. Elk and Knight will try and defend at the Nexus Towers, and PSG probably won't push for more. They don't invest the TB from Azure. They will retreat after finding that inhib, and a 7,000 gold lead for the PCS #1 seed.
It is not just PSG pushing BLG. They are dismantling this team. The only good BLG play was actually the mess up of PSG Red Invade. That's the only benefit they actually had in this whole game. PSG have been running it from head to toe. Let's take another look at this. Even with this Sejuani ultimate, not able to find the full chase here. And because On was on the other side, this Ezreal just takes them down. They have no further openings here. No possibility of even escape there on the side of BLG. They're just so far behind now. Completely out-itemized. They're the ones that have to pull out the surprise play.
I think a lot of people forget that this was...
behind.
Oh, hang on, TP
behind. Woody's going to be engaged on here, but On is now in the meat grinder. Maple goes in with the face sealed, and Azure is just waiting for his opportunity to open up. Bin's taken 1. The slicing Maelstrom will find another, though. Betty being chased out by Shun. He'll flash away. Shun dies to Betty, and Betty survives. Bin diving in onto Maple, who can unbind his soul and then dash back. Junja trying to keep the dragon aggro for now. Maple put into the dirt by Bin. PSG still have 2 alive. Elk's going to try and keep the dragon aggro, but Betty can do a lot of work from a lot of range right now. Elk has the bullet time coming up in 7 seconds. Junja trying to heal himself back up in the jungle. Elk there makes it rain. Bin going to try and get for the reset. Elk still full HP. Bullet time, no flash, no... Well, it has the flash, but no cleanse. Bin TP's in. Junja's looking for it. And Elk finds 1. The shutdown, he'll find another. Great cleanse from Elk. Junja able to survive, but Bin will take the Drake. The soul, not quite, but PSG.
Bin wins those! Oh my goodness, he wins the 1v1 with Maple on Yone up on the top side of the map. He teleports back. He's actually able to finish it off and deny the Dragon Soul. BLG will not go out without a fight.
This was such a close fight, though. Maple ends up getting on towards 2 here, but they not able to catch Elk out with that initial ult from Maple. Aja, this ultimate doesn't connect onto many people either. It's a little bit too early. And then Elk is in a position where he's able to continuously kite away from the crucial members of PSG. Bin finishes off Maple, and Elk is just chasing out PSG from this pit. It's a couple of just barely missed ultimates onto the key members of BLG that put PSG back in their place.
What a tense one here with Jinji and Betty lying in wait over the top of this wall, trying to get the burst damage, but not only is it a deny of the Dragon Soul, there's 1,000 gold shutdown into the pockets of Elk in the attempt to acquire that soul for themselves.
On a knife edge is putting it lightly here. Still a 5,000 gold lead for PSG, but 4 minutes on the clock for BLG to recuperate, to wait out. They can continue to delay the game. PSG trying to gain control of this top side. Baron, their call. Azure, no TP, is now resetting after pushing out bot.
Back to my early point on the comps as far as Betty's, position in the overall game too. I still have a lot of faith in PSG, even with this like slight speed bump that they have run into. As soon as he gets his summoner spells back, it is just so hard for this BLG setup to actually put the necessary pressure on the Ezreal. And up until that point, he had been deathless. He had basically been the king of the map. That 1,000 gold, though, we'll see if that actually ends up paying off there for BLG.
I mean, it's 4 items on Elk now. Hasn't gone for the upgraded boots. Don't really need them on MF because you have that strut on. That solar flare was a mile wide. On, gets caught with the Glacial Prison, has no flash, has the exhaust, will get away for now. The world's between is Woody trying to escape, but he's just burst out by Elk. Those 4 items coming to the fore for BLG. A Cyclone onto Ginger, who has to flash as well. The bullet time comes out, the Slicing Maelstrom, as Bin is trying to dive across them. Betty and Maple, the only 2 left alive for PSG. Maple will flash, but the bullet still finds his back. BLG win the fight.
PSG were so close, but these last few fights, BLG have been able to outmatch them in the team fights, and now it's Baron for the LPL first seed.
Huge pick right there. Maybe it was a caster curse. BLG looking like they are on the warpath. Another objective bounty on top of it. A lot of bounty gold, both objective and champion, going the way of BLG. Huge comeback swing available in the last couple of plays.
And a bunch of tier 2s still for them to take. You can see the goal basically even, about 800 between the two now. After On missed this, I thought PSG had a way into the fight. They catch out On, but he's able to escape. They don't really have the CC follow-up, and then this between worlds is just so devastating for PSG.
Yeah, especially since it denies Maple access to the fight. He went with the soul back towards the original starting point, which meant he couldn't get involved. The ult here as well, just barely denying Aja access to Elk once again, means he gets the full unleash of the bullet time and is able to rip through them. And you can see there for BLG, Lumao laughing a little bit. He knows he's getting away with this one.
Oof, yeah, BLG fighting their way out of a very tough spot in this game. Now they're the ones with the push available, though. You mentioned all the towers and the standing gold here available on the map. Let's see if they can close in and get it, because Aja's trying to find a way for a flank. This Kennen constantly looking for the devastating flank, but On has his exhaust ready. So goal number 1 for BLG, On mark the Kennen, always be on the same side as the Kennen. You can keep him out. There's no flash on the Kennen, so it honestly should be pretty easy for BLG to avoid that devastating flank.
And I think if you're PSG, you just sack a couple of towers, you try and put up a little bit of a front, but it's more of a game face than anything else, right? Especially with the waves crashing at the same time. Cannon in the bot lane still harassing that tower down. Mid lane turret is taken by BLG. The gold swings in their favor for the first time in a long time in this game.
I think there is an angle for PSG, though, to create pressure on this top side. You already look at where Maple is. 30 seconds until Dragon. BLG have to respond to this because it's an open inhibitor. So you can see BLG aren't going to be able to use this Baron buff to crack the turret with a minute left on it. You have to get Dragon, you have to clear a top wave. So PSG, they forgo the outer turrets, but they hold on to what are the important ones in the grand scheme of things.
Oh, BLG setting up something here. Ginger able to dodge away from On, puts the Glacial Prison back in him. Down to half HP, the Mystic shots from Betty, and On is off! Betty now locked in the pit with Knight, but do you really want to be locked in there with him? The TP in from Azure as well, looking for that Slicing Maelstrom. Remember, there's no exhaust as well, because On is down, no flash for Azure, but the Drake up, and Soul on the cards for PSG if they can find it. TP behind by Bin, as they're looking for the pincer movement. PSG trying to get the push through mid, through Maple. Bin still looking for that flank. Woody's going to try and mark him. They see him, the counter-strike goes in, the bullet time as well. Azure's ripped to pieces. Fate sealed from Maple isn't enough. Bin diving onto Woody, and that's 2. Betty forced away, has to dash away from Shun, and Bin is just doing so much work on the back line. It's a double for Elk. The flank sublime from BLG.
At the end of the day, it's Bin Jax in back-to-back Dragon fights. He gets the job done, and with the Baron buff, BLG are inside the base.
And it just helps out Elk so much. The bullet time is perfect. The flash away from the Yone ult as well. Elk needed to be that follow-up and damage, and he's putting PSG down.
It's Betty's time to shine. He opens up on Elk, who tanks the tower. Bin going in with a counter-strike as well. They'll just take one Nexus Tower for now, but Betty gets the slow. Knight goes in, and Betty dashes away. He can't survive the weirding. puts him 6 feet under, and now BLG will open up on the second Nexus tower. Woody going back in, looking for Bin again, but Bin somehow still survives. PSG wiped away under their Nexus towers. Azure spawns just in time to watch the Nexus fall.
What a comeback for BLG. They woke up just in time, fellas.
Barely.
I think if they had given one more play over to PSG, that would be a very different story.
Taking the dreams apart a little bit too seriously about looking at this one, because that was a roughie. But Riot Games is celebrating all of you and the ways you have made League of Legends so much more than an esport during October's Player Days. Level up your fan signs for your favorite team with a free kit available for download on leagueoflegends.com.
Red Bull gives you wings.
在抵达那一刻之前，
你能做的只有等待。
如果故事再重来一次，我想 Jackie Lau 还会做出相同的选择。
等待比分失衡，企图从中看清胜负的端倪。
等待一切安静，好听清自己脑海里的声音，直到抓住那一刻。
他们可能会因为激进而失误，但是不会因为胆怯而畏惧。
I've been living behind all the scenes, 'cause it's easier when they don't believe. Keep it quiet, keep it hush, keep denying, but the fire that's inside is igniting. Keep control, I'm like a bomb that's ticking. Hit, explode, I won't be so forgiving. Cross me twice, no, I won't let it go. Hit you from your blind spot, hit you where it's gonna hurt most. Words unspoken, I'm not afraid to say it now. Set in motion, what I've kept underground. Don't crack under pressure, I'm built like a rough machine. And if you don't know what I mean, I can strike like a viper. Feel it calling, always up to something. Give me that power, watch it get louder. Feel it around, then better start here running. I'll bite like a spider, and I'll strike like a viper, like a viper. Rosy cheeks on a pretty face. Promise I'm nice, but that goes two ways. I can scream, I can howl, it's performing. Don't wanna let it out, just take this as a warning. Me and my sharp tooth digging in honey. I'm all self-made, not
onto Elk. On went in with the Zenith Blade himself, doesn't have the exhaust up. Now he's taking the Magnus Sword coming out as well. And what is On doing? Woody trying to get the CC onto Shun to keep Betty alive. Shun holds it and dies in the end by Knight. Betty dashing back in between worlds. Knight can look for more. Maple dives in with a Fate Seal, but BLG will happily take the triple. The Fate Seal, the slicing Maelstrom coming in too. Shun's down, Bin's down, On's down. Fate Seal from Maple isn't enough. Bin diving onto Woody, and that's two. And Bin is just doing so much work on the back line. It's a double for Elk.
And BLG take the first game in the series, and Emily just about the cleanest game you would have expected from them.
Exactly as expected.
So clean.
Wow.
We were never in doubt. Number 1 seed.
Yeah, look at the lovely gold graph. That is an LPL gold graph, people. If you've never watched LPL, this is exactly what so many games look like. BLG, if they come out and stomp game 2, I will be so mad because this is the BLG special, right? Looking either like dropping the first game in a best of 3 or looking really shaky and then coming out and stomping. Credit to PSG. I thought Junja had an amazing early game. I thought they had really good setups until the overextension on bot side at red buff, which got Elk back into the game.
It did, yes.
And then we had a lot of fighting.
Well, and I think the big thing for me is, while there's so many fights to break down, ultimately BLG were able to hold on, find a way back to the game. And when we look at the big final fights, they were consistently out-executing in the 5v5, right?
Yeah.
And it's so infuriating because PSG didn't need to let them back in the game.
Oh
They didn't. They were in complete and total control. But they got hands dipped in a couple fights, and then BLG were back in the game and just continued to outperform.
And it rewards them. It rewards. this is my problem.
Oh, Emily's losing
Like,
Emily's
it's a
losing
fairy tale, but you've taken away the wrong moral.
I'm so used to this, and yet I get mad every time.
Well, we will look at some better replays then from BLG in our HyperX Reflex replay. It is the BLG Baron at 41 minutes in, at which point I think PSG had already squandered it just a little bit.
Yeah, certainly.
Yone's losing record is padded again.
I don't know how to be critical. Maple's not very good at Yone. It's just the kind of long and short of it. He egregiously misplays in so many fights, and while at this point it's hard for him to do too much because BLG have found a way back to the game and kind of have the forward momentum as this play kicks off, you can see that there's a lot of desperation in the way PSG are playing, and this fight to me is kind of the last straw where I don't really think this was ever going to be a good fight. But this is the culmination, it's important to highlight for PSG, of so many little mistakes in previous fights where they were very favored to win.
Yeah, and in a game state where they were extremely favored to win with their composition as well. And I think that is what is so frustrating, because this is only a best of 3, right? 2 games and you're out, and you're not just out for today, you're out for the entire Worlds tournament, and you have to turn that around. Are you confident that they'll be able to get similar leads, and are you confident that they would be able to close it out, or are we just dealing with a BLG that actually thrives in game states like this, although they wouldn't like to be behind?
Confidence meter in both of these teams is an interesting
low.
way
It's
of
shaky.
putting it.
It's shaky because I think Junja, like we highlighted, had a way better early game, way more impactful. The counter ganks were great. The early plays were great. Like, this guy was a hero all throughout the early game. But then when they had a lead, they misexecuted. They picked some bad fights without complete information. And so it's a situation where PSG had all the tools to win the game, most certainly, and they just got sloppy in the execution.
Yeah, that overextension around red that literally got Elk back into the game was actually massive. Like, and they didn't have to do it, and then they all went in one
And
by
again,
one.
if that was the only mistake and the game was decided on a coin flip at 12 minutes, it would be a little bit more palatable because that's the one big moment, hey, you miscalculated. But they kept making these individual mistakes in the context of fights, and it puts them in a position where BLG made a gambit in draft. They said, we'll trade Aurora for Yone, and it paid off, and it should not have. It should not have. But multiple fights, Maple misplays. Really don't want to be too critical in the context of a very high-pressure game, but he's missing Qs, he's missing ultis, he's overcommitting on an E where he doesn't have an angle, he's not stacking his Q before fights. If you are going to pick an S-tier champion, you have to play it at an S-tier level, and if you can't, you need to be willing to ban it away because the trade is not favoring you.
Yeah, and then on the side of BLG, like, I do love this team so much when they can execute in team fights, right? Like, they can be a massive team fighting team. We know just how good this team can be, but I think on the flip side of that, I'm still not super confident in their execution. I talked about their meta read at top when we had like a really short amount of time to talk about it, but it's also just been their actual like execution in lanes, their execution in fight setups, their understanding of the map. I don't think Shun was able to have the same impact early that Jinja was, certainly, and that would have been a massive difference maker if PSG had been able to close out. And now I'm really curious to see how BLG look going into the second game, because like I said, it has been a BLG classic where they've been able to come in and stomp.
They can bring it back, and they are up versus elimination, so they really have to. Here, it would be sad to see PSG go, but we'll see if they can bring it back in game 2.
That we will, because it is an elimination match, as they said so accurately on the desk. It's like, it is difficult to overstate what goes through the mind of a competitor when they know they might be eliminated from something they've worked the whole year towards. And for some people, have worked like years on years on years. Like Maple's been at Worlds since 2013. And now it may be his last dance. He said it in an interview that he was thinking about retiring. We don't know that for certain, but what a way to go out if it is. You almost win game 1 and then you lose game 2 to BLG and it's just over. It's poof, you know, it's just gone.
I think especially for Maple, when he's a guy who's previously made semi-finals, really pushed a lot of the LPL and LCK teams to the brink, and is now not only this tournament but at MSI been very close to taking down BLG as well. It's heartbreaking, but we'll have to see as we get into Champ Select powered by Omen and HyperX how this one is going to plan out, because I need to see something different coming through here, and Corgi, the coach for PSG, needs to come up with something from the back of his head.
You guys are talking about mentality. I've been watching the player cams, and in contrast to the PSG cams, everyone is just smiling and laughing, and they know they got away with murder in that last game, being able to come into this one one game up. So they have to be feeling great, you know. On red side here with a counter pick available to them, they were able to come into this one with a dub. They are not going to give you the option of the Yone or Aurora. On blue side PSG, they are going to deny it, so they're going to cover their bases and kind of the more expected red side bans here.
But it means that BLG have to now ban the Aurora as well, right? Otherwise you're just giving it over to PSG and they have the option to pick it. Nocturne is something we have seen first picked a couple of times today for G2. Obviously works really well alongside the Orianna, but then you are giving Knight his Orianna if he wants it.
Also the Vi up and available, and I think Junja has been exceptional when he can get his hands on this pick, so potential to try and hyper-focus on towards that jungle matchup, because I think giving Shun that across could be a bit worrisome as well. They are covering the Skarner here. I think Skarner does work well into Champions Like 5, where it's a bit more telegraphed when you're going to go in and you can preemptively get off that Skarner ult, but I still think the Vi kind of a tier above it in my eyes.
Well, at least PSG did ban away Knight's Ahri, so the very famous Knight Ahri plus Vi turbo threat is not there, and instead BLG are going to go the melee option. Grab that Sejuani synergy for the Jax very early on.
Bins Jax, right? He's just like, hey, can we just pick Jax all the time? Because I'm really good at this champion. I can win us team fights later on if you just give me this champion, please.
And he just won that game.
No, I'm curious if they're trying to bait the Orianna pick out for Maple, and then Knight will go Sylas into it, because you've already got the Sejuani, and Knight's a really strong Sylas player as well, and this could work out very well when you've already got, I mean, not a huge amount of ultimates like available right now to be known, but I still think it's strong into some of the picks that are here.
Instead, it is going to be the Smolder. Very strong scaling, something we saw kind of fall out of the meta for a little while, or at least we thought it would with some of the changes that happened. But in terms of scaling, he's just as strong as he has been for the last few months. Obviously not as strong as he was when he was first released, but still gives you that execution, still gives you that burn. You can still stack up to around the 20-minute mark. Poppy now locked in as well for PSG.
And the other good thing about the Smolder is that it's flex pick here too, so you also don't have to fully give away, right?
And the Poppy pick I really like as well, because it denies something like the Kalista, which could be taken here, because it's already going to be a matchup that's decent for Ashe in the top lane against the Jax, but it does deny a lot of these other picks. Even things like the Kai'Sa can struggle because that steadfast presence can't block the ultimate, so makes things a little bit more difficult for Elkon when he wants to try and take these fights, but still going to go towards the Kai'Sa and still have that backline threat for what BLG are setting up as a dive.
All right, and then in protection bans, because Kai'Sa doesn't have the strongest of lanes, want to take away the Ashe, want to take away some of those bullies down there, and BLG drops some bans in it.
Good to still see the Jhin coming out from PSG. It's interesting because you kind of want something to bridge you towards your Smolder getting stacked up, right? You need a little bit of damage in the early game if you're going to take fights. Obviously, you also have the option to just try not to take the fights and get towards that point, but I don't think that really is how either of these teams always play.
And that's why I think a Kalista ban for BLG is really good here, because you deny something like Kalista Renata on this next rotation. It's also something that can bully out the Kai'Sa and gives you that bridge to the later portion of the game. I think it's just the easiest takeaway in this position. And then I think it becomes a question of what do you want to see for Betty. Maybe it is just the MF to try and go for, hey, Skarner, grab into MF combo and something that can bully out on that bottom side. But no Kalista ban just yet. It's going to be the Renata problem instead.
Interesting too, because PSG are going to have to fit some AP into their composition. So, you know, you're also looking at the previous Rumble ban. The Kennen didn't really have the big Kennen moment that you wanted in the previous game. And so he's going to have to dig way deeper because the Aurora's banned, the Rumble's banned. We'll see how deep they go, or if they actually do want to swap the Smolder. Instead, the Tristana ban comes out here, away from
Azure. I feel like I'm trying to remember this correctly, and I want to make sure I'm right before I say it. Udyr. How do we feel about Udyr top?
I think he just gets Poppy. I think he's fine with the Poppy, right? It's a decent
you don't think the
matchup
Poppy
into Jax.
reflects?
I don't think you need to. I think you're just happy with where it is. The fact there's no Kalista either kind of takes away a lot of the value on this bottom side for BLG. So we're actually going to get Knight going back towards the Jace. So this was something he was really good on back in like the 2021s and that. When he was playing back on top esports. So not fully surprised to see it, but it's not something that I was expecting to see with the shift away. But obviously lethality build is not something that you see a huge amount, but at least can match that push against the Smolder and not actually give over a ton of stacks to the Smolder because you're not playing that melee matchup in the mid lane.
And this is something, you know, people were like theory crafting on the 14-18 bust that the Jace got, but never really had a strong foothold. You only saw like very small instances of it. So I do like, you know, pulling it out here. Gives them the possibility of that double poke. You know, Kai'Sa, if Elk does go AP heavy route, then you also have some poke options later for the standoffs.
And then Nautilus, the last pick here for BLG. Contributing to that death fund again. Betty and Woody went for the Xayah Rakan, which gives you a little bit of safety as the Xayah, obviously later on with the Featherstorm, but also can do a lot of damage in the late game.
I think it's also really interesting because BLG have kind of identified, hang on a second, PSG talent don't have a lot of engage tools. They're a lot better at disengage. And when you look at BLG, Jace and probably an AP Kai'Sa, you're going to have a ton of poke damage that's there. And then the immediate follow-up from SH1 or a Nautilus. So I think BLG, as long as they can play this out slow, are actually in a really good spot where PSG talent just can't push forward enough to hit them.
It feels like a range difference, really. BLG have much more range when it comes to poke later on in the game. Jace and the Kai'Sa, as you say, teaming up. If PSG can find an engage, they can do a lot of work in that position. You have a lot of control of areas in team fights, but it is going to be very tricky for them to find those engages. For PSG, it is do or die here in Berlin. A loss here eliminates you from contention at Worlds 2024. And after you had such a strong game one against the LPL champions, you'll be hoping that you can put up a good show and at least take us to game 3.
Yeah, you don't want to be remembered just for pushing BLG at MSI, pushing BLG in some games. You know, history really does remember the victors. So we'll see if they can get it over the line here. Smolder, of course, you know, once you get your rapid fire cannon, then you've got, you know, your range and your little bit of poke as well. But we'll see if they can actually get to that stage of the game, because the Sejuani is also a great pairing with Jace. Part of the buffs, you know, for the Jace was the slow when you go in for your melee form as well. So I feel like Shun in this game just has a lot of options with lanes. Like, he has really, really good lanes to play around. All these BLG lanes should be fearsome, should be like creating advantages for themselves. And so then it's just up to Shun to like be able to track Jinjia, make sure the Skarner is not poking out through a wall to mess up one of their lanes, and then lend that Sejuani CC to get them off the ground and really snowball them. I think that Shun this time around is in the position to have a way better game than we saw in the previous game on the Wukong.
It is kind of quintessential BLG. Like in the regular season in the LPL, they lost 5 of their 8 first games in their series. So almost losing to PSG in game 1 is kind of what we come to expect from them. Emily was talking about it on the desk as well. They just have really slow starts to series and then start to ramp it up.
And that's why the best of one's just not their thing.
It's just cursed for them, right?
But yeah, I think there is a bit of a meme there, but it has still been a very slow adaptation from BLG coming into Worlds and also then coming into what the meta has been. So I think BLG definitely have a lot, if they manage to beat PSG Talon here, to learn before they, as they start to move on, even over the course of this weekend, right? But we'll have to see how that adaptation comes through as we get another different pick for Knight, something that we haven't really seen coming through, but we'll have to see if the Jace is going to find and work wonders for him in this one.
I mean, it's something Knight has, quite a bit of experience on. One of his top 10 most played, 76% win rate on it across the course of his career. It was one of the big
flexes back when 369 actually played carry champions on top esports. They would flex things like the Jace, and then Knight would bring out something like a Zoe, and they'd play these super long-range compositions. But now working instead in conjunction with Elk, I think it is going to be something that he'll feel right at home at, if he can just find some of that early success. And as Kobe was already saying, the ability to play around Shun, go into melee form, stack the passive stun for the Sejuani is going to be perfect for BLG.
Maple currently getting the push in the mid lane. Looks like Ginger took a long route around his jungle. Has only just got to his blue buff after clearing out his wolf, so he's a slight bit behind where Shun is.
Yeah, kind of going as expected here for BLG with their top pushing, with their bottom side pushing as well. Elk and On kind of nicely. Getting Betty and Woody under tower, trying to deny as much as they can. Both junglers, as you say, will finish here towards the top, towards the crashing wave. And Bin will be able to... Can he fully get this one in? Those ranged minions just outside. A little bit annoying there, but junglers might meet up on that Scuttle Crab regardless.
Ginger's already pathing towards it. Shun actually looking for the mid lane instead, deciding he doesn't want to battle over the top side Scuttle Crab. Instead, he will go down towards the bottom side. On use the fact that Elk was looking for a cheetah reset to get his cull to then move up as well. It looks like Ginger might try and sneak behind Bin with that wave not in the best of states for the BLG top laner.
Yeah, and you can kind of tell on the moment of the comms too. Bin backing off after he killed off those last couple of minions, because the Skarner is one of the few junglers that actually still loves, well,
I mean, it's just stacks. That's all they want, really. Ginger almost dies, but he'll be okay. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, there was a look in from Shun, but even with Betty and Woody having the wave pushed up, Shun wasn't quite able to find the gank he was fishing for.
This is dangerous, though. Ginger trying to get his camps right before Shun arrives.
He'll get them, but Shun will arrive in time to flash away from Ginger. Gets him to safety, no longer has that summoner for the next 5 minutes.
So Ginger reading correctly that Shun was going to try and go for the respawn of his Raptors camp there, but having to burn his flash makes this Skarner way less threatening on a dive, or a gank even. Now Shun, hovering around bot side again, he's going to reset. Hey, Shun off to a nice start in this matchup.
And again, he's got lanes that want to fight. He's got the flash advantage over enemy jungle. It just seems primed right now.
It definitely is. And I think that the big thing that you have to look at as well, Kobe, is the bot lane. Look how far Betty has fallen behind Elk because of the way that wave was frozen, because of the fact that Shun came across. Like, Betty and Woody have actually struggled to unfreeze this lane. Now they'll be able to do it. Ginger path towards his Krug, so he can be there first, but it's going to be about, 200, 300 gold at the end of all things. And that's with Elk having got a reset to get his cull.
Yeah, and again, he can continue to freeze here once more, so this doesn't have to realistically crash, because you do have the Nautilus coming up behind. Can he hold it out? Yeah, should be able to just hold it out from the wave. On is now reset, getting his own boots, and you've got the Sejuani still in the vicinity, so they're moving the Skarner here to show his face onto bot side, just to try and bluff, essentially, threat that they can crash the wave, but BLG not having any of it on, essentially faking that his jungler is in behind him and kind of calling Ginger, saying, are you really going to try and play this when you have no flash?
I love that point, especially because On does this so much.
All the time.
Oh, yeah.
Where he fakes that someone is behind him, even not in front of his own tower, a lot of the times, walking into enemy territory. You can get free vision or free plays like that. It's so beneficial to both you and your jungler. Of course, it kind of allows your jungler freedom on the other side of the map too, but here we are on the Grubs, and that will be number 1.
Shun has to use the smite for it, though. Knight's coming across. Maple working his way towards the river as well. Junja should be able to secure at least one of these. Chucks out another rocket, Shun and Knight. Bin now moving from the top side. Junja using his smite to secure the second grub, or the first for his team, but the second in totality on here. Woody joining the battle as well. Bin still keeping that grub aggroed. Shun has his smite back up and can get the Scuttle Crab and the grub as well.
But that was kind of what you want to see from BLG, this slow pace when it comes to the fight. So then you have to try and back up his PSG, because without Woody there, they don't really have a big engage tool. Maple had already used his ultimate on the wave, so didn't have that poke to answer for Knight kind of chipping away at him. And you can see how much respect PSG give.
And it's even good for the 1v1. Elk here, level lead down there, poking him under tower. Betty is definitely in pain this game. Meanwhile, the rest of the team here. And they pick this up. Looks like should not be... Well, actually, Skarner heading back over. We'll see if he just clears out.
I think he's just going to his camps. Don't really think he wants to challenge this. And it's so interesting how many things kind of domino into each other in that bot lane, right? Like Elk getting the reset, then being able to freeze it out. He has the cull. There's already 49 stacks left on it, so he's over halfway towards completing it. But because of the way that they then push the lane out, see Junja actually getting caught here as Jun going in for the engage on with a great hook, and Junja falls for first blood.
And to your point, Medic, this is what Prime BLG looks like. This movement from On, constantly shifting around the map, holding positions so then he can get out and work his magic. And now Maple is running, hoping that he can find some sort of way to teleport out of this jungle, but short of magic or a miracle, I think he might be done for.
And he gets clipped as well by the accelerated shock blast, meaning an execute is no longer an option for Maple. Shun should be able to chase him down, who dash across the wall with a flap, flap, flap. Knight still chasing here, Glacial Prison used just to make sure that this dragon is going extinct alongside his buddies. Knight will secure the kill, his second of the game.
He was able to get one turret plate before he had to run into enemy territory and was chased all the way through.
It's a good death, good death.
A couple extra smolder stacks on his way down, at the very least. But yeah, I mean, BLG, really good kind of transition there, up from the bottom side of the map all the way through to grab the extra objective.
And I think this is where you get to see BLG kind of continuing up on this pressure. The fact that, again, On is free hard. He's controlling that wave on bot side, sets up for Elk. He's going to take over to level 6 fairly soon and can start to move up towards Void Grubs in a little bit. That's a little cheeky Ultramagia, though, denying Bin access to this wave, but now has no ultimate if Shun wants to try and move up here into this top side. So, yeah, I think he rightfully kind of backs away after picking up the pace.
Perfect damage calculation, gets the plate, denies some extra minions there. And they're going to need that money because PSG, like, their whole comp is set up for late game, front to back team fights. You know, BLG have poke advantages. BLG have options for later for pushing on sides as well. So PSG trying to funnel all their money, kind of huddle together, wait for their later stages where they can really synergize with their 5-on-5s.
I will say, if I'm trying to funnel my gold on this PSG comp, I don't think Azure is the one that I really want to funnel it on.
You got to point it somewhere else. Yeah.
Try and get someone Maple, who's about 700 gold behind in the mid lane and maybe more, as there's the flash engage from Shun. Maple down again, and Shun joins Knight on the scoreboard.
And a great gank in the mid lane, managing to get that flash onto Maple, denying him any sort of way to get out of that. And even the ultimate a little bit late for Maple, so he doesn't get the heal. And now for something like the Void Grubs, Maple has no real access, so that should be going to BLG's way as well.
This is exactly the game I was envisioning for Shun when we kept talking about, oh, it's Dream for him. He got the Sejuani, he's got all these lanes I want to fight. This is him definitely executing quite well on it.
This is also very similar to how MSI went between these two teams. You know, really close sort of games where BLG looked like they're on the ropes, PSG obviously picking up a couple there. But then Game 5 was a one-sided stomp. You know, it was very, very strong from BLG. So it's interesting to see that sort of back and forth, and interesting to see how BLG kind of wake up across the course of the series. Hubris for Knight. An item we don't too often see. Has been seeing a lot of play in solo queue recently and in ARAM, but Kobe, do you want to elucidate why he may have gone this?
Well, it's obviously because of the world song, Heavy Lies the Crown, and it's a crown.
Also, if you can't get a murder book, you need a murder crown.
Oh, as we see Shun getting caught up here. PSG trying to fight it. Bin going in with the counter-strike. Woody misses, but gets the charm, doesn't get the knock-up, and now he needs to get the hell out of there. Depth charge onto Junja. It's another for Knight. He's stacking the hubris. Put them back under the ground. Knight finds another double, and there's 19 stacks on his hubris already.
Yeah, this is kind of the Knight speciality. He loves his stacking stacks, and he's managed to stack up a huge amount already. The murder book is what he's most known for in the LPL, which is obviously the Magi, sorry, that he's able to get a ton of kills for, but now having the hubris as well, he's just doing the exact same thing.
Woody looking for the engage onto Elku, dodges away with the killer instinct, has that flash as well, will have to invest it. Manages to escape the 2v1 in the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, it is a big investment, but well played by Elk in response to both of those. It's kind of, you know, 1-for-1 on trades for ultimates and flashes used there, with Woody investing everything. Maybe that can open up a place for PSG to attack. It's just, it's so difficult because the, well, setup with a teleport, maybe they...
So Betty has no Featherstorm, but does have a cleanse and a flash. On's trying to get on top of him to get the staggering blows down. They're going to land the dredge line onto Woody, who dashes back with a battle dance and escapes. Well played by the PSG bot lane to get themselves out of dodge.
Yeah, the point that I wanted to focus on, though, was the 5 grubs now being hit for BLG, because that's going to open up so much threat on these side lanes with Knight and Bin. Because while we focus on the poke, Knight being this far ahead, you can see it on the side of your screens, he's just going to be such a menace in a side lane push, and now having that burn off of 5 grubs as well, Maple just won't be able to stack up. And sure, he's getting a little bit back for himself here with Junja and also Aja keeping control on mid, but as the game goes on, I think BLG have a lot of winning answers to PSG's questions.
As a side note, Bin for a little bit of a fight here. Should be able to force Azure out of this bush. Goes in with the counter strike. Knight dives in onto Maple. The quickness coming out as they look to dive onto to Knight. Mom is called. Azure now on the front line. BLG will disengage. But yeah, as a side note, you know, every fight is like, something's going to happen. Nah, it's fine. Hubris, basically what it does, it gives you lethality and attack damage, and then if a champion you have done damage to dies, you get a big burst of extra AD for the next 90 seconds, and that can stack up as well, right? So you get stronger through the course of the fight, through your Hubris, which is probably why the item was named that way.
Makes sense.
Yeah. You used to make little golden statues in the fountain, and then
yeah,
a lot of
them.
That made me sad. I love the little golden statues. As Junja tries to hover around this bot side to keep this tower alive. Maple's here as well. Shun is going to meet him. Impale lands onto one. The dredge line short from On. Elks, though, still looking for the plate. There's one minion still alive. On will now tank up the tower, and Woody will have a grand entrance and give On a grand exit.
I mean, that's actually big. Any bit of gold that PSG can get at this stage in the game could be very big for their dream of team fighting their way out of it. And Shin is going to be able to execute no problem, does get all the way into enemy territory, so no further benefit gain there, but still, even being able to Skarner ult under tower, find up 1 kill. Yeah, you could also point out that these funnels, Medic, are not in the correct places. This one went into the support.
No, that is the right plot.
Okay. Right, but and you know, anything here for PSG to try and get them on some footing where they can actually use their fight.
But the Rift Herald could be that footing. Shun's still dead. Junja coming back onto the map. Rift Herald is up and available. And this could be a moment where they try and find something, but you can see in the Mascar lane economy snapshot, Knight is massive right now. And even if you don't have Shun here for the start, the poke and the control that he offers is a little bit terrifying for PSG.
Knight gets the push out of top side. They're going to group up around the Rift Herald right now. Bin doesn't have a TP. Azure does. Azure, of course, can keep Bin around in that lane, but might want to just dodge around the side here. Hex smash back across the wall from On to rejoin with his teammates. PSG are looking for that fight. Junja very tanky with the Zeke's convergence. Maple still stacking up, sneezing all over BLG. Woody looking for that flank, has the quickness, has the flash in a couple of seconds. The engage with the Glacial Prison. Featherstorm coming out from Betty, quickness from Woody. They're looking for On, but the depth charge will lock him up for a second. On now, sacrificed by BLG. As PSG managed to find a kill. Bin still pushing in the bot side. Jun being chased out by Aja, but doesn't quite land the stun into the wall. Jun just still looking for Elk, who has the cleanse, but goes for Knight instead. Pulls him back. Where's the damage? It's Aja right now. The keeper's verdict is that Knight is guilty. His hubris has been his downfall as Junja puts him 6 feet under.
There's no way BLG had the correct timer on Aja's teleport, I feel like. You know, they kind of walk into this, and even if they had gotten the smite there, this is huge for PSG.
Also, just great decision-making from PSG. We talked about the potential poke and everything else that can come through from BLG, but in a straight-up 5v5 front-to-back, PSG, if they can close the distance, are going to be so much stronger, and we get to see exactly that. BLG group up to try and force on towards the Rift Tower. Woody putting pressure on towards the back line, and it's the engage on towards On here that really spells disaster for them as Aja TP's in. On goes down, but trying to even get away from this. They think they're safe under the tower. Maybe they can start to poke back, but the front line of PSG is so tanky. Elk only has the static shiv, and it's the turn onto Knight that really seals the deal.
That's why we've been warning about this PSG team fight, you know, fully grouped. They're the ones with the few seconds extra of teleport advantage, and they make it work. That is not a mistake that you kind of give lightly here.
And even the silver lining of getting bot tower was just answered by top for PSG. Now, BLG will get this tower, but you can already look at bot side and see that PSG are going to trade as well. So what had been a good start for BLG is really starting to disappear as Aja now solo under the tower. This could be a bit of risky play.
He has the keeper's verdict in a few seconds, still has his flash. Betty trying to come across as well. He's met with Knight. The accelerated shock blast doing a lot of work on, looking for that turret. TP coming in from PSG as they look to collapse. On not tanking the tower yet, has that concussive blow. Steadfast presence coming out. There's the quickness. It's only onto the tank so far, but on's the first target. Glacial Prison coming down as well with Slow Maple for a second, but Junja's here to join the Barney, to join the fight. PSG find another bin, is pinged to hit that mid lane tower, but there's still a couple of seconds before he can get on it. Betty's going to try and answer him. He has the demolish and 5 grubs. It will be enough to take the turret.
But it's the exact same thing again. BLG not respecting how quickly PSG can get across the map. They reset on bot.
Aja goes for Elk. Gets the cleanse out of him in exchange for his flash. Junja and Woody, though, can look for this, and Elk back in a precarious situation. Junja just go for the Kaiser. Killer instinct out. TP behind by Bin as well. The Impale hits on to Elk. Bin looking to do what he did in game 1, but the verdict is that he can't get in there. In the end, PSG don't find the kill, but they burn both of Elk's summoners.
The biggest thing, too, the objective on the map is all the way on the other side, so PSG going to have to recall now to reset and run over there. They were pinging it. Dragon number 3 starts to get a little worrisome. You know, BLG, since they already had the 5 Void Grubs and the 2 Dragons going their way, if they can put this extra pressure on you by grabbing number 3 and the threat of the soul point, it would still be huge. But PSG, another team fight victory, and that one was, again, off another teleport from them. Let's see them try and just force their way in. They do have to face check, but they can do that because they're so tanky.
And they know Knight's top, and they know that Elk is bot lane, right? So Knight still has the TP, but right now, PSG get control of the river with their numbers advantage. Betty's going to be able to push out mid, can open up on that tower as well. BLG going to send Elk across to try and answer the pressure in mid.
I don't think BLG are going to fight this, though. They're just looking for that tier 2 in top, trying to accelerate this chase even further. PSG not really sure how they want to approach this. Aja has his teleport up, but he's still going to run there. Terra goes down, and now if this Hoppy shows on the wave, Jace TP's in.
There's the TP in. Aja can TP as well. Will answer with one of his own. BLG grouped up as 4 for now. Bin's going to join them. Junja trying to get in towards the pit to take the Drake. Unlocked up. The Blade Caller coming back as well, and Junja will land the smite. But Woody goes down first. Shun and Bin, the next 2 targets. It's support for support so far. Aja still looking for a little bit more. Knight trying to put the damage down from long range. That's what we talked about with this composition, their ability to poke, but in this fight, they haven't really had the opportunity to do so. Junja can look for a little bit more, chucks a rock across the wall and hits. Knight in his back. PSG trying to open up towards this mid lane tier 1. Elk and Knight here to defend. There's another wave on its way, though.
Yeah, I mean, Jace can try and poke, but you've got 2 fat tanks in front of you. Can't really get the damage around them. Forces the flash with just the raw Skarner ultimate, and PSG, another one.
And the Dragon off the back as well. Junja with these smite steals has been exceptional this series, and getting the better of Shun once again. This is where BLG TP Knight in, but because Knight wasn't there, the poke damage isn't really enough, so PSG still healthy enough to go for the immediate engage. On too far forward, he gets knocked up by Woody, and the steal comes through from Junja. On falls, and now BLG trying to play this slow. Kite back, look for the poke, look for the damage, but as Kobe was just saying, Aja and Junja are just too tanky at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, they like locked up Junja. You know, he's like stunned up there, but he took almost no damage. And he's like, well, I'm already next to the dragon. It's fine.
Just stay here.
He's calm and collected. He's like, I don't have to worry about moving. I'll just land the smite and then brute force. With this composition, brute force is the way you want to play, and that's how PSG have just forced their way back in.
And it's a great build from Junja for exactly that reason. You see when the win probability powered by AWS goes down, but he hasn't gone for the heartsteel that we've traditionally seen in a lot of Skarners. It's been the Zeke's convergence into Warmogs. Warmogs is one, great against all the poke, but the Zeke's in this instance as well just helps keep everyone slowed and close to you. And when PSG are trying to chase down these members of BLG, it's exactly what you need. So great decision making from Junja on this build for this game.
2 items on him, 2 as well for Maple with the Manamuna in the Spear of Sojin, 2 as well for Knight, or 2.5 with the Last Whisper in his inventory. Maple still sacking up a little bit slow as the hook goes down onto Junja. There's the double impale into the grand entrance, but the charm coming back with the quickness into the blade caller. Look at the CC, look at the suppression on BLG, and look at the flash forward from Betty. He tries to get onto Elk, he can't quite get the damage down. Elk somehow survives through the burn, through everything. Elk is still standing.
Oh, Betty wanted it so bad. He saw it in his eyes, so close, but they fumble it there. Elk able to survive, BLG able to survive and fight them off.
We do need to start looking at the BLG dictionary though, because slow needs to be found at some point in there. Because going for these sorts of plays just sets up for PSG to play with their strong front line. The damage coming through from Woody is insane here in these close quarter fights because he gets so much damage from the feather pull back and the great flash from Betty. But look at the health, the shield. I don't like.
He's taking
so
to red buff
low.
as well.
I mean, even the red buff from, like, I don't know.
There was one auto that went onto Shun instead of going onto Elk, and I think that would have killed him. I think that would have killed him so close, but I love the fact that Betty's feeling himself enough to go for those sorts of plays in a series like this when your world spot is on the line.
Yeah, he had so many feathers down. He wanted the biggest of blade callers. Just needed a tiny bit more.
Behind. Elk not here. Knight the first target. Azure locks him up for a second, on going forward as well. Azure still trying to chase Knight out. Bin here to join the party as On flashes away. Keeper's verdict on Bin is that he needs to come back in a couple of moments. He's going to TP behind them here, but perhaps PSG have a moment in the 4v5 to really open up. Mom comes down, the Featherstorm used as well, but Bin finds the 4-man stun on the back line. Elk cleanses away the Blade Caller route, and once again it's Giga Bin absolutely styling on Fools.
PSG completely fall to the non-weapon of Bin, but he's an absolute weapon wielded by BLG in this fight, and that will be the Baron taken for the LPL.
BLG. I'm sure their fans were not worried at any moment in any game in this series.
No, can tell you, not at all.
Honestly, though, now with Baron buff, it should start to look smooth again for them. They did have a very, very good start to this game. Just ran into a little bit of trouble in the last few team fights. But here's a look at how this one actually started out. And it was a little bit more, risky at the very beginning because of the positioning here through River. And they do get an ejection onto Bin, but he just says, fine, I will teleport back for the flank angle.
And the thing is, it's so hard to start these fights without Woody, but this is where Bin comes in over the back, ward hop in, even goes for the flash past the feather pull as well from the Xayah, and then I think even maybe leap strikes away a second time, but really nice stuff from Bin. But now with Dragon just up and available, Maple moving back towards the top side, PSG licking their wounds, do not want to fight BLG once more.
And the important thing for the poke comp is to be ahead of the curve in terms of items, in terms of damage, and that's exactly where BLG are now. 6,000 gold their lead. They have 3 items on Knight. They have 2.5, almost 3 on Elk, who is going to continue to rattle down damage with those Void Seekers, and they can start to siege up and actually really utilize their composition to its greatest effect, which is doing exactly that onto Woody and Junja and just constantly putting damage into the backs of PSG.
And every comp with a Bin Jax is just a Bin Jax comp as well. Yep. Especially if you have a Sejuani, but he's over 2,000 gold ahead now as well, working on the Frozen Heart, so he can be a tank in the middle.
On looking for the hook here onto Azure, goes in with the depth charge as well. He's impaled, the quickness on the backline, but already BLG have taken 1 kill. It's 1 for 1 so far. On and Azure falling. Betty having to pop the Featherstorm. Bin. It's Bin, baby. Already we see Elk killing off Betty. Bin looking for a little bit more as Woody dashes out of the fight. Bin wasn't even really needed, just forces PSG away. Now the tier 2 in the bot lane, the target for BLG.
There's a nice attempt from PSG, but Bin on the flank sets up for BLG to take the fight. Now he's back on towards mid, and he's healthy as you like.
Maple has hit that execution threshold, and looks like PSG are trying to collapse onto Bin. No flash for him, no way out. You gotta feel. Goes back in with the counter strike. Who needs a way out? This is Bin we're talking about, and then he dashes away with a leap strike. Put him in the trash, Bin. That's exactly what you need him to do in that situation. For a moment, I thought there was no way out for him, but who's locked in where with whom?
When there's no way out, look for the way in. I mean, he's a boxer, right? So he just has to dodge everything, but he still gets hit by everything. Maybe it's more the Homer Simpson approach to boxing, where he just absorbs everything. The Sunder Sky then goes in, and there's just no real follow-up because the Counter-Strike denies all of the auto attacks and Maple goes down.
Look how close he was to the execute there. So close to that line.
Maple knows.
What can you do but laugh at the end?
3,000 gold ahead, Knight the same. Overall, BLG cresting over towards that 10k gold lead that so often is insurmountable. And for PSG, it is a world full of maybes and what-ifs. They've been close on so many occasions. Obviously, done well to get to 1 and 2, but I think they would have wanted a little bit more with how well they performed from time to time. Even the series against FlyQuest as well. It was a very close game in the early game until FlyQuest really began to take it away. They're still looking for more here, though, as Ginger goes in with the Impale. The quickness coming out as well is stopped by the depth charge, but Knight is locked against the wall, and Bin, even he can't rectify this situation, can't bail them out. The bait caller back onto On, who has to flash away himself. Elk now joining the battle, a double counter-strike as the engage goes on to Azure, but BLG have only found one so far. Betty's on that front line, no Feather Storm for him, and Bin finds it again. I doubted him for a second, but he makes you believe that Jax is the most OP pick in the game. It's Bin again to clean it up for BLG.
Bin decimates PSG Talon, and with that, they will be bearing out of the World's Championship, but for BLG, it's only one more step on what is a long road ahead of them.
BLG are looking to get to 2 and 2, to challenge for the quarterfinals, to continue to level up as they defeat PSG and go to the next round.
Completely unrelated, but if there's any player champion combo that you want a world skin for, I want a world skin
BLG Bin.
Yeah, for Bin Jax.
I mean, it was all about him this series. It was on the back of Bin that BLG managed to make it through in game 1, in game 2, so often the carry for them. And that's it from us for now. That's it from PSG as well as BLG Take a Dive. We're going to hand it over to the analyst desk.
Thank you so much. I don't think it's unrelated, Kobe, because, I mean, he keeps doing these things on Jax, and he is also our Uppo player of the series. We went back and forth, and I just wanted to give it to him because of that moment where PSG Poppy ults him out, and then they actually give him the in to TP for the flank ward. I think that was sick.
And then after that, he continued to completely Duncan style on them, only further validating the choice. Of course, is PSG, do a quick bow. We're going to talk about them in a little bit. But from the perspective of BLG, look, like, these games were a hot mess across the board. But this is the player talking about.
Congratulations, you played yourself. That's what happened.
Here he comes. He's just going to come in right off. Super easy access to this PSG backline. And prior to this, you'd see, you know, PSG would win a fight, or they'd get like an advantage because BLG would overstep, or they'd go into a choke. And Bin got so much gold because they were just like, no, Bin, you stay bot lane, you get that turret. You stay mid lane, you get that turret. And then in this fight, he's able to get the TP flank off being Poppy ulted out and shows up with already a lead. And then comes in and gets even further of a lead.
It's actually crazy because I think that a lot of people will be like, oh, this has just been on Jax, and look at him in isolation. It's been Jax, there's no question. But you really have to appreciate how many situations the team was in where Bin didn't show up for the team to get more gold, so he could be this late game threat. Everyone on BLG conceded advantages to put him in that position so he could make a montage out of PSG players.
I know the interview with Knight is coming up, but he was one of those players. We were like, what are you doing? Apparently just feeding my Jax. Okay.
Yeah, you would think that it was all a genius bait, some would say. You could say questionable itemization, or you could say he put a target on himself by building Hubris, which gave Bin the freedom. It's just, I'm so coping. Please.
I did. I can't explain BLG. I mean, I've tried. We're watching the game together. Yeah. I think the other thing I did want to point out with this Jace pick, it was super interesting from Knight. We will get to that. Oh, okay. I think we saw this at MSI previously when Knight was looking super, super strong. This is a pick he's defaulted to. When it came to that point in the draft, I was like, oh, he's going to bring in the Jace special.
And he's standing by with Laura in the Verizon post-game interview.
And welcome back to the stage for this post-game interview with Knight and Wendy. Thank you so much for joining me. Ni hao. It's been an amazing series, but also a lot of back and forth between you and PSG. Can you talk me through the expectations you had coming in today against this team?
那首先恭喜你们获得本场比赛的胜利，但是我们纵观这一局 BO3，还是有非常多打的有来有回的部分，所以说也想问一下，在面对到 PSG 的这场比赛，你们有什么样的一些期待呢？
其实我们赛前是想抱着没有那种压力去打的，但可能打的时候还是会有点压力，就希望我们接下来比赛就都没有压力吧。
So maybe before today's game, we try to have this kind of mindset, like, okay, guys, have no pressure. But actually playing on stage, we feel like there's still some pressure on our shoulder. So hopefully in the future, we can fully enjoy the moment of playing on stage without any nerves and pressure.
Interesting. I will follow up on this a bit later, but I wanted to ask, why Shun instead of Wei today?
但是还是想要问一下，为什么今天是勋而不是打野威呢？
也是我们整个赛训组的，就训练赛选出来的人吧，就赛训组安排的。
So it's actually based on our scrims results, and also this is also decided by our coaching staff.
All right. Well, I guess it made more sense here to play with him today. Can you tell me about Jace? We haven't seen this champion at all, mid lane especially. Do you think it's the type of champion that we would see again, and why did it make sense in this draft specifically?
那说到这一局比赛，不得不提到你的一个杰斯，其实也是在这一次世界赛当中还没有在中路见到的英雄。想问一下，为什么会选择杰斯这个英雄？觉得在今天的这一场比赛当中，为什么他会是一个比较好的选择？未来我们在赛场上会不会看到更多的杰斯登场呢？
我觉得杰斯这版本在中斗的话是有点逆版本的吧。我个人选择杰斯，可能是因为我杰斯玩的比较好。我可能接下来要考虑这英雄是否比赛上好不好吧，感觉没那么强。
To be honest, I really feel Jace is out of meta a little bit at Worlds, but it's actually the champion I'm very comfortable with and really got the confidence in. Because of this, I pick it on stage today, but in the future, I like to rethink about my choice as well because I think Jace may not be a very strong pick here on stage.
All right, you talk about confidence, and I want to follow up on this because I don't feel like BLG has been playing to the fans' expectations, especially considering the fact that you're LPL's first seed. Is this a confidence stage issue, or is there anything else going on for you guys?
那其实你刚才也提到了是个自信的英雄嘛，那我们来聊一聊自信心的问题。其实很多粉丝朋友们可能会觉得 BLG 的一个表现没有达到他们理想中的那个预期，因为作为 LPL 的1号种子，大家也会对你们寄予厚望。所以说也想问一下，你觉得目前可能队伍状态没有那么好的一个原因会是什么？是因为自信心的原因，还是有其他的因素呢？
我觉得状态不好的原因可能是因为就我年龄小的选出来比较少吧，就大赛经验可能也没有那么丰富，就我们会接下来一场比赛就用比赛去调整的。
So I think why we have some fluctuation maybe here on stage is because there's some players with not that kind of experience. So sometimes we still be a little bit nervous playing here, and definitely we're going to use our stage performance to prove ourselves and also use the stage performance to just enjoy the games.
Do you have one final message to the Western fans, Knight?
那最后有没有什么想对大家说一点的呢？
Thank you very much. We are fighting.
We are fighting. BLG is indeed fighting. Thank you so much, Knight, Sheshe, for the interview. Wendy, thank you so much for the translation. And BLG moves on to the next stage.
They stay in it, indeed. They're not quite in quarterfinals yet. May I just shout out the exceptional PR training of our LPL players because, you know, it was perfection. Also, the question in terms of why has the performance not been there? Lack of experience is cited, which I think I don't really agree with that, right? As a reason, but it's a great answer nonetheless.
Yeah, no, it's kind of a non-answer. You know, we'll give it to them. You know, obviously the players are pretty experienced, especially compared to a lot of the names and faces. But you never know, new environment, you know, new studio. Sure. Maybe there is some adjustment.
At least studio, we've heard things.
We can give them whatever the reason is. The performances up until today certainly were not there. And while today was a hot mess, I think at this point, if you're BLG, you're happy to get the wins where you can, and you want to just start building this momentum as we go forward in the tournament, especially because, like, again, we highlighted Bin. This is a tournament where Jax is blind pickable. and BLG are clearly the best team in the LPL. Like, you're really set up for success here.
Yeah, and I think as we look through some of these highlights, the big thing for me is that when it did come to some of the team fights, the way they did fight with Jax was better. I actually don't think Bin's been having a super great tournament thus far, especially compared to expectations. This is the top laner that we kind of unilaterally said going into this would probably be the best top here, and he is definitely not. This is kind of the first series where we've really seen him pop off, and they gave him a lot of resources to do so. So I think going forward, even though this is a shaky win for BLG, they did default to some comfort. I hope that they can get some confidence from this and maybe continue to adjust their meta read.
I think they're still like the team you do not want to draw. Still, we'll go to the bracket in just a second. I would like to take a minute to talk about Maple because he has alluded to retiring. You know, we've had this in the past where it did not end up happening, but regardless, I want to kind of treat it as such for if it does happen, and then this would be the last foray of him at Worlds, and I think not as much this tournament, but plenty of ones before this where he was the original LCK killer, right? A fantastic imprint on our League of Legends and our LoL Esports history, and it would be very sad to see him go.
It would be really a shame to see him retire because I think that PSG are the PCS and Maple is PSG, right, at its core. And while other players have stepped up over the years and there have been contenders to kind of challenge them at the top of the table, this is a guy and who has always been on these teams, who have found so much success, who has had a career that's spanned across multiple regions now. Like, he is to me, one of the most iconic players in the sport, in its history, and I think he deserves that credit. But mostly I think what he's known for are the big upsets, and I think people have to remember like how impressive the longevity of his career is. We don't even talk about his domestic dominance because we just don't have the same coverage of the PCS that we do of other regions domestically, but he is so good domestically, and he always transitions it into a memorable result internationally.
Yeah, he is a really memorable player. He is a very intelligent player, and I also think when you're looking at the way that the regions are combining next year too, right? Like it's not, even if he doesn't retire, it's kind of a sunsetting of what the PCS was going forward into APAC. So him on this PSG Talon team, they couldn't get it done, but you know, I still think he is a stellar player that people really should remember within like a whole esports canon.
And I think even if there wasn't going to be this kind of combination of leagues or these merging of regions, like you would still look at the context of the PCS as pre and post Maple.
Yeah.
Right? Like, because this is a guy who just has always won. And that's something that no player has really ever been able to match in any region. There's no comparable level, I think, of domestic dominance anywhere else in the world. And so he will always be this focal point, and he will always be this historic point for this region as long as League of Legends is played.
Yes. We're going to miss you, Maple. Thanks
Maybe.
for the memories if you do choose to retire. Otherwise, we'll gladly
welcome you back.
Still talk about you. Also, you blew my mind there for a second because you said pre and post Maple, and I was thinking things like pre and post Faker, pre and post Caps.
Yeah, and it's the same thing.
Well, there
right?
was a
pre
weird
and post
like
Bjergsen,
you have to include the detour, right? Because he went,
the detour.
Went to LPL and then like
please Caps, don't go to the
and then came back to PCS.
No, Caps, please don't go to the LCS.
Sorry, I might have done a little bit of a narrative there, given that there were a decent number of years where he wasn't just in the region.
European caster narrative detected.
Look, sometimes you got to spice it up for the people at home.
You do.
I think the statement stands, even if some of the details are a little
Speaking of spicing it up, give me that Swiss bracket, because we are heading towards some possible 2-2 matchups that are a possible nightmare for the Western teams. I'm just going to say it. Regardless, though, we're going to go ahead to tomorrow first. We have Fnatic versus Weibo. This is all elimination. And TL versus GAM. Yeah, Fnatic Weibo. That's going to be really, really difficult for Fnatic. I'm just going to say it.
I think Fnatic are in free fall. I would love to see them find their composure because I think they can have a fighting chance. They come in at full strength, but that last series kind of took away the last little bits of hope because you could see them really lose the plot. And the other times this year where they've collapsed like that, they've needed time, and they have been able to come back swinging. But this is a very tough turnaround to go from such a losing game, such a catastrophic game, to then needing to show up in a best-of-3 versus Weibo. It's a really tall task.
Yeah, TL, same vein, right?
Yeah, and then, I mean, TL, I know Jan talked about it when he was on the desk, but it's like, this is the grudge match, right? Like, GAM were the team that eliminated TL previously last year. This TL roster has not been performing to their own expectations, right, of what they wanted to do here. And on the side of GAM, man, what a story, right? Like, they stuck with this roster post, like, everything that went on in spring. They grew together over summer, and now they're here fighting to continue their tournament. Like, I think GAM is like a really great story, actually.
Yeah, make them believe it's made for them.
Yeah,
really,
exactly.
It really is. So I don't want to do it to them, but I want to kind of simulate a result. So just see it as not jinxing, okay? Let's say expectations, I think, could say that Weibo survives and TL survives. Then the 2-2 pool is DK Fly, G2 BLG, TL Weibo. That's crazy.
I think if you're a Western team, you're hoping to draw another Western team.
But you only have one chance.
Or DK.
Yeah.
Because DK are a hot mess.
Or,
actually, to be fair,
you can maybe throw Weibo.
The remaining LCK and LPL representatives are all very messy. Like, these series are
on
close.
Their performance against Fnatic. Yeah, because I do think Weibo can regroup. I've talked about what a surprise it was that actually LNG was the first LPL seed out. But yeah, it'll depend on how Weibo look against Fnatic as to how confident I am in them.
I'll say one more thing for GAM. If they do knock out TL and then they get matched against another LEC or LCS representative and knock them out, they will have just killed more LCS and LEC representatives than any LCK or LPL team at this tournament and probably this year. Like, that would be insane. That is something that, while I would hate to see it because I have a lot of love for TL, obviously, knowing that region so well, it would be incredible to watch.
Oh, these last 2 days are going to be insane. I have a tummy ache already. I'm so nervous. That's it from us. We're going to take a break on that great note. We're going to be back tomorrow for those elimination matches at 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time, 8 a.m. Eastern US for more Worlds 2024. Get a good night's rest, and we'll see you then.
Plays like the most Mercs games in human history.
ETS lead for yourself. Extended plane in. Kevin's going to have to flash away on Summer. One more aggression! Activating. I think good. I'm coming. I'm going to help us out, okay? Go. Ari is not coming. All it can do is buy him a second to wait. The flash jump and Baker. It's all done. It's all over. Baker flashes away. The ignite ticking on him won't be enough. That's the stun into the shielders race. They break into the solar flare into the death of the Ike. I'm running. Okay, yes. I'm very strong. Nice. FPV. I'm going to push it. I can't recon yet. Go left, actually. Nice. Bye. Ari. I can block some. Ari. I'm very low. Go Jax first and then Ari. Go Nash after. The dive onto the back line by Yike, but immediately he is low. Caps already assassinated on the back. And T1 are just ripping them to shreds. It's another Friday. It's another T1 win. Woody trying to get the CC onto Shun to keep Betty alive. Shun holds it and dies in the end. Fate sealed from Maple isn't enough. Bin diving onto Woody, and that's 2. And Bin is just doing so much work on the back line. It's a double for Elk. Look at the suppression on BLG. And look at the flash forward from Betty. He tries to get onto Elk. He can't quite get the damage down. Elk somehow survives. I don't like... He's so low to really open up. Mom comes down, the Featherstorm used as well, but Ben finds the 4-man stun on the back line, and once again it's Gigabin, absolutely styling on Bulls.
This is what you asked for. Enemy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Try to hold it in, but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you asked for. Enemy is the crowd.
From the jump, I'll admit, push and drop, have to drop, till y'all know that I exist. And I'm gonna blow, and I'm gonna pop, y'all can't possibly depict. And I'm gonna probably take risks, and I'm gonna die before I quit. I gotta take action. action, they get stagnant and they stopping it. Too many been passive and they lost it. The rappers will move backwards and they honest. Hacking the right back and to make profit. And accurate, new acumen makes options. Meaning the accountant can be rounded when you call it a place. Everything I'm mounted in my cost. Moving with $2 in my pocket. Proving the pace you looking exhausted. Truth is Greg Newman, they can't copy. Do what I must do so they can't stop. Trying to keep cool while they keep talking. Do what I must do, switches up often. I pivot, meaning I'm a tactician when I'm in it. Circling the cul-de-sac, I'm drifting. And I got all night down on vision. Meaning I'm different. Meaning when they talk, they pay attention. Meaning they gon' pay for every cent. And I'm going 2 commas, 2 cancers. And I'm going worldwide when they all mention. Black boy with a book dream and a lesson. A black man with a sharp mind is a weapon. Yeah. 10 toes down from the jump. I'll admit, push and drop, have to drop till y'all know that I exist. And I'm gonna blow, and I'm gonna pop. Y'all can't possibly depict. And I'm gonna probably take risks. And I'm gonna die before I quit. Great white sharks just out there swimming. Been a bad man since when? Since the beginning. Got a whole bag of monsters with me. Lord knows they did the illest. And if you come through with the crew, Lord knows we say, kill it. My whole crew just went wild. Kick down doors and we come through straight to the stage where I run to. Gonna get wild. Whole clip dripping in labels. Stacking out quick on the tables. Right, so wow. I don't even know like that. I asked the crew, they said that we roll like that. So wow. Better watch out, we're coming, you know I wanna get dealt with by them youngins. Wow. Kick down doors and we come through straight to the stage where I run to. Gonna get wild. Whole clip dripping in labels. Stacking out quick on the tables. Right, so wow. I don't even know like that. I asked the crew, they said that we roll like that. So wow. Better watch out, we're coming, you know I wanna get dealt with by them youngins. Why you people think that you're bigger? One word from us, you get pulled like a trigger. Looking at you like a big plate of dinner. Man like you don't